Introduction. The Bible has the distinction of being the best-known, least understood book in the world. Although it's been translated into more languages, sold more copies, and been read by more people than any other book in history, its message and meaning are matters of ongoing and often heated debate. The Bible has been used to justify wars and to found relief organizations, to support slavery and to condemn it, to fuel hatred and to promote love and understanding. So what exactly is the Bible all about? As university professors, we have a lot of experience in making the Bible accessible and relevant. The Bible can be an intimidating book, but with the right guide, your journey through its pages can be exciting and rewarding. As authors, we've written a number of books and articles on the Bible, making us sensitive to the variety of ways people approach the biblical text. The Bible isn't just a religious text. It's a work of history and a literary masterpiece. Throughout this book, we point out these various facets. We've traveled extensively throughout the lands of the Bible and have participated in archaeological digs at biblical sites. This experience allows us to give you that Indiana Jones edge to a book full of mystery and adventure. We even discuss where the Ark of the Covenant really is. Finally, we're balanced, not just psychologically, not a trivial point when discussing religious texts, but in our presentation of the Bible and the faiths it represents. We've written the Bible for Dummies so that no matter what your faith, or even if you have no faith at all, you can benefit from this book. The For Dummies series is a name that you've come to trust for giving you the straight scoop on everything from cooking to computers. So what better resource to help you understand the Bible than the Bible for Dummies? About this book. People come to the Bible for a variety of reasons. You may be coming to the Bible to find inspiration and faith. You may be reading the Bible to understand a text that plays such an influential role in our world. You may simply want to know more about what is undeniably a great work of literature. Or you may just want to improve your score on Jeopardy! Whatever your reasons for wanting to know more about the good book, the Bible for Dummies is for you. Here's what you can expect from this book. Quick overviews of what's in the Bible. Answers to the who wrote the Bible and what does it all mean questions. Easy-to-use maps, charts, and pictures to help make sense of the Bible. Simple summaries of the differences between Jewish and Christian Bibles. Fascinating historical and cultural insights that bring the Bible to life. Clear explanations of how the Bible's traditions have given rise to three of the world's major religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Informative commentaries on the Bible's influence on art, literature, and movies. In short, the Bible for Dummies is your one-stop reference for understanding the Bible and its continuing impact on the political, religious, and artistic landscapes of our world. How to use this book. Although the Bible is a story, and therefore best experienced as a narrative, the Bible for Dummies has been written so that you can drop in and out of the tour at any time. You can linger at a site as long as you like, or visit your favorite places again and again, without ever feeling lost or left behind. We provide a complete overview of the Bible in Chapter 2, which points you to other places in the book where you can find more details about a particular topic or story. Conventions used in this book. Before you begin hearing the Bible for Dummies, you should be aware of some of the special abbreviations, definitions, and ideas you find in this book. When mentioning dates, we use the designations BCE, before the Common Era, and CE, Common Era, since these terms are more inclusive than the traditional BC, before Christ, and AD, from the Latin Anno Domini, or Year of Our Lord, not after Jesus' death. If you're used to the nations, don't worry, because the years are reckoned the same. 30 CE equals AD 30. The term Old Testament refers to those sacred texts that Christianity shares with Judaism, while Jews call this same corpus the Hebrew Bible or the Tanakh. We follow the Jewish practice, Hebrew Bible, unless talking about the Christian scriptures, in which case we use both the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament, because the early Christians were both Jews and non-Jews. For Jews and Protestants, the Hebrew Bible and Old Testament contain the same books, though in a slightly different order. For Catholics, the Old Testament has additional books called the Apocrypha, which we discuss in Part 3. God goes by many names in the Bible, but most often God is called God or the Lord. The latter term is the usual English translation of God's personal name in Hebrew, Yahweh, which to many devout Jews and some Christians is unspeakable. Therefore, we use this name sparingly in this book. Yet using the word Lord for God sounds too preachy, so when referring to God, we use the word, get ready for this, God, unless we're making a special point about one of God's other names. Although the Bible portrays God as transcending our ideas about gender, see, for example, Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, where being created in God's image includes both male and female, the biblical authors almost always use masculine pronouns and imagery to describe God. We follow the biblical convention, and always with capital letters for clarity, that is, he or him. And speaking of Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, this is the standard way to cite passages from the Bible. The name Genesis refers to the book of the Bible where a particular passage can be found. The number left of the colon, 1, is the chapter number, and the number right of the colon, 27, is the verse number. Because we give you the place in the Bible where you can look up what we're talking about, you want to keep this information in mind. If you're wondering what translation of the Bible we're using in this book, wonder no longer. It's our own. It's not the Revised Dummies version, mind you, because such a version doesn't exist, at least not yet. We translate straight from the original languages of the Bible, which are Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. When we translate the Bible, we try to be as true to the original language as possible while still making sense in English. No two translations of the Bible are the same, so you'll notice that our translations don't exactly match other translations. We recommend that when reading the Bible, you refer to several different translations, especially when trying to interpret difficult or controversial passages. How this book is organized. This book is divided into 6 parts. Here's what you find out in each part. Part 1. What the Bible is all about. Part 1 provides the overall picture of what the Bible is, where we got it, and what it's all about. Here you find nifty summaries and outlines of how the Bible is put together, why it's put together the way it is, the differences between Jewish and Christian Bibles, and what you can expect along your journey through the Bible. We even give you a synopsis of the entire Bible in Chapter 2. Part 2. Exploring the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament. Part 2 examines the Hebrew Bible, or Old Testament. We begin by looking at what is arguably the most influential work of world literature, the book of Genesis. Because of its importance, and because it sets the stage for what happens in the rest of the Bible, we devote 4 chapters to exploring this rich and diverse book. We then examine the rest of the Hebrew Bible, reliving its history, understanding its laws, interpreting its prophecies, contemplating its wisdom, and singing its psalms. Part 3. Revealing the Bible's hidden treasures in the Apocrypha. In this part, we explore the Apocrypha. The books making up the Apocrypha are some of the Bible's most intriguing, yet seldom read, books. One reason for this neglect is that the Apocrypha is not part of Jewish or Protestant Bibles, but only of Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Bibles. We discuss why these books are absent from some Bibles and not others, where they came from, and what they're all about. The Apocrypha is a diverse body of literature and includes history, poetry, philosophy, and prophecy. Becoming familiar with the Apocrypha helps you to understand the differences between Protestantism, Catholicism, and Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Part 4. Discovering what's new about the New Testament. Part 4 covers the books making up the New Testament. We begin by examining the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, as they describe, each from its own perspective, the life and teachings of Jesus. We then chart the growth of early Christianity as recounted in the book of Acts. After getting the big picture of Christianity's birth and growth, we focus our attention on the New Testament letters, or epistles, beginning with the letters of Paul, which have formed the basis of many of Christianity's central doctrines. Next, we turn to the general epistles, works written by other early leaders of Christianity, including, according to tradition, some of Jesus' closest followers. Finally, we decipher the book of Revelation, which describes the end times, when evil will be unleashed on the earth, but good will win out in the end. Part 5. That was then, this is now. Discovering the Bible's enduring influence. This part looks at the impact of the Bible through the ages. The Bible's traditions have given rise to three of the world's religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and have inspired some of the greatest works of art and literature ever produced. We chart its influence over the centuries and consider how its message still impacts us today. We even look at one of the most disturbing misuses of the Bible, Hollywood movies. Actually, there have been both good and bad Bible movies, and we give you a handy guide to the most notable. Part 6. The Part of Tens. The final section, the Part of Tens, is a For Dummies distinctive. Here, you find short biographies of 10 or so of the most important people in the Bible, as well as 10 holidays you can take, thanks to the Bible. Whether your boss will actually let you have the day off is another matter. Icons used in this book. Throughout this book, you find icons that highlight worthwhile bits of information or direct you to important points of interest. Remember, the Bible is a vast book, containing lots of interesting ideas and profound insights. This icon signals those things worth remembering, either to guide you through the Bible or to guide you through life. Warning: the Bible has many hidden dangers. When you see this icon, approach with caution, because you are about to encounter a passage or idea that has been commonly misinterpreted or has proven to be a pitfall to unsuspecting readers of the Bible, such as the dreaded who begat whom lists. Technical stuff. We all love trivia, and the Bible is a treasure trove of names, places, and events. Items marked with this icon are guaranteed to wow your friends. Where to go from here? Reading the Bible is like going on an adventure where you travel to distant lands, encounter fascinating people, and experience a whole new world. Such a journey shouldn't be undertaken without the proper gear. Think of this book as your travel book, and of us as your tour guides. You can jump into the adventure wherever you like. If you're still not sure where you want to go, we recommend starting at the very beginning. Part 1 will give you a bird's-eye view of the entire Bible. Now, prepare yourself to be transported back in time to experience the Bible as you've never experienced it before, especially if you haven't experienced it before. You're about to go on the adventure of a lifetime, actually of many lifetimes, as you relive the events and meet the people who have literally changed our world. For better or for worse, we let you decide. Fasten your seatbelts. Put the lid on your latte. Here we go. Part 1. What the Bible is all about. In this part, you find out what the Bible is, how we got it, why it's so important, and what it's doing in your hotel room nightstand, Actually, we don't cover that last point. Plus, you discover the difference between Jewish, Catholic, and Protestant Bibles. Lastly, you take the journey of a lifetime, actually many lifetimes, by traveling through the entire Bible in a nutshell. Chapter 1. From Moses to Modernity, Introducing the Good Book. In this chapter, discovering what the Bible is, where it came from, and how we got it. Understanding the importance of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Appreciating the Bible's enduring influence. Choosing a translation that's right for you. The Bible is the ultimate publishing phenomenon. It's been atop the bestseller list ever since Johannes Gutenberg, the inventor of the printing press, ran the first copies some 500 years ago. Since then, it's been translated into more languages and sold more copies than any other book in history. Recent statistics indicate that well over 150,000 new Bibles are sold or given away each day. So what is the Bible? And how did we come to possess it? In this chapter, you discover the answers to these and other important questions. In addition, you get some helpful tips for finding the Bible that's right for you. Tracing the Bible from old scrolls to the bestseller of all time. In the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy, a man from a remote village discovers a soda bottle that was dropped from a passing airplane. He's convinced that this mysterious object is from the gods, and much of the rest of the movie chronicles his quest to find its owner. Don't worry, we won't give away the ending. Many people have a similar view of how we got the Bible. One day, Moses or Jesus was walking along when all of a sudden, thud, there it was, the Bible, air express from heaven. These holy men then gave it to their followers, who in turn passed it on to their followers, who eventually passed it on to us, and we've been on a quest to find its owner ever since. That's not exactly how it happened, except perhaps for that last part. Nor is it really correct to think of the Bible as a single entity. What is the Bible? The word Bible comes from a Greek word, ton biblion, which means the scroll or the book. This word derives from the ancient city of Byblos, located in what is today modern Lebanon. Byblos was the official supplier of paper products to the ancient world, and as a result, the city became so intimately associated with the production of paper goods that its name became synonymous with the word book or scroll. This is similar to today, where a word like Kleenex has come to mean tissue, no matter what brand. Yet, the Greek word for the Bible is actually plural, ta biblia, which means the scrolls or the books. Although we tend to think of the Bible as a single work, those bringing these books together understood it for what it really is, a collection of works by a variety of authors, and it's quite a diverse collection at that. The Bible includes legal texts, history, poetry, philosophy, music, personal correspondence, and prophecies. Those who wrote the Bible were also a diverse bunch, and include shepherds, kings, farmers, priests, poets, scribes, prophets, and fishermen, to name a few. There is also quite a moral diversity among the biblical authors, from morally upstanding citizens to, let's say, morally challenged individuals. For example, among those contributing to the Bible, you find traitors, embezzlers, adulterers, murderers, and, brace yourself, ancient IRS workers. Yes, we were shocked too. We discuss how this motley crew found common cause in the Bible throughout this book. Remember, only much later were the books making up the Bible brought together into a single volume, and in Judaism and Christianity, different books were included in their respective libraries. Where did the Bible come from? In order to better understand the Jewish and Christian Bibles, it's important to know a little something about the history of their development, as well as what you can expect to find in each library. The Hebrew Bible, or Old Testament. The books making up the Jewish scriptures are often called the Hebrew Bible, because, with few exceptions, this material was originally written in Hebrew. In Christian tradition, these same books are referred to as the Old Testament. According to Jewish tradition, Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, also known as the Torah, from a Hebrew word meaning instruction or law, or the Pentateuch, from a Greek word meaning the 5 scrolls. The 5 books of Moses, as this material is also called, covers everything from the creation of the world, see chapter 3, and humankind's early history, see chapter 4, to the emergence of ancient Israel's ancestors, see chapters 5 and 6, and their formation as a nation under Moses, see chapter 7. Following Moses, Jewish tradition maintains that the history of ancient Israel was preserved by various authors, most of whom were near contemporaries to the events they describe. For example, Joshua himself penned the account of Israel's conquest of its promised land under his leadership, see chapter 8. The era following Joshua, known as the period of the Judges, was recorded by Israel's last judge, Samuel, who also composed half the book of Samuel until his own death. The remaining material in Samuel was composed by Samuel's contemporaries, including 2 prophets, Gad and Nathan, as well as Israel's great king, David, see chapter 9. The history of Israel's kings after David, see chapter 10, was preserved by royal scribes who recorded matters of state, priests who wrote mostly about Israel's religion, and prophets who, besides recording their own prophecies, also recorded their interactions, read confrontations, with Israel's kings. Prophets and kings rarely got along, as chapter 13 explains. But then, tragedy struck. In 586 BCE, the Babylonians destroyed Jerusalem, including its royal palace and temple. There's no telling how much of Israel's library was lost, but many scrolls survived and were taken to Babylonia by Jerusalem's exiles. For the stories of those living in exile, see chapter 11. In Babylon, these documents were edited and compiled. Although this process involved many people, the person credited with heading up the project was the scribe and priest Ezra, see chapter 12. Not long afterwards, Ezra brought these scrolls back to the now rebuilt Jerusalem, where he instigated a religious reform based on these scriptures around 450 BCE. During this period, additional works were penned and included in this library, eventually resulting in a relatively complete edition of the Jewish Bible. Beyond Jerusalem, copies of these scrolls could be found in the other great centers of Jewish learning, in particular Egypt and Babylonia. The 3-part structure of the Hebrew Bible, law, prophets, and writings, has given rise to another name for this work, the Tanakh, sometimes spelled Tanakh, which derives from the first letter of the Hebrew words for these sections, Torah, law, Nevi'im, prophets, and Ketuvim, writings. The Apocrypha. With the spread of Greek culture throughout the ancient Near East in the wake of Alexander the Great's conquests around 330 BCE, fewer and fewer Jews could read or understand Hebrew, the primary language of their scriptures. For an account of this period, see chapter 16. This circumstance, along with a request by a Greek king of Egypt, resulted in the translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek, beginning around 250 BCE. This work came to be called the Septuagint, a Greek word meaning 70, and reflecting the tradition that 70, or in some traditions 72, scribes, although working independently, produced the exact same translation of the Torah. This coincidence confirmed that the Greek translation was reliable and even divinely inspired. Eventually, however, the Septuagint came to include a number of Jewish historical and religious writings that were not part of Ezra's Bible. Although most Jews held these works in high esteem, some even considering them a part of the Bible, These works were ultimately rejected as not being divinely inspired, a decision that, according to tradition, was given official expression by a group of Jewish scholars at Yavne, a city about 25 miles west of Jerusalem, around 90 CE. Meanwhile, between the translation of the Septuagint, around 250 to 100 BCE, and the decision at Yavne, a little thing known today as Christianity happened. Because the early Christians used the Greek Septuagint, many Christian communities embraced these additional works as part of the Bible. However, when the church father Jerome, 4th to 5th centuries CE, eventually translated the Bible into Latin, the absence of these additional books in the Jewish Bible earned them hidden, which in Greek is apocrypha, although some scholars think apocrypha might refer to the hidden or esoteric teachings of these works. Although Jerome, following Jewish tradition, believed that these books were valuable, he also believed that they shouldn't be considered part of the Bible. To find out more about these hidden books and the history behind them, see chapters 16 and 17. Yet many Christian leaders disagreed, a view that eventually won out. It wasn't until the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century that these additional books were removed from the Old Testament, and then only in Protestant Bibles, and even this wasn't done universally. Today, Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches still consider the majority of these hidden books, or the Apocrypha, to be part of the Bible. The New Testament. The history of the New Testament's composition is much briefer, it being written within a period of about 50 to 75 years, as compared to about 1,000 years for the Hebrew Bible. Yet the process of deciding which books should be included in the New Testament is no less interesting. The writings of the New Testament, written in Common or Koine Greek, consist of histories of the life of Jesus, called Gospels, from a word meaning good news, see chapters 18 and 19, a history of the early church, called the Acts of the Apostles, see chapter 20, and letters written by leaders of the early church, the Apostle Paul and various other 1st century CE Christians, see chapters 21 and 22. The final book of the New Testament, Revelation, falls into its own category, called apocalyptic literature, from a Greek word meaning to reveal, and referring to end-time prophecies, see chapter 23. By tradition, these works were written under divine inspiration by Jesus' close followers, called disciples, and other leaders of the early church, called apostles, though this designation can refer to disciples as well. Yet, by the 2nd century CE, questions arose about whether all the books claiming to be written by these early church leaders actually were. These questions required that the church determine which writings were authentic and which were not, a process known as canonization, from a Greek word canon meaning rule or measure. By the end of the 2nd century CE, most of the books that now make up the New Testament were determined to be authentic. However, it wasn't until the 4th century CE that Saint Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, Egypt, made an authoritative pronouncement fixing the number of New Testament books at the present 27. Warning: this overview is based largely on Jewish and Christian traditions. Today, scholars question many parts of these traditions, and we discuss the more important questions scholars are raising throughout this book. How did we get the Bible? It's important to point out that we don't possess any of the original writings of the biblical texts, Jewish or Christian. No first printings, editions, and certainly no autographed copies. We lack these original writings because the material upon which the biblical books were written, usually papyrus made from the tall water plant of the same name, deteriorated over time. Because photocopiers were in short supply 2,000 years ago, the books making up the Jewish and Christian Bibles had to be copied and recopied by hand to preserve them. Yet the popular notion that this continual copying means that the books we now possess are hopelessly corrupted is inaccurate. In the case of the New Testament, for example, we possess thousands of handwritten manuscripts of the books making up this collection, allowing scholars to determine with a fairly high degree of certainty what the earliest manuscripts said. In addition, early Christian writers quoted the New Testament extensively in their writings, giving us more data to determine whether the manuscripts we have are accurate. Finally, from a very early period, the New Testament manuscripts were translated into a number of different languages, giving us still another external check on their reliability. The case of the Hebrew Bible is a bit more complicated, given the antiquity of the texts involved. For example, much of the Hebrew Bible was written anywhere from 500 to 1,000 years before the New Testament. Another complication is that, in contrast to early Christian communities, Jewish communities kept tighter control over who could possess or handle biblical manuscripts. Part of the reason for this tight control was the sacred nature of the text itself. Jewish communities wanted to make sure that those copying the text did so accurately. Yet, herein lies one of the main checks on the accuracy of the Hebrew Bible's manuscripts: quality control. According to Jewish sources, manuscripts were copied with the utmost care, and even the most minor errors had to be fixed, or a manuscript was discarded. Another check on the reliability of the Hebrew manuscripts is by comparing them with the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, the Septuagint, which was produced between 250 to 100 BCE. Yet, even with these various checks, most scholars found it a little unnerving that the oldest copies of the Hebrew Bible, called the Masoretic text after the Jewish scribes responsible for its production, dated to around the 10th century CE, well over 1,500 years from the time many of the books of this library were written. But then, a little over 50 years ago, the most amazing discovery took place: the Dead Sea Scrolls. Discovering the Dead Sea Scrolls. Remember, the story of the Dead Sea Scrolls is straight out of Hollywood, only it didn't take place under the lights and cameras of Tinseltown, but in the arid desert of Israel. In 1947, as the story goes, a young shepherd boy was watching his flock when he threw a rock in an attempt to corral his straying sheep. His rock flew into a cave and landed with a crash. Entering the cave, the shepherd saw something that would change the study of the Bible forever. His errant throw had uncovered a cache of 2,000-year-old scrolls of the Bible and other ancient writings stored in ceramic pots. Eventually, 11 caves were discovered containing numerous biblical and non-biblical scrolls, as well as thousands of fragments of the Hebrew Bible. These manuscripts dated to before the time of Jesus, providing scholars with Hebrew manuscripts of the Bible more than 1,000 years older than any previously possessed. In many cases, these manuscripts demonstrated just how carefully scribes copied the biblical text over the centuries. Yet there were also some interesting differences, giving biblical scholars plenty to investigate. If you ever find yourself at the Dead Sea, we highly recommend visiting the caves and the remains of the community at what is today called Qumran. You can even enter several of the caves. We know what you're thinking. We've looked, and we didn't find anything. The Dead Sea itself is a fascinating place. It's the lowest body of water on Earth, with a salt content around 30%. As a result, nothing can live in its waters, hence the name. Today, the Dead Sea, far from being dead, is a very lively place. Resorts dot its shores, because the mineral deposits in this unique body of water are believed to regain soul. The salt content is so high, in fact, that you can float on the water without effort, though we strongly recommend that you don't shave before going in. Who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls? Scholars still debate who wrote the 2,000-year-old scrolls found in caves near the Dead Sea. However, most agree that the scrolls belonged to the community living adjacent to the caves. Although the exact origin of this group is unknown, they seem to have belonged to a Jewish separatist group known as the Essenes. Their own documents say that they were founded in the mid-2nd century BCE by someone called the Teacher of Righteousness. The movement he established was largely monastic in character, with those being initiated vowing to give up worldly pursuits and possessions. The Essenes believed that they alone followed God's law, and they awaited the day when God would overthrow the corrupt priesthood in Jerusalem, as well as the political powers of their day. This overthrow would be accomplished by a divinely appointed deliverer, or Messiah, from a Hebrew word meaning anointed one. Until then, the community dedicated itself to studying the Bible and living a life of ritual and moral purity. The Dead Sea Scroll community was eventually destroyed by the Romans during a Jewish uprising known as the Jewish Revolt, 66 to 72 CE. It's thought that the community hid its writings in these caves for protection, and protected they were, lying undetected for nearly 2,000 years. Fathoming the importance of the Bible. It's remarkable that a library containing books written over a 1,500-year period by countless authors and editors who lived on 3 different continents and who wrote in 3 different languages still affects you on a daily basis. But it does. Whether it's debates about the ethics of human cloning, abortion rights, the constitutionality of saying prayers or the Pledge of Allegiance in public schools, or posting the 10 Commandments in public places, the Bible is front-page news. And this is to say nothing of the Battle of the Bumper stickers, where fish alternately represent Jesus and Darwin. Moreover, understanding the times in which we live is difficult without some knowledge of the Bible. The Bible informs the traditions of 3 of the world's major religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and a familiarity with its message and meaning can help you understand the similarities and differences between these religions, as well as the prospects for peace. See Chapter 24. Finally, you can't fully appreciate many works of art and literature without some basic Bible literacy. Whether it's the great paintings of Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci, or the literary masterpieces of Shakespeare and Milton, biblical themes and imagery fill our world. Even movies borrow extensively from the Bible. We discuss Bible movies, as well as other influential works of art and literature, in Chapter 25. Finding a translation you like. Reading the Bible in translation has been compared to kissing through a veil. It's not as good as the real thing, but it's better than nothing at all. Yet few people have the time or inclination to learn several ancient languages to facilitate their reading of the Bible. So, how do you find a translation that's right for you? First, you need to determine what's most important to you when reading the Bible. Some people like to read the Bible to appreciate its literary genius. Some read the Bible for study or research. Still others read the Bible for its entertainment value. And some, like us, read it for all of the above. So the first question you need to ask and answer when picking a Bible translation is, what do you want from your Bible reading? Different translations accomplish different things. The following sections offer some advice. Literary versus literal translations. If you want to read the Bible for study, such as for a class or Bible study, you'll probably want a translation that's fairly literal. Literal translations try to convey the original language as closely as possible while still remaining readable. Some time-tested literal translations include King James Version, KJV, New King James Version, NKJV, Revised Standard Version, RSV, New Revised Standard Version, NRSV, New American Bible, NAB, New American Standard Bible, NASB, New Jerusalem Bible, NJB, New English Bible, NEB, New International Version, NIV, and although it contains just the Hebrew Bible, the Jewish Publication Society's Tanakh. Note, many publications refer to these translations only by their initials, so we provide these acronyms here. Warning: the downside of literal translations is that some people find them too wooden or stiff. As a rule, those Bibles with the word "new" in the title have tried to rectify this problem, some more successfully than others. In our opinion, if you want to appreciate the Bible's literary beauty while still reading an accurate translation, there's no better Bible than the King James Version, KJV. Having said that, we realize that reading the King James Version, which is written in fairly antiquated English, can be even more difficult than reading Shakespeare, though no less satisfying when you get used to it. That is, for all the King James literary beauty, you don't want your experience of reading the Bible in translation to be like kissing through a wall. The history of the English Bible. Technical stuff. With the increased intellectual freedom brought on by the Renaissance, as well as a growing discontent among many Europeans with the established church, there existed an increased desire to translate the Bible from Latin, which only the highly educated could read, into the common language of the people. However, there was also considerable opposition to this enterprise for fear that the untrained might distort or misinterpret the Bible's message. Unfortunately, this opposition sometimes had violent manifestations, and many involved in translation were imprisoned or even executed. Eventually, however, the Bible was translated into the common languages of Europe. Although each story is worth telling, here's a brief history of the Bible's translation into English. Around 700 to 1350, English church clerics translate portions of the Latin Vulgate, mostly the Psalms and the Gospels, into Anglo-Saxon and Middle English. 1380 to 1397, John Wycliffe and his associates produce the first translation of the entire Bible into English, using the Latin Vulgate. Although Wycliffe was not executed, it was not for a lack of desire on the part of those opposed to his work. In fact, not long after his death, his bones were exhumed and burned as punishment for his translation work and heresies. 1526. William Tyndale produces the first New Testament translation from the original Greek language, which also becomes the first printed edition of the New Testament in English. 1530 to 1531, Tyndale produces the first English translation of the Torah and the Book of Jonah from the original Hebrew. 1535, Miles Coverdale translates the entire Bible into English using two Latin versions, Tyndale's English work and Luther's and Zwingli's German translations. This translation becomes the first entire Bible to be printed in English. 1536, Tyndale is burned at the stake for his translation work. 1537, the Thomas Matthew Bible, containing the entire Bible in English, is published. Thomas Matthew was actually a pseudonym for Tyndale's friend, John Rogers, who used Tyndale's and Coverdale's translations. 1539, the Great Bible, which is Coverdale's revision of the Matthew's Bible, becomes the first authorized Bible printed in English. King Henry VIII orders that copies be placed in every church. 1560, the Geneva Bible, a revision of the English Bible, is produced in Geneva by those finding refuge from Queen Mary's actions against Protestants. This becomes the first English Bible to use numbered verses, and is the Bible used by Shakespeare. This Bible is also the one that the Pilgrims brought to America in 1620. 1568. The bishops of the Church of England produce the Bishop's Bible, a revision of the English Bible, in response to Queen Elizabeth's injunction that Bibles again be placed in every church in England. 1611. The King James Bible, begun in 1604 by command of King James I, is completed. This translation, still unrivaled for its combination of accuracy and literary beauty, involved 54 scholars working from Greek and Hebrew manuscripts and English editions of the Bible. 1782, Robert Aitken's Bible, the King James Version without the Apocrypha, becomes the first English Bible printed in America. And the rest, as they say, is history. Contemporary versus paraphrase. If you've tried some of the literal translations we listed and found them difficult to understand, we recommend choosing a translation that tries to put the Bible into everyday language. The best known in this category is the Good News Bible, but others exist, and the best way to choose a favorite is to go to the bookstore or library and try some out. Warning: the danger with contemporary language translations, however, is that some, in trying to be too modern, obscure what's really being said or remove the cultural distinctiveness of the Bible. For example, some translations place the biblical events in modern America, where Jesus comes across more like James Dean in Rebel Without a Cause than anything found in the Bible. Others try to be too hip, having Moses say something like, "Yo dudes, let's chill it on the sleeping around scene." Can you identify the commandment? Okay, we made that example up, but it's not too far from how some translations take liberties with the biblical text. The easiest to read Bibles are called paraphrases. These can be very helpful, especially for young or first-time readers of the Bible. The best known of this type is the Living Bible. Warning: however, we don't recommend paraphrases for those wanting to study the Bible, because they are, by definition, paraphrases or summaries of what the Bible says. Moreover, paraphrases usually summarize passages in units, so individual verse demarcations are lost. If you're reading a book that refers you to a particular verse in the Bible, such as the Bible for Dummies, you'll have a hard time finding it in a paraphrase. Commentary versus unembellished. Some Bibles provide commentary or study notes on the Bible. These can be very helpful if you're reading the Bible for study, especially as a quick reference guide or to shed light on the use of a particular word or phrase. Yet the danger with study notes or commentary is that those who write them sometimes allow their particular beliefs to dictate what they write. We all have opinions, especially when it comes to the Bible, but you want to find notes that, as Sergeant Friday used to say, stick to the facts, not that embellish the Bible with the doctrines of a particular religion or church. The best way to avoid buying an overly biased Bible is to see who sponsored the translation and notes. The sponsor is usually spelled out in the introduction. If it's not, don't use it. Study notes by interdenominational, representing many different denominations within a particular faith, or ecumenical, representing many different faiths, committees are usually safe. But study notes sponsored by, say, the Church of Elvis sightings in the greater Graceland area should probably give you cause for concern. Gender-specific versus gender-neutral. A final thing to consider when choosing a translation is your own sensibilities. For example, most older translations of the Bible use masculine pronouns, even in cases where the author intends to be inclusive. Thus, rather than say, the children of Israel, or even the Israelites, most older translations say, the sons of Israel, because, as in many languages, a mixed group is rendered in the masculine. We prefer gender-neutral Bibles, because in many cases they come closer to what the biblical authors intended. Other translations extend gender-neutral language to the Bible's presentation of God. Rather than saying He, the translators use the generic God, or use masculine and feminine pronouns interchangeably. The good thing about such translations is that they remind you that many people's view of God, including the biblical authors, see chapter 3, transcends our notions of gender. However, our main hesitation with such translations is that by changing the way the biblical authors present God, who is almost always referred to by using masculine pronouns and imagery, although some notable exceptions exist, see for example Isaiah chapter 49 verse 15, they may change what the authors are attempting to communicate about God. Shakespeare and the Bible Code. Technical stuff. It's a remarkable fact that Shakespeare, arguably the greatest playwright of all time, was in the employ of King James when the King James Bible, arguably the greatest Bible translation of all time, was being prepared. It's an even more remarkable fact that Shakespeare turned 46 the same year the King James Bible was completed, 1611. Why is this remarkable, you ask? Well, if you go to Psalm 46 in the King James Bible, and this only works in the King James Bible, and count 46 words from the beginning of the psalm, you come to the word shake. Then, if you count 46 words from the end of the psalm, you come to the word spear. We're not making this up. So did Shakespeare put a secret code in the King James Bible to let future generations know that he helped with its translation? Most likely not. Yet this raises a related question about the so-called Bible Code, where some have argued that hidden in the Bible are prophecies of future events. You discover these hidden messages, people argue, by counting equally distanced letters in the Hebrew Bible, for example, every 12th letter. Among the things predicted by this method have been the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and the AIDS epidemic. Many people have argued that these codes reveal the fingerprint of God upon the text, although some have even argued that space aliens wrote the code. So, is there a Bible code? Several considerations make this theory extremely unlikely. For example, the Hebrew manuscripts we possess have textual variations, words spelled differently, words arranged differently, different words altogether, and so on. By this theory, however, if you remove or add even one letter, the prediction is lost. Another consideration is that if you look long and hard enough at any book with thousands of words, the Hebrew Bible contains over 300,000 words, you're destined to begin seeing things, if not predictions of future events, then little dots in front of your eyes. Finally, many of these predictions were made after the fact. That is, a major event would happen, and then, after countless hours of computers crunching every possible scenario, voila! There, in clear black and white, is the prediction. Whence cometh the chapter and verse divisions? Technical stuff. Although the Jewish scriptures had already been divided into sections for the purposes of study and liturgical use, the chapter divisions found in nearly all Bibles today, whether Jewish or Christian, were the work of Archbishop Stephen Langton from Canterbury, England, in the 13th century CE. Archbishop Langton divided the text of the Latin Vulgate, which was then transferred to the Hebrew Bible. The present verse divisions, which with few exceptions are the same in both Jewish and Christian Bibles, were carried out in the 16th century CE. The final step, playing the field of Bible translations. With those guidelines in mind, we recommend that you approach finding the right translation the same way you might look for Mr. or Mrs. Right. Date a number of different translations, take them out for coffee, have lunch together, enjoy candlelit dinners together. As is the case with dating, you'll find that some translations will repel you, others will interest you, and still others will captivate you. And who knows, perhaps someday you'll find that special someone, a translation that brings out the best in you, makes you feel more alive when you're together, a translation that you just can't be without, even if you're still kissing through a veil. What's in a name? The dangers of translation. God has many names in the Hebrew Bible. He is often called God, from the Hebrew Elohim, less commonly El. Another designation, though far less common, is El Shaddai, typically translated God Almighty. God's personal name, however, is rendered with the Hebrew consonants YHWH, from the verbal root meaning to be. Thus, God's name seems to mean He who is, or He who causes to be. Most translations of the Bible render YHWH as the Lord, all capital letters. Since Hebrew is written without vowels, or more accurately, very, very few vowels, no one knows for sure how God's name was pronounced, though most scholars think it was Yahweh. By the time vowels were inserted into the Hebrew Bible, by the Masoretes near the end of the first millennium CE, the divine name was no longer pronounced due to its sacred nature. To ensure that people didn't pronounce the divine name, the Masoretic scribes placed the vowels for the word Lord, Hebrew Adonai, AOA, between the consonants of YHWH, resulting in YAHOWAH. Those unaware of this tradition later mistook these vowels as the actual vowels of God's name, resulting in God's name becoming Yehovah, or in English, Jehovah, a name still found in many translations of the Bible. Chapter 2. Lights, Camera, Action, previewing the Bible's stage and storyline. In this chapter, becoming familiar with the biblical stage, ancient Israel, understanding the central theme of the biblical drama, covenants, watching a preview of the entire Bible. The Bible is a big book. After all, it covers everything from the beginning of creation to the end of time. But the Bible doesn't have to be intimidating. It was written to be read, and it contains some of the world's greatest literature. Like many works of literature, the Bible is best experienced as a continuous narrative. However, we realize that different people have different interests. You may wish to take in the botanical wonders of the Garden of Eden and experience what it's like to live in paradise with Adam and Eve. You may desire to journey to Egypt to see the pyramids and relive Israel's deliverance from slavery under the leadership of Moses. You may want to venture to the Sea of Galilee and interact with Jesus and his followers, witnessing firsthand Jesus' teaching and miracle working. Whatever your interests, this chapter gives you the layout of the biblical stage and a preview of the entire biblical drama, allowing you to see the big picture and identify the people, places, and events you want to see first. Getting a glimpse of the biblical stage. The Bible, like most dramas, is easier to understand if you have an idea of the layout of the stage. This stage goes by many names during the nearly 2,000-year period covered by the Bible, including Canaan, after its early inhabitants, the Canaanites, Israel, after the ancestors of Jacob, also named Israel, who later lived here, and Palestine, after the Philistines, who once dominated its coastal region. In this book, you find all three names, depending on where you are in the story. With this map and the short summary of the biblical drama that follows, you can dive into the Bible wherever you want, without getting lost. Seeing a preview of the biblical drama. The Bible, though a vast work, has a coherent plot and storyline that centers around its main character, God. That's right. The Bible, at its heart, is an account of the life and times of God. In fact, if we were to write a one-sentence summary of the biblical drama, it would read something like this. The Bible tells the story of God and his relationship with his creation, most particularly humankind, which he initiates through a series of covenants. Of course, there's a lot to this relationship and its development, which we explore throughout this book. For now, we should say a word about covenants, since they play such an important role in the biblical text. Briefly, a covenant is an agreement, or, as we might say in modern legalese, a contract, that obligates one or more parties to fulfill specific promises or duties. Now, if you're a lawyer, you may be thinking, wait a minute, your definition is wrong. A contract obligates two or more parties, not one or more. This is true in most cases, but not when it comes to God. In fact, the Bible presents God as making at least one contract where he obligates himself without requiring any explicit obligation from the other party, the Abrahamic covenant, which we discuss in more detail in chapter 4. If you're a lawyer, you're probably thinking, God needs a good lawyer. And this may be true, but in the end, it probably wouldn't help, because the Bible presents God as not only entering willfully into this one-sided agreement, but initiating it. What's more, the Bible portrays God as maintaining his end of the bargain no matter what the behavior of the other party. This preferential treatment will raise your moral hackles at times, especially when God blesses complete scoundrels simply because he made a covenant with them or their ancestors. Yet, even in the face of these seeming injustices, the biblical authors are trying to make a point. God is faithful, he keeps his promises, and forgiving. He shows kindness even to total rogues. Experiencing the saga of the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible, or Old Testament, begins in the beginning, which, as Julie Andrews realized long ago, is a very good place to start. The Primeval History, Genesis chapters 1 through 11. After describing the creation of the cosmos, the Bible focuses on the first humans, Adam and Eve, who, though starting out in paradise, end up east of Eden, literally, which is where the John Steinbeck book and subsequent James Dean movie got their title. The reason for this change of address is that a serpent convinces the first humans to disobey God's command not to eat the forbidden fruit, not an apple. We explain where this idea came from in chapter 3. Soon things go from bad to worse. Adam and Eve's offspring, Cain and Abel, see chapter 4, have the world's first sibling rivalry, which leaves Abel dead and Cain on the run. This downward spiral continues as the world becomes so filled with violence that God sends a flood to destroy it. See chapter 4. The only survivors are a man named Noah and his family, along with the animals they bring on the cruise ship, called an ark, that Noah builds to ride out the flood. After the flood, God promises Noah never to destroy the earth again, called the Noachic Covenant. Although given a fresh start, humans again begin down the wrong moral path by deciding to build a city and giant tower whose top reaches into the heavens, rather than spreading throughout the earth, as God had commanded. Concerned that such unchecked power could lead to catastrophe, God disperses the inhabitants of this city by confusing their language. The unfinished tower and city are given the name Babel, from which we get the word Babel, meaning to speak incomprehensibly. Remember, despite humankind's difficult beginning, God's plan is that humans experience the good life, which entails enjoying a relationship with him and the riches of his creation. That's why Adam and Eve start out in paradise, where they have an uninhibited relationship with God and one another, and where they enjoy the bounty of God's creation. Although humans are now living in paradise lost, God is determined to make the best of a bad situation. The Patriarchs, Genesis chapters 12 through 50. To carry out his plan of restoring humans to the good life, God chooses a man named Abram, meaning exalted father, whom he renames Abraham, meaning father of many, in recognition of his intention to give Abraham and his wife Sarah numerous descendants. See chapter 5. As further confirmation of this intention, God makes a covenant with Abraham, called the Abrahamic Covenant, promising that his descendants will become a great nation, and that they will live in a land flowing with milk and honey. That's Bible speak for bountiful flocks, milk, and fields, honey. God's decision to bless Abraham, Sarah, and their descendants is not just for them, however. God intends that through Abraham and Sarah's offspring, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. These promises are passed down to Abraham's son Isaac, and then to Isaac's son Jacob, whose 12 sons become the progenitors of the 12 tribes of Israel. See chapter 6. Due to a severe famine in their homeland, Jacob and his sons and their families move to Egypt, where things go well for them, largely due to the reputation and influence of Jacob's son Joseph, of Technicolor Dreamcoat fame. Moses and the Exodus. Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Generations come and go, and a new pharaoh, or king, arises in Egypt who knew not Joseph. Feeling threatened by what is now a very large population of non-Egyptians in his borders, Pharaoh decides to enslave the Israelites, as they are now called, after their ancestor Israel, Jacob. For years, the Israelites slave away under their Egyptian taskmasters, until one day God chooses a man named Moses to deliver them from their bondage. See chapter 7. At first, Pharaoh refuses to let the Israelites go, but God forces his hand by sending a series of plagues that leaves his country decimated. Now free at last, Moses and the Israelites depart from Egypt and arrive at Mount Sinai, where God gives this new nation conceived in liberty a constitution known as the Mosaic Covenant. God tells the Israelites that their well-being as a nation will be a direct result of their continued obedience to the laws of this constitution, laws that are succinctly embodied in the Ten Commandments. Joshua and the period of the Judges. Joshua, Judges, and Ruth. Moses' generation is prohibited from entering the Promised Land due to its continual rebellion against God, but the next generation enters and conquers it under the capable leadership of a man named Joshua. See chapter 8. Soon after Joshua's death, however, the nation's moral resolve weakens, and the Israelites begin engaging in the forbidden practices of their neighbors, including worshipping other gods. As punishment, God raises up various nations from among Israel's neighbors who harass and oppress them. When the Israelites repent and ask for help, God sends deliverers known as judges, see chapter 8, who defeat Israel's enemies and initiate a period of peace. But this peace is short-lived, as Israel again turns away from God. The United Monarchy. 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1 Kings chapters 1 through 11, 1 Chronicles, and 2 Chronicles chapters 1 through 9. Tired of the vagaries of life under the judges, the people ask the last judge, Samuel, for a king to rule over us and protect us from our enemies. Although he feels that this is a rejection of God's kingship, God tells him to do as the people ask, and Israel gets its first king, a man named Saul. At first, God blesses Saul, giving him success after success over Israel's enemies. However, Saul soon falls out of favor with God, and he appoints a new king, a shepherd boy named David. See chapter 9. David's rule, like Saul's, begins well, and David finds himself on top of the world. Unfortunately, from this vantage point, David sees more than he ought to. One day, while walking on his palace roof, he spies a beautiful but married woman named Bathsheba, with whom David commits adultery. To make matters worse, David has her husband killed so that he can marry her. Although God had promised David and his descendants an eternal kingship, known as the Davidic Covenant, David's reign, and the reigns of many of his descendants, will experience difficulty and disaster. After David's death, his son Solomon takes the throne, see chapter 10, and God gives him exceptional wisdom to rule his vast kingdom. Although his reign is marked by economic prosperity and international influence, Solomon's crowning achievement is the construction of Jerusalem's temple. Despite these successes, Solomon's pork-barrel politics alienate a number of his constituents, and in his old age he turns toward other gods. The Divided Monarchy. 1 Kings chapters 12 through 22, 2 Kings, and 2 Chronicles chapters 10 through 36. Shortly after Solomon's death, around 925 BCE, the 10 northern tribes of Israel secede from the Union, forming their own kingdom called Israel. See chapter 10. The southern kingdom remains under the sovereignty of David's descendants and takes the name Judah from the name of David's tribe. The northern kingdom of Israel experiences a number of turbulent dynastic transitions and only lasts until 721 BCE, when it's conquered by the Assyrians, a powerful nation from the Mesopotamian region. The Assyrians transplant many of Israel's inhabitants, resulting in the 10 lost tribes of Israel. The southern kingdom of Judah, which is ruled by a descendant of David throughout its history, lasts until 586 BCE, when it's conquered by the Babylonians, another powerful nation from the Mesopotamian region. When the Babylonians conquered Judah, they destroy Jerusalem, including Solomon's temple, and send its most important inhabitants into exile, initiating what's known as the exilic period. The exilic and post-exilic periods: Ezra, Nehemiah, Daniel, and Esther. The Jews, so named from their status as former inhabitants of Judah, live in Babylonian exile until 539 BCE, at which time the Persians conquer the Babylonians and give the Jews permission to return to their land. This begins the post-exilic period. Not everyone takes the Persians up on the offer to return home, however. In fact, many Jews choose to stay in their new homeland. Yet enough people do return to reconstitute a Jewish community in the former territory of Judah. The Jews eventually rebuild Jerusalem and the temple, initiating what's called the Second Temple period, the first temple being Solomon's. Under the leadership of Ezra, a priest, and Nehemiah, the governor of Judea, the Jews rededicate themselves to obey the law of Moses. See chapter 12. Great expectations: the prophets, Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Song of Songs, and Ecclesiastes. The story of the Hebrew Bible ends with promises of future blessings for the Jews in their homeland under a king from the line of David who will come to deliver them from their enemies. See chapter 13. Like David, their new king will rule over a reconstituted Israel and usher in a period of economic prosperity and international influence. Yet unlike David, this new king will establish a kingdom of justice and peace that will be for all people and will never end. Until then, the Jews are to pursue wisdom and righteousness, see chapter 14, and continue in their worship of God, see chapter 15. Remember, the history of the Hebrew Bible ends around the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. The Apocrypha and New Testament, although representing a continuation of Jewish history, do not constitute part of the Jewish Bible. Appreciating the action of the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha, which is part of the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Old Testament, is a collection of Jewish writings that, like the Hebrew Bible, is very rich and diverse. In the Apocrypha, you find history, poetry, philosophy, and theology, as well as stories about love and war, life and death, and all those other themes that produce best-selling books and hit movies. Yet unlike the Hebrew Bible, we're not aware of any bestsellers or hit movies based on the Apocrypha. Moreover, the books making up the Apocrypha are not easily placed into a flowing narrative. Thus, the best way to give you an overview of this part of the Bible is to recount the history of the Jews during this period. Alexander the Great and the Greeks. 1 Maccabees chapter 1. About 200 years after the Persians conquer the Babylonians and give the Jews permission to return to their homeland, the Persians are themselves conquered by the Greeks under the leadership of Alexander the Great, 330 BCE. After Alexander's death in 323 BCE, his kingdom is divided among his 4 generals. Although the Greek kings ruling over the Jews are relatively benevolent toward them, one king in particular, Antiochus Epiphanes, takes a disliking toward them and attacks Jerusalem. In the process, Antiochus desecrates the temple and prohibits the Jews from observing their sacred rites, including keeping the Sabbath and circumcising their infant boys. The Maccabean Revolt, 1 Maccabees chapters 2 through 16 and 2 Maccabees. These offenses prove too much for the Jews, and they eventually rise up in revolt, first under a man named Mattathias, and then under his son Judah. Judah's nickname, the Maccabee, or the Hammer, eventually gives the rebellion, the Maccabean Revolt, and the books recounting these events, 1 and 2 Maccabees, their names. See chapter 16. Judah and his forces soon free Jerusalem and cleanse the temple, an event commemorated today as Hanukkah. Although Judah never lives to see the Jews obtain complete political and religious autonomy, later generations do. This state of affairs lasts for another 100 years, after which time a new power arises and conquers all the lands formerly held by the Greeks, and then some, Rome. Watching the drama of the New Testament. When the curtain opens on the New Testament, Judea and the lands formerly known as Israel are under Roman rule. The Roman-appointed King of the Jews is Herod the Great, during whose reign Jesus is born. The life of Jesus, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John recount Jesus' humble beginnings as a baby born in the little town of Bethlehem, King David's hometown, and his upbringing in the even littler town of Nazareth in the north of Israel, near the Sea of Galilee. See chapter 18. Once grown, Jesus attracts large crowds with his profound teachings and miraculous powers. See chapter 19. Moreover, Jesus claims to be the promised Davidic king or Messiah, a Hebrew word meaning anointed one, Greek Christos, from which the name Christ derives, foretold by the Hebrew Bible. Jesus' growing popularity, however, does not sit well with certain Roman and Jewish authorities, who view this growing movement as a threat to their power and the well-being of the region. Thus, for reasons both political and personal, Jesus is tried, condemned, and crucified. See chapter 19. This is not the end of the story, though. According to Jesus' followers, he rose again from the dead. His death, they argue, was necessary as a sacrifice for humankind's wrongdoing as part of a new covenant that God is making with all people, a covenant that marks the fulfillment of God's promise to Abraham long ago, that all the families on earth will be blessed through his seed, Jesus. Jesus' resurrection demonstrates that he has defeated sin and death, and that one day God's kingdom of righteousness and justice will be established on earth forever. In the meantime, Jesus' followers begin to spread his teachings to the ends of the earth, with the purpose of seeing God's kingdom established in human hearts. A movement is born. The early church, the Acts of the Apostles, and the Epistles. Soon, thousands of people become followers of Jesus and his teachings. See chapter 20. The spread of Christianity, as this movement comes to be called, is due in large part to a man named Paul, a one-time persecutor of Christians who has become one of its chief promoters. Through extensive traveling and letter writing, Paul founds churches throughout the Mediterranean basin. See chapter 21. Others, too, contribute to the growth of Christianity, including Peter and John, two of Jesus' closest followers, and Jesus' brother James. See chapter 22. Soon, this movement spreads throughout the Roman Empire. The beginning of the end. Revelation. Christianity's growth begins to be perceived as a threat to the Roman Empire because its followers give first allegiance to Jesus and not to Caesar. As a result of this defiance, intense persecution breaks out against Christians, the character of which is described in the book of Revelation. See chapter 23. The author of this book, however, envisions a day when God will vindicate those who die as martyrs by overthrowing the kingdoms of this world and establishing the kingdom of God. In the end, paradise will be restored as Jesus defeats the serpent of old, and the tree of life is again made available to all those who believe in him, symbolizing eternal life in heaven. With this, the Christian Bible ends, but not before taking you on an unforgettable journey, a journey that has helped give rise to 3 major religions, see chapter 24, and that continues to have an impact on the artistic and literary expression of our world, see chapter 25. Part 2. Exploring the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament. In this part, you explore the Hebrew Bible, also known as the Old Testament, from the first "in the beginning" to the prophecies about the end of days. You witness the creation of the cosmos with God, take in the botanical wonders of the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve, ride out the flood with Noah, traverse the Fertile Crescent with Abraham, and journey to Egypt with Joseph, of Technicolor Dreamcoat fame, and his family. All these stories are in the book of Genesis alone. Because Genesis lays the foundation for the rest of the Bible, we treat you to 4 fun-filled chapters on the subject. You also ride the roller coaster of Israel's national existence, including its emancipation from slavery with Moses, its amazing rise to international influence with David and Solomon, its calamitous fall with Jeremiah, and its miraculous rebirth with Ezra and Nehemiah. You also gain an appreciation for Israel's cultural legacy by contemplating the meaning of life with Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, understanding suffering with Job, singing the songs that make the whole world sing with Psalms, and experiencing love as you never have before with the Song of Songs. Parental warning, sexually explicit lyrics. Chapter 3. Creation, Paradise Lost, and Other Mysteries of Life. Genesis, chapters 1 through 3. In this chapter, meeting the God of the Bible, discovering the meaning of life, exploring the wonders of paradise, uncovering the origins of evil. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis, chapter 1, verse 1. These are perhaps the best-known words of world literature, appearing in what is arguably the best-known work of literature, the book of Genesis. Even if the Bible doesn't inform your own personal religious heritage or belief system, the narratives of Genesis have had a significant impact on you and the world around you. Consider the following points. 3 of the world's major religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, trace their origins to the traditions found in Genesis. The belief that all humans are created in the image of God and are therefore equal comes from Genesis. Many of the greatest works of art, architecture, and literature have been inspired by stories found in Genesis. In this chapter, you explore the opening chapters of Genesis, chapters 1 through 3, from the creation of the cosmos to Adam and Eve's fateful choice to eat from the forbidden tree, in order to better understand the themes and plot tensions that direct the rest of the Bible, as well as to better appreciate the continuing impact of these narratives on our world. Beginning in the beginning. The name Genesis comes from a Greek word meaning origin or beginning. You can see the Greek roots in the English word genealogy, meaning, appropriately enough, the study of origins. Originally, however, and still in Jewish tradition, the name for Genesis comes from its opening words, "in the beginning," which in Hebrew is Bereshit. Be sure to pronounce this one right, or you may get yourself kicked out of synagogue or church. As the book of beginnings, Genesis seeks to answer some of the big questions of life, such as, where did we come from? Why are we here? Is there a God? If so, how many? Why do we die? Why is there evil in the world? Why can't we all just get along? Why are there weeds in my garden? Really, Genesis answers this question, but unfortunately with no immediate remedies. So, get ready to begin your exploration of the Book of Beginnings. Who wrote Genesis? Both Jews and Christians have traditionally ascribed Genesis, as well as the rest of the opening 5 books of the Bible, called the Torah or Pentateuch, to Moses. However, readers of the Bible have long observed that Genesis contains information that both predates and postdates Moses. For example, Moses wasn't there when God created the cosmos, and Genesis chapter 36 provides a list of rulers who lived well beyond the time of Moses. Therefore, many scholars consider Genesis through Deuteronomy to be a collection of traditions passed down orally and in written form by a variety of people, including Moses, over a number of centuries. The most prevalent theory describing the origins of the 5 books of Moses is called the documentary hypothesis, which postulates a minimum of 4 literary sources behind these books. What are we doing here? Creation and the meaning of life. Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 to chapter 2 verse 3. According to the opening verses of Genesis, when God began to create, the earth was formless and void. The Hebrew words used to describe this state of affairs are tohu vavohu, beyond sounding like a brand of tofu, which, by the way, some theologians think is a fairly close description of what the biblical authors had in mind. These words rhyme, which gives this otherwise chaotic state a certain sense of order. Here, then, the biblical authors are already beginning to define their worldview and their view of God differently than how their neighbors perceived such things. Remember, for example, according to the Mesopotamian creation myth, Enuma Elish, the cosmos was thought to be the end product of a war between the gods. The cosmos, in fact, was one of the defeated gods, the goddess Tiamat, who is a dragon-like creature embodying watery chaos. Think of Ursula in Disney's The Little Mermaid, only on a much larger and more sinister scale. A scary thought indeed. Therefore, when in Genesis chapter 1 you encounter the rhythmic words formless and void, and then see the Spirit of God hovering over the watery deep, you are being introduced to a God who, in contrast to his Mesopotamian counterparts, is in total control of the cosmos. In fact, the Hebrew name for watery deep, Tehom, in Genesis chapter 1, is linguistically related to the name Tiamat, making the comparison between the God of the Bible and the Mesopotamian gods all the more apparent. Understanding the 6 days of creation. Beyond providing a sense of order, the very words formlessness and void provide the outline or agenda for God's work week. During the first 3 days, God forms the cosmos. During the next 3 days, he fills it. This shows the pattern of the creation account. God forms. Day 1, light. Day 2, sky and sea. Day 3, dry land and plants. God fills. Day 4, the sun, moon, and stars. Day 5, birds and fish. Day 6, animals and humans. Therefore, in this opening creation account, the Bible communicates not only that God created, but that his creation has order and, by implication, purpose. This sense of order is further conveyed by the overall systematic unfolding of creation. It was evening, it was morning the first day, it was evening, it was morning the second day, and so on. The days of creation, literal or figurative days. One question that inevitably arises when discussing the 6 days of creation is, are these literal days, that is, 24-hour periods, or are they figurative for long periods of unspecified length, such as in the day of the dinosaurs? As early as the 4th century CE, St. Augustine, the father of the Church, asked this very question, and then determined that the days of creation were intended to be understood figuratively and constituted long epochs of time. Now, Augustine was no evolutionist. However, he did believe that the earth was much older than a literal understanding of these days would allow. In addition, Augustine and others noted that the sun, by which days are reckoned, isn't even created until the fourth day. This isn't to say that everyone has understood the days of creation to be figurative, or that they should be understood that way. For centuries, there have been attempts to calculate the exact date of creation by taking the days of creation literally, and then adding to this the various generations enumerated in the Bible. Theologian and scholar James Ussher performed the most notable example of such number crunching. In the 17th century CE, he determined that creation took place in the year 4004 BCE. Bishop Ussher's work became so influential that his dates were even printed in some editions of the King James Bible, giving them a kind of divine, or at least royal, stamp of approval. Seeing the forest maker through the trees. In addition to establishing that God created the cosmos and everything in it, in this opening creation account, the biblical author seeks to convey important information about God and his relationship with his creation. Consider the following theological points deriving from Genesis chapter 1. God is powerful. This point is clear from the very beginning. The Bible says that God merely says the word and voila, things come into existence. Try this sometime. It's not easy. Theologians describe God's method of speaking things into existence as ex nihilo, which is Latin for from nothing. In truth, there is something there, namely the water-covered earth over which God's Spirit hovers, but the point is well taken. God calls into being that which did not previously exist. God is transcendent. This is a fancy way of saying that God is distinct from his creation. This attribute may seem like a given to those coming from a biblical worldview, but when compared to the worldview of many ancient cultures, where gods were intimately identified with forces of nature, such as the sea, a storm, fertility, and so on, this idea was rather revolutionary. God is good. Finally, the biblical author presents God as the source of that which is good in this world. At every stage of creation, the Bible says, God saw that it was good. And at the end of his creating, the Bible reports, and God saw everything he had made, and, behold, it was very good. Genesis chapter 1, verse 31. The culmination of God's work week. Humans. On day 6, after God has made everything else, God makes humans. The biblical author isn't suggesting that humankind is an afterthought in God's mind. Rather, we are to understand that humankind is the pinnacle of God's creation. This idea is further emphasized by the notice that humans are made in God's image. So, what does it mean to be created in God's image? The Bible doesn't say explicitly, but scholars usually propose two ideas. Humans bear the physical image of God. There are a number of biblical passages that describe God with human anatomical features. For example, God is said to have arms, eyes, hands, even a beard. So some think that being created in God's image means that humans look like God. Yet God is also said to guard humans under his wings, but few, if any, scholars think that the biblical authors imagine God with literal wings. So we need to be careful when interpreting passages that describe God's physical appearance, since the biblical authors are apt to use figurative language to describe God, who transcends human categories. Humans bear the spiritual image, or character qualities, of God. Others feel that when the Bible speaks of humans being created in the image of God, it is referring to God's inner qualities, such as morality, creativity, compassion, intelligence, and so on. In short, the image of God refers to that which sets us apart from our fellow creatures. Certainly, animals may be said to have intelligence, compassion, and perhaps even creativity, but humans have a higher moral sense. Whether we choose to exercise it or not is another question, and greater intellectual capabilities, ditto, than their animal counterparts. One final observation needs to be made concerning the image of God. According to the Bible, both male and female are created in the image of God. Note the wording, "And God created humankind in his image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them." Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. Remember, this point concerning the equality of all humankind is obvious, but important, because the Bible has been misused to undermine the basic equality of just about everyone, including, and especially, the sexes. Discovering the meaning of life. We discover part of the purpose for which humankind was created in the first command given to humans by God. Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it. Genesis chapter 1, verse 28. According to the biblical text, then, humans have two main responsibilities. One, to multiply, which is embodied in the words, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth," and two, to manage, which is embodied in the word "subdue." That is, the purpose of human existence is precisely what we would hope our stockbroker would do on a more consistent basis: multiply and manage. Other than multiplying and managing, human existence has at least one other job description or purpose: relationship. Although it isn't expressly stated in this first creation account, humans were created to have relationship with God, with each other, and with the created order. And when things go wrong, the first thing that goes out the window is human intimacy with God. Humans hide when they hear him coming. With each other, humans become ashamed in each other's presence, and eventually, with creation, animals are given the instinct to flee the dangers of humans. Enjoying the first weekend. On the seventh day, the Bible tells us, God rested from all the work he had done. Genesis chapter 2, verse 3. In light of this statement, some have asked, did God really get tired? To which we respond, wouldn't you? Remember, although it's possible to understand descriptions of God resting or regretting or even remembering literally, later biblical passages assert that there is no diminishing of or deficiency in the divine being or essence. This is a fancy way of saying God doesn't really rest, as though he had lost energy, regret, as though he didn't know what was going to happen, or remember, as though he forgot something. Rather, God rests in the sense that he stops working, regrets in the sense that he is overwhelmingly saddened by human wrongdoing, and remembers in the sense that he is about to act on a promise. This style of writing uses anthropomorphic language, which simply means that the biblical writers describe God in human forms. In the particular case of God resting, the Bible tries to establish a pattern for humankind to emulate. Thus, God rests, and the weekend is established. Therefore, next time you hear someone say, "Thank God it's Friday," you'll appreciate this exclamation in a new light. The Hebrew word used to describe God's resting from his work is Shabbat, which stop or to cease. It's from this Hebrew word that we get the word Sabbath, which is the name used for this day of rest. In Jewish tradition, the Sabbath is Saturday, more specifically sundown on Friday to sundown on Saturday, while in Christian tradition, the Sabbath was moved to Sunday to commemorate the day on which Jesus rose from the dead. What it means to have dominion over the earth. The command to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth is straightforward enough, and is one that the human race is doing a more than adequate job at fulfilling. Please consult your 6th grade biology textbook if you feel in the dark on this one. But the commandments to subdue and to have dominion over the earth and its creatures are less straightforward, and have been misused to, misuse the earth and its creatures. The Hebrew words for to subdue and to have dominion over are normally used to describe what a king is supposed to do with his kingdom. According to the Bible, good kings rule their kingdoms in a way that promotes the welfare of those under their dominion. Thus, the command to have dominion over creation is not an invitation to pollute the earth or hunt animals into extinction, but to take care of creation. Living in Paradise, Genesis chapter 2, verses 4 to 25. If you've read the Bible before, or if you're reading along in the Bible as you read this book, you may have noticed that in Genesis chapter 2, and in particular beginning at Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, there is a second creation account, with some notable differences. Taking a second look at creation. Perhaps the most obvious difference between the creation accounts of Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2 is the order in which God creates. Whereas in Genesis chapter 1, God creates plants before animals and humans, in Genesis chapter 2, God creates a man, Adam, then plants, then animals, and last but not least, a woman, Eve. Perhaps you even notice that the name used for God is different. Whereas in Genesis chapter 1, God is referred to as, God, in Genesis chapter 2, God is called the Lord God. What's going on here? Some scholars have suggested that Genesis chapters 1 and 2 represent two different creation accounts that were only later brought together by the person compiling the biblical text. By this view, the differences in detail and divine name are the result of different traditions about how the world came to be, and perhaps who created it, or at least by which name the Creator should be addressed. Still other interpreters have understood the seeming differences between these two creation accounts as a literary technique. Genesis chapter 1 provides the overview of creation, while Genesis chapter 2 provides the details. This shift is evidenced by the change in the word order from heaven and earth, Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, at the beginning of the first account, to earth and heaven, Genesis chapter 2 verse 4b, at the beginning of the second account. Regardless of one's conclusion on what interpretation is correct, these traditions have been read together for thousands of years, and it's the combination of these traditions that has informed many people's view of God. Creating Adam and Eve. The earthly perspective provided in Genesis chapter 2 expands on what you know from the heavenly perspective given in Genesis chapter 1, particularly when it comes to the creation of the first two humans, Adam and Eve. First, you discover that Adam was formed out of the dirt of the ground, confirming that boys are indeed made out of slugs and snails and puppy dog tails. In fact, the word for man in Hebrew is Adam, and the word for ground is Adamah. Thus, here we have a wordplay because the Adam, man or earthling, is taken from the Adamah, earth. Second, you discover that humankind is animated, brought to life, by God's breath or spirit. This confirms that humankind's divine essence or image is primarily internal or spiritual in nature. Third, and as an example of humanity's participation in the divine image of creativity, you discover that God gave to Adam, humans, the job of naming the animals. This responsibility emphasizes the difference between humans and animals. While animals have language, and some animals no doubt have names for humans, humankind names, classifies, categorizes, and contemplates the world in a way that's different from our fellow creatures. Fourth, you discover that humans need each other. God expresses this need when he says, "It isn't good for man to be alone," Genesis chapter 2, verse 18. God then performs what is the first surgery, even administering the first anesthetic. God causes a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and while Adam is under, God removes a part of his side and forms a woman. That the woman came from the man's side has led some people to infer that the Bible teaches women are somehow inferior to men. The text expresses nothing of the sort. In fact, you can make the opposite argument. Woman is made of more refined stuff, coming not from the ground, but from one who is already human. The biblical author isn't trying to make a point about the inferiority or superiority of one gender over the other, but rather is underscoring the close and intimate relationship between male and female, even if one is from Mars and the other from Venus. Witnessing the first wedding. After God forms the woman, we witness the first wedding. When the man awakes, God escorts the bride down the aisle in the Garden of Eden, the ultimate garden wedding. God then presents the woman to the man and performs the ceremony. Remember. Now, you may be thinking, does the Bible really mean for us to understand that God literally formed the man, breathed into him, opened his side, formed a woman, walked her down the aisle, and so on? Probably. In fact, these descriptions highlight what is perhaps the most surprising discovery of this second creation account. Although God is transcendent or separate from his creation, Genesis chapter 1, he is also intimately involved with his creation. Both of these presentations of God are essential for understanding the Bible's view of God, and it took both creation accounts to give us this full-bodied portrait. Enjoying life in the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden was the place to be. In addition to being a botanical wonder, Eden had no death, no disease, no weeds, no crime, no violence, no injustice, no alienation between humans, God, or creation. It was, in a word, paradise. Moreover, the garden was a place to just relax and be yourself. In fact, Genesis chapter 2 ends with the notice, "And the man and his wife were naked and unashamed." Genesis chapter 2, verse 25. That's right. According to the Bible, humans were originally meant to walk around in their birthday suits. What's more, they felt no shame in this. Yet, before you sign up for that nudist colony you've always wanted to join, hold on, because this idyllic condition of naked and unashamed is about to end. Understanding the two trees. Amidst all the perfection of Eden, God plants, in the center of the garden, two special trees, the tree of life, so far so good, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, not so good. Regarding this latter tree, God tells Adam, "You shall not eat from it, for on the day that you eat of it, you will certainly die." Genesis chapter 2, verse 17. The presence of the forbidden tree raises several questions. What's wrong with knowledge? Actually, knowing things isn't really the issue, because Adam and Eve already know a lot, including language, the names of animals, how to manage the garden, how to multiply, and all that entails, and so on. Moreover, this verse doesn't mean they don't know about good. Good is presumably all they know, because everything that God made is good. Thus, the issue isn't knowing so much as it's knowing evil, and not just cognitive knowledge about evil, but experiential knowledge of evil. Adam and Eve will soon get both. Why would God ruin a good thing by planting a bad tree? The text doesn't say, explicitly, but some theologians have suggested that giving humans a choice between obedience and disobedience, good and bad, underscores a necessary part of being human, free will. Why a tree? The form probably doesn't matter, although part of what allures humans to this tree is that it was good for food and a delight to the eyes. For Freud, however, the form was significant, because eating food is laden with sexual symbolism. Of course, for Freud, everything was laden with sexual symbolism. Freud perceived the eating of this fruit as symbolizing sexual awareness, which is why Adam and Eve feel shame after eating. However, according to the Bible, humans already knew about the S word. Thus, contrary to Freud, sometimes a piece of fruit is just a piece of fruit. He made me do it. The fall and its fallout. Genesis chapter 3. All is well in the Garden of Eden, even with the presence of the tree, until we're introduced to the arch-villain of humankind, the snake. Falling for a tempting proposition. No one really knows why the slithering, sinuous serpent was selected to be the bad guy. However, the biblical author does provide some light on the subject by saying that the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. But still, why a snake? Later reflection on this passage would understand this snake to be none other than the devil himself. Although Genesis chapter 3 doesn't make this equation, there are some indications that this serpent is more than just a serpent. The snake tests humankind's moral fortitude and devotion to God, not the typical behavior of snakes. The snake lies. Snakes are sneaky, granted, but they seldom lie. The serpent can talk. This clue is perhaps the most telling, because talking animals are unusual, even for the Bible. A donkey will talk later in the Bible, see chapter 7 of this book, but that's about it. With indications like these, later interpreters may be justified in seeing more behind this serpent than just a snake. The Bible tells us that when the serpent approaches Eve, he poses a question. Did God really say, "You shall not eat from any tree in the garden"? Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. Before wondering why Eve doesn't act shocked at a talking snake, keep in mind that she's new to this whole creation thing herself, and that a talking snake would be no more unusual to her than a dancing rock. Eve quickly corrects the serpent. We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but God said, "You shall not eat from the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you will die." Genesis chapter 3, verses 2 to 3. The serpent retorts by assuring Eve that she will not die. What God fears, the snake says, is that your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Genesis chapter 3, verse 5. What's interesting is that the humans were already like God, as they were created in His image. Yet the serpent holds out the extra incentive of knowing good and evil, which, after all, is what the tree promises. Therefore, the serpent isn't a total liar. After a moment of contemplation, Eve takes a bite of the forbidden fruit, and then gives it to her husband, who also eats it. A malicious, delicious fruit. Technical stuff. The Bible simply says that Adam and Eve ate the fruit, not an apple. The belief that the forbidden fruit was an apple seems to derive from the fact that the Latin words for apple and evil, malum, are identical, the only difference being the accenting of the word. Thus, apple growers the world over can breathe a corporate sigh of relief. The forbidden fruit is unknown. Watching Adam and Eve's fateful choice. The effects of Adam and Eve's indiscretion are important to note, because for the author of this passage, their act of disobedience changed everything. For example, Adam and Eve immediately experience shame at their nakedness. In response, Adam and Eve sew fig leaves together to cover themselves, thus providing the explanation for why humans should wear clothes. The biblical text then informs us that Adam and Eve hear the sound of the Lord God as He was walking in the garden. Quickly, Adam and Eve hide themselves. This would be the first game of hide-and-seek, only God had the distinct advantage of, well, being God. Yet, given this advantage, it should strike us as peculiar that God asks, "Where are you?" Does God not know? Remember, as we discover elsewhere in the Bible, see, for example, Genesis chapter 4 and chapter 4 of this book, God doesn't ask questions to gain knowledge, but to give someone an opportunity to come clean. Adam does come clean. Well, sort of. Adam admits that he ate of the forbidden fruit. But when God asks why, Adam says, "The woman, whom you gave me to be with me, she gave me of the fruit, and I ate." Adam's words are telling. He not only blames the woman, but in case that's not going to get him out of hot water, he says, "whom you gave me." Isn't it a relief to know humans have changed quite a bit since the days of Adam and Eve? Surprisingly, God actually turns toward Eve and asks, "What is this you have done?" Eve, now realizing how this game is played, passes the buck once more. "The serpent tricked me, and I ate." This blame game can only go so far, and, beginning with the serpent, God declares his judgment against each of the guilty parties. Suffering the grave consequences of sin. Although the Bible presents God as merciful, he is no pushover when it comes to handing out punishment. Therefore, in response to Adam and Eve's disobedience, God dispenses judgments, or, as the Bible calls them in this particular case, curses. Making the snake eat dirt. For the serpent, God says, "You will go about on your belly and eat the dirt of the ground." Some people suggest that this is the Bible's explanation for why snakes have no legs, and that prior to this the serpent and all his fellow snakes could walk. Later medieval and Renaissance artists, in fact, often depicted this serpent with legs, or even as a serpent-like human. Other interpreters, however, have understood the serpent's judgment of eating dirt as a way to express God's ultimate humiliation and defeat of evil. God also says to the serpent, "And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and your offspring and her offspring. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel." Some have understood this to be an explanation for why humans have an inordinate fear of snakes, though later Christian interpreters understood the statement that "he will strike the snake's head," as a reference to Jesus' ultimate defeat of Satan. See chapter 23. Making Eve labor. For the woman, God says, "With pain you will give birth to children." You can say that again. Moreover, God says to the woman, "Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you." No one is quite sure what this means. Some have suggested that "your desire will be for your husband" means you will have the hots for him. Yeah, you wish, husbands. Others have suggested that it means you will desire to rule over him, thereby explaining the origins of the battle of the sexes. Still others see in God's words the Bible's explanation for the distinction between gender roles. The woman will desire, that is, have relations with, her husband in order to bear children, and the man will rule over, that is, take care of, his wife. The reason Eve didn't need this kind of care before is because childbirth and obtaining food were easier. With the pain now present in obtaining both offspring and food, there is a need for the division of labor. Making Adam labor. For the man, God curses him with labor pains of his own, increased pain when cultivating the land. Humans already worked, but the idyllic conditions of Eden made work relatively painless. In fact, the same Hebrew word for pain, itzavon, is used to describe both Adam's and Eve's labor. God then says that the ground will cause the ultimate kind of pain, which is death. "By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, for dust you are, and to dust you shall return." Genesis chapter 3, verse 19. Yet God's words raise a problem. God had earlier said, on the very day Adam ate of the fruit, he would die. However, here God says he will eventually die. Did God lie? Well, it depends on what dies means. Several possibilities exist. Some have argued that when God said Adam and Eve would die on the very day they ate the fruit, he meant mortality or the death process would begin. Some have suggested that a spiritual death took place on the day Adam and Eve disobeyed God, which is evidenced in the damaged relationship between humankind and God. Adam and Eve hide, and humankind with each other. Adam and Eve feel shame toward one another. Still others have argued that God is mitigating an originally harsher sentence. That is, the fact that Adam and Eve didn't die immediately after eating the fruit may be an expression of God's compassion, even amidst his words of judgment. Whatever the full explanation, death is now a part of life. Losing the keys to paradise. After speaking his judgments against Adam and Eve, God makes clothes for them from the skin of an animal. In so doing, some have suggested this marks the first sacrifice for sin, as God kills an animal to atone for, or literally cover, Adam and Eve's sin, as well as their shame. God then escorts the humans out of the Garden of Eden to prevent them from eating from the tree of life and living forever. To further ensure that humans don't return to eat from the tree of life, God places armed guards, called cherubs, Hebrew cherubim, at the entrance to Eden. Far from those cute little babies depicted in Renaissance art, biblical cherubim are ferocious, sword-wielding creatures whose job is to protect or guard sacred sites or individuals. God's concern that humans might return to Eden raises a final question as we prepare to exit paradise. According to the Bible, can someone, theoretically, ever return to the Garden of Eden in order to find and eat from the fruit of the tree of life? The answer is both yes and no. In the Hebrew Bible, the tree of life would later be associated with God's wisdom, which humans can pursue and achieve if they work at it and are so inclined. In the New Testament, the tree of life reappears in the eventual coming kingdom of God, where everything will be restored to perfection. Accessibility to the first tree, however, is out of the realm of possibility, according to the Bible. Chapter 4. The Fallout from the Fall. Genesis chapters 4 to 11. In this chapter, exploring the origins of sibling rivalry, surviving the genealogical lists in the Bible, understanding why God would destroy his own creation, explaining the reasons for cultural diversity in the world. Theologians have long debated the exact repercussions of Adam and Eve's choice to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. See chapter 3. Did their disobedience set a bad example that the rest of humanity has followed ever since? Or did something irreparable happen to human nature that now makes us rebellious toward God, the ultimate authority figure, and alienated toward one another? Whatever the exact answer, things certainly go from bad to worse after Adam and Eve's fateful decision. In this chapter, we trace the effects of the fall, as theologians have called it, on the generations following Adam and Eve, from the rivalry between the first two siblings to humanity's corporate rebellion at the Tower of Babel. The first sibling rivalry, Cain and Abel. Genesis chapter 4. Shortly after being cast out of the garden, Adam and Eve have their first two children, Cain and Abel. Cain, the oldest, is a tiller of the ground, farmer, while Abel is a keeper of flocks, shepherd. Eventually, these two brothers bring an offering before God. For Cain, the natural choice is the produce from the ground, whereas for Abel, his offering comes from the flocks. All seems to be going fine, and then something goes terribly wrong. Offering the first sacrifices. In a somewhat cryptic passage, the Bible says, "The Lord looked favorably upon Abel and his offering, but not on Cain and his offering." Genesis chapter 4, verses 4 to 5. The reason for God's preference for Abel's offering from his flocks is unclear. Some scholars have suggested that God's favoritism reflects a preference for a migratory pastoral lifestyle over a settled agrarian existence. and in seeming confirmation of this interpretation, Cain, who will soon be the first murderer, will go on to build the first city, Genesis chapter 4, verse 17. Yet others have suggested that this pastoral, agricultural reading of the Cain and Abel story is too narrow to do justice to the Bible's universal themes of righteousness and justice. According to these interpreters, the key to understanding why Abel's sacrifice was preferred over Cain's is found in the language used to describe both offerings. Technical stuff. In the case of Cain, the Bible says that he brought to the Lord an offering of the produce from the ground, Genesis chapter 4, verse 3, without giving any specific description of the relative value of this produce. In Abel's case, however, the text goes out of its way to explain that he brought the firstborn of his flock, including their fat portions. Now, to the modern ear, firstborn and fat portions may not mean much, but to the ancient ear, the firstborn of one's flock meant both one's best and, as the word implies, one's firstborn, that is, the only one born at the time of the offering. This act of sacrificing a firstling, as it is sometimes called, would demonstrate one's belief that God would provide more where that came from. Fat portions, although perhaps offending the more fit-minded among us, also were thought to be among the choicest parts of an animal in the ancient world, and after all, fat doesn't have the same effect on God as it does on humans. That Cain's sacrifice may be a reflection of a deeper attitude problem seems confirmed by his response to the realization that God preferred Abel's sacrifice above his. Cain became very angry, and his countenance fell. Genesis chapter 4, verse 5. God, in demonstration of his care for humankind, personally approaches Cain and gives him a warning. If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door, and its desire is for you, but you must rule over it. Genesis chapter 4, verse 7. Apparently, the introduction of the knowledge of good and evil into the world has made evil a clear and present danger to humanity, as it even crouches at your door. Everyone is obligated, therefore, to be on guard and to struggle to overcome evil when it attacks. Cain fails in both regards. Inviting Abel out into a field, Cain strikes his brother and kills him. Hence, the first sibling rivalry, of which there would be plenty more, ends in disaster and initiates the proceedings of the first murder trial. Solving the first murder mystery. Shortly after Cain commits this act of murder, God shows up on the scene. Like any good detective, God begins by asking questions, and, as you may suspect, God prefers the straightforward approach. Where is your brother Abel? Readers of the Bible have long queried over God's question. First of all, does God not know where Abel is? And second of all, why does God say, your brother Abel? God merely needed to say, where's your brother? Or where's Abel? Or even, where's the other guy? Remember, regarding God's question asking, as we observe with Cain's parents, Adam and Eve, see chapter 3, God already knows the answers to the questions he asks. His questions seek to give humans an opportunity to come clean. Regarding God's redundancy, God often spells out the exact relationship of one person to another when addressing moral issues because, according to the biblical authors, distrust, alienation, and murder result when people forget their relationship to one another. In this case, God is trying to bring home the gravity of Cain's crime. Killing one's brother is a very personal and tragic act, impacting not only the dead, but also the living. Am I my brother's keeper? Cain doesn't miss out on the gravity of God's question, as his response reveals. I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper? Genesis chapter 4, verse 9. This question, intended as an escape clause, is perhaps one of the most profound teachings in the Bible. The answer is yes. We are our brother's keeper, and we must do all that we can to protect and assist our fellow human beings in their journey through this life. Demonstrating that God already knew the answer to his own question, he confronts Cain in his lie. "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground." God gives a gripping description of murder. Although the person is gone, the effects of his death live on in this world, and in the case of foul play, his murder cries out for justice. Man on the run. Cain's curse. Similar to God's judgment on Adam and Eve, God curses Cain by telling him that he'll be alienated from the very ground that opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood. That is, the soil will no longer yield its produce to Cain because he has polluted the ground with his brother's blood. This pollution becomes important later. See the section, Understanding Why God Would Destroy His Creation, later in the chapter. Cain's plea is ironic. "My punishment is too great for me. You have driven me away from the soil, and I will be hidden from your face. I will be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and anyone who finds me will kill me." Genesis chapter 4, verses 13 to 14. Cain is concerned that he'll be murdered, but he's a murderer. So we may expect God to say, "Tough luck, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You killed, and so you should be killed. It's only fair." But, notably, God expresses mercy, even in the face of judgment. "May it not be so. Whoever kills Cain will suffer sevenfold for their deed." Genesis chapter 4, verse 15. God takes the added precaution of placing a mark on Cain so that anyone seeing him will leave him alone. What this mark is remains a mystery. Some have suggested that the mark is circumcision, although how anyone would know Cain is circumcised now that humans wear clothes is an even bigger mystery. Whoa, okay, I won't kill you. Warning. As an example of how the biblical text has been misused over the centuries, supporters of slavery suggested that Cain's mark was dark skin, and that his curse was the lot of all his descendants. This interpretation has significant problems, not the least of which is absolutely nothing in the text even remotely supports it. But beyond this minor interpretational barrier, Cain's mark, whatever it may be, is a sign of protection, not oppression. Where did Cain get his wife? Genesis chapter 4, verse 17 says that Cain lay with his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to Enoch. But up until this point, the only people mentioned as existing are Adam, Eve, and Cain. Cain's brother Abel is murdered just before this notice. So, where did Cain get his wife? Although the Bible doesn't say explicitly, Genesis chapter 5, verses 3 to 4 says that Adam and Eve had a lot of other sons and daughters. Combined with the longevity of life during this time, see Living Long in the Ancient World later in this chapter, the Earth's population would truly explode. Thus, the biblical author seems to have in mind that Cain marries one of his relatives. Incest, it seems, is not an issue at this point in the biblical text because the law forbidding incest has not yet been given. Tracing your family tree, the first of many biblical genealogies. Genesis chapter 5. Warning. In Genesis chapter 5, you encounter what is perhaps one of the most vicious, merciless creatures in the entire Bible. We refer, of course, to the dreaded who begat whom lists. Actually, you come across these genealogical monsters not only in Genesis chapter 5, but in many places throughout the Bible, leading people to ask, why would the biblical authors waste so much precious space on such trivialities? And, perhaps more importantly, should I read them? Technical stuff. The reason the Bible preserves so many genealogies is because in ancient Israel, as in many cultures both then and now, family lineage or clan affiliation is essential for knowing one's place in the world. This concept is most obvious in the case of royalty, where one's connection to the royal family can produce significant benefits, or in the case of certain royal families, significant detriments. In ancient Israel, the priesthood was also hereditary, as were inheritance rights and territorial claims. Therefore, careful preservation of one's family line was essential for securing rights and wealth for oneself and one's descendants. Beyond their value for ancient Israel, the Bible's genealogies sometimes convey important information about the biblical author's beliefs and values. For example, in Genesis chapter 5, amidst all the who begat whoms, we read, "When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. Enoch walked with God after the birth of Methuselah for 300 years, and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Enoch were 365 years. Enoch walked with God, and then he was no more, because God took him." Genesis chapter 5, verses 21 to 24. Most interpreters understand the notice that Enoch walked with God to be a euphemism for having a close relationship with and obeying God. That is, the purpose of this particular genealogical notice is to make a theological point. God rewards those who seek to know him and do what he commands. So, what is Enoch's reward? Although some scholars have suggested that God took him simply means that Enoch died, hardly a reward for walking with God, most scholars agree that this phrase means that Enoch went to heaven. In Trek Talk, God beamed him up. Remember, had you skipped the genealogical list in Genesis chapter 5, you would have missed the hidden theological treasure of Enoch's life and mysterious disappearance. However, if you read every word of every genealogical list in the Bible, you'd soon feel yourself becoming overwhelmed by these monsters, or worse, bored by them. Our recommendation, then, is that you skim genealogical lists for any hidden treasures, but don't linger in them too long, or they may lure you into their lair. Living long in the ancient world. Technical stuff. Beyond Enoch's mysterious disappearance, the genealogies in Genesis chapter 5 contain another peculiarity. Everyone is living so long. For example, look at the longevity of Enoch's son, Methuselah, who lives 969 years. That's not bad. Methuselah is, in fact, the oldest person recorded in the Bible. Yet this longevity may lead you to ask, are these human years or dog years or what? Most likely, the biblical authors intend these years to be normal human years, or more precisely lunisolar years, which are determined by counting both the sun and moon cycles. This leaves you anywhere from 5 to 11 days short for every solar year, but that's hardly anything when talking about such large numbers. Actually, it's quite a bit when talking about such large numbers, but you know what we mean. Now, we say that Methuselah is the oldest person in the Bible because, in ancient Mesopotamia, there existed legends of people who lived tens of thousands of years. These people, or kings, as they're justifiably called, are said to have lived before the flood, which is precisely when the Bible also says human life expectancy was unusually high. Delusional ideas. Noah and the flood. Genesis chapters 6 to 9. It's interesting that the most popular decor for a baby's room is one of the most disturbing events recorded in the Bible, the flood. Admittedly, pictures of colorful zoo animals filing into a boat 2 by 2 with a rainbow-filled background makes for cute wallpaper and bedsheets, but the biblical description of the events surrounding the flood is anything but cute. For example, concerning human behavior before the flood, the Bible says, "The wickedness of humankind was great on the earth, and every inclination of the thoughts of their hearts was on evil continually." Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. That's not cute. But it gets worse. Because of this increase in evil, God decides to completely destroy all living creatures on earth. Now, that's really not cute. But the flood narrative isn't all doom and gloom. The first survivors. God makes some exceptions to his plan of complete destruction. There is someone on the earth who, like Enoch before him, walked with God, Noah. Because Noah is righteous in his generation, God decides to spare him and his family, and, therefore, he instructs Noah to build a giant ark. Now, most representations of Noah's Ark show a medium-sized boat with animals milling about on top of the deck. However, Noah doesn't build a boat. He builds an ark, which is an antiquated English word for box or chest. And this is a good translation of the Hebrew word aron, because God commissions Noah to build a giant rectangular box in which to ride out the storm. According to the biblical text, the ark was 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. A cubit is an ancient measurement that, although later standardized, was originally determined by measuring the distance from the end of the elbow to the tip of the fingers, kind of like when a foot used to really mean a foot. The distance from elbow to fingertip is 18 inches on the average full-grown man. Try it, you'll be amazed. Therefore, the dimensions of the ark work out to about 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high. In addition, the ark has 3 levels, so this vessel has a lot of cubic storage space. And Noah and his family need that space because God asks them to bring 7 pairs of every kind of clean animal and 1 pair of every kind of unclean animal. You can check out Chapter 7 for all the details about clean and unclean animals. For now, we'll just say this isn't a reference to their bathing habits, but rather whether they're fit for human consumption and divine sacrifice. The reason for needing more clean animals than unclean animals is quite simple. There's going to be a barbecue, read sacrifice, after the flood, and if you have only 1 pair of an animal, and you kill one, then you get the idea. Soon, the ark is finished, and Noah, his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, his wife, and his sons' wives, climb aboard. Who are the Nephilim? According to Genesis chapter 6, contributing to the wickedness leading up to the flood is that the sons of God cohabitate with the daughters of humans and produce a race of mighty heroes called Nephilim. So, who are the Nephilim? The answer to this question depends on who the sons of God are. Sometimes sons of God in the Bible denotes humans who have a special relationship with God. Therefore, some scholars believe the Nephilim are simply the offspring of some exceptional men, perhaps even the descendants of Seth, Adam and Eve's son who replaces the righteous Abel. Most often, however, sons of God means angels. Therefore, many scholars believe that the Nephilim are the offspring of angelic and human cohabitation, much like the Greek Titans. Whatever the exact meaning of sons of God, the result of this union is a race of humans that, according to a later report, Numbers chapter 13, makes grown men look like insects. Although this comparison seems a purposeful exaggeration, the Nephilim were exceptionally big, which explains their status as mighty heroes. A 3-hour tour. Not. Soon after Noah, his family, and the animals are aboard the ark, the storm begins. This rain is no spring shower, however. It's a deluge, where God opens the floodgates of heaven and the springs of the deep. This represents an undoing of the created order God established in the beginning, when he separated the waters above from the waters below, creating a space called sky. As evidence of the intensity of this deluge, it lasts only 40 days and 40 nights, but the water doesn't recede to reveal dry land for over a year. During this time, we're to imagine Noah and his family taking care of the animals. Don't worry, they packed food. The waters subside, and the ark eventually comes to rest on Mount Ararat, which is identified today with a mountain on the border of eastern Turkey and Armenia. Having landed safely on dry ground, Noah sends out birds, first a raven, then a dove, to see if enough dry land has appeared to safely leave the ark. After a couple tries with the dove, it returns with a freshly plucked olive leaf in its beak. The image of a dove with a leaf in its mouth has since become a universal symbol of peace. On the third try, the dove doesn't return. Noah now knows it is safe to leave the ark, and, at God's command, he, his family, and the animals disembark. Noah worships God by offering a sacrifice. Searching for Noah's Ark. Numerous expeditions have climbed Mount Ararat in search of Noah's Ark, with some people even claiming to have seen it. Yet whether this is actually the mountain, and whether the Ark could have survived to the present day, are questions that perhaps only Indiana Jones could answer. However, you can be certain that if someone claims to have seen the Ark, and then goes on to describe what sounds a lot like a boat, he or she is either lying or was hallucinating at the nearly 17,000-foot elevation. Understanding why God would destroy his creation. Shortly after the flood, God gives Noah some good news and some bad news. First, the good news. I will never again curse the earth, nor will I destroy every living creature as I have done. Genesis chapter 8, verse 21. Now, the bad news. For the inclination of the human heart is evil from its youth. In other words, the human condition hasn't changed as a result of the flood. Just as every inclination of the human heart was evil before the flood, so it is after the flood. So, if evil will still exist, why did God send the flood? The purpose of the flood seems to be related to God's good news item. The earth was cursed before the flood. Why? Just as when Cain killed his brother Abel and the earth received his blood, the Bible says that after Cain's time, violence increased on the earth, and therefore the earth took in a lot more blood. By sending the flood, God not only judges humankind for its wrongdoings, he cleanses the soil of its pollution. In short, God is being presented as the great cosmic ecologist who cleans up the earth from the damage caused by human sin. This motive for the flood also explains the commandment or mandate God gives to Noah after the flood. Whoever sheds the blood of a human, by a human shall his blood be shed. Genesis chapter 9, verse 6. Not only does the earth have a clean start, but humans do too, and they're to deal more severely with murderers than God did with Cain. The ultimate reason for this commandment is tied to humankind's being created in the divine image. For in his own image did God make humankind. Thus, to kill another human is to rob the world of a little bit of God's presence. The Noachic Covenant. God's promise not to destroy the earth ever again is called a covenant. A covenant is a contract or agreement that obligates one or more parties to perform certain duties. In this particular covenant, called the Noachic Covenant, God's duty is not to destroy the earth again. As a sign of his promise, he places the rainbow in the sky. Humankind's responsibility is not to give God a reason to want to destroy the earth again. Fair enough. God also enacts the following changes after the flood. First, humankind's life expectancy will decrease until it levels off at about a maximum of 120 years. This shortening of human life is presented as an act of God's mercy in light of humankind's tendency toward evil. The shorter humans live, the less evil they can commit. Second, humans are now allowed to eat meat. Perhaps we're to see in this change a certain nutritional purpose, because the natural order and the human constitution have undergone significant changes, embodied in humans' decreasing life expectancy. Now, humans need more protein. Third, and corresponding to the previous change, animals are given a natural fear of humankind. Apparently, before now, animals and humans lived in relatively peaceful coexistence. Now, however, animals will have the instinct to flee the dangers of humankind, and for good reason. Sign of things to come. Ham's curse. That humankind really hasn't changed after the flood becomes evident even during Noah's life. Noah plants a vineyard, makes wine, becomes exceedingly drunk, takes off his clothes, and passes out on his bed. One of Noah's sons, Ham by name, happens in upon his father and sees his father's nakedness. However, rather than cover his father, Ham goes out and tells his brothers, Shem and Japheth, about their father's condition. His brothers treat the situation with more delicacy by walking backward with a garment between them and covering their naked father. When Noah awakens and finds out what Ham did to him, he becomes angry and says, "Cursed be Canaan, lowest of slaves he shall be to his brothers." Genesis chapter 9, verse 25. You may ask, Canaan? Who's Canaan? And why is he cursed and not Ham? Canaan is Ham's son, and one reason Canaan is cursed and not Ham is because, in the ancient world, one's blessedness or well-being was intimately connected to the well-being of one's descendants. The worst possible judgment one could imagine was that your bad behavior would affect your descendants. Of course, we hardly need to be convinced that one generation's sins affect future generations. However, the Bible gives concrete expression to this notion of generational effects through cursing one's descendants. Yet, Noah's words also would have tremendous meaning to an ancient Israelite listening to this narrative centuries later. The Israelites lived in a land called Canaan, some of the inhabitants of which were their servants. As the Israelites thought themselves descendants of Shem, Noah's curse had come to fruition in their own time. This bad outcome isn't all because of Ham's actions, however. According to the Bible, the Canaanites will commit many more serious crimes than Ham, and it's for those sins that the Canaanites are ultimately judged. However, Ham gets the ball rolling. The universality of universal flood stories. Stories of a catastrophic flood inundating the whole earth were common in the ancient world. The most notable comparison with the Bible's account is that found in the Mesopotamian tale of Atrahasis, and retold in part in the Epic of Gilgamesh. In the account given there, the gods decide to wipe out humankind because they made too much noise, making it difficult for the gods to sleep. If you have noisy neighbors who play their stereo until ungodly hours in the morning, you can appreciate the gods' frustration. The Noah figure in these Mesopotamian accounts, whose name is given variously as Ziusudra, Atrahasis, and Utnapishtim, is warned by one of the gods of humankind's impending doom, and tells him to build a box. In this account it is truly a cube-shaped box. Other similarities include sending out birds to see if there's dry land, landing on a mountain, and offering a sacrifice to the gods. One difference, however, is that the Mesopotamian flood hero not only saves his family and the animals, but also some artisans and musicians, lest human culture should also perish in the flood. Another difference is that the gods, thinking they actually succeeded in killing all humankind, become frightened and angry, for now there is no one around to feed them. When they smell the flood hero's sacrifice, the text says that, having become so famished, they swarm around the meat like flies. Phew! Say what? The Tower of Babel and the Birth of Nations. Genesis chapters 10 to 11. From Noah's sons and daughters-in-law, the earth is again repopulated, in fulfillment of God's commandment to be fruitful and multiply, the one commandment God never rebukes humankind for not obeying. In Genesis chapter 10, we see an account of where Noah's sons' descendants eventually end up. Shem's descendants settled mostly in the region of Mesopotamia. Ham's descendants settled largely in the areas of Canaan, Egypt, and northern Africa. Japheth's descendants were a bit more mobile, going west into Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, Greece, and other parts of Central Europe. But Shem's, Ham's, and Japheth's descendants do not willingly spread out over the face of the earth, as God had commanded them. This forces God to shake things up a bit. Building the Tower of Babel. According to the Bible, Shem's, Ham's, and Japheth's descendants settled together in the region of Shinar, ancient Sumer, and begin building a city, eventually called Babel, and a tower, to be named the Tower of Babel, with its top reaching into the heavens. Some interpreters have understood this notice to mean that the inhabitants of this city are attempting to invade heaven. This does not seem to be the case, however, because the Hebrew word for heaven, shamayim, most often means sky. That is, they're just building a very high tower. The type of tower the biblical author has in mind is likely the ziggurat, which were widespread throughout Mesopotamia. At the top of these stepped towers was a palace or temple to a god. Therefore, the inhabitants of this city seem to compound their disobedience of not spreading out by building a temple to another god. One clear but subtle offense has to do with the inhabitants' own words, "Let us make a name for ourselves." This city and tower are ultimately for their own reputation and praise, a sort of deification of themselves. In response, God confuses their language, and soon the inhabitants are unable to communicate with one another, forcing them to stop construction on the tower and scatter across the face of the earth, as God originally had commanded them. The city is given the name Babel because it is here that God confuses, Hebrew balal, humanity's language. This wordplay has even carried over into English, where babble means to speak incomprehensibly. Making a name for yourself. Immediately after the Tower of Babel incident, the narrative shifts to one of those dangerous who begat whom lists, taking us from Shem, Noah's eldest son, to one of the most important figures in the Bible, Abraham. You can read all about Abraham in chapter 5, but for now, you don't want to miss this genealogy. Really, this isn't just a couple of demented biblical scholars trying to draw you into our obsession. With this genealogy, the author makes an important theological point by way of wordplay. The Hebrew word for name is Shem. So, by placing the lineage of Shem, which will culminate in Abraham, immediately after the inhabitants of Babel's failed attempt at making a Shem name for themselves, the biblical author is arguing that a really great name comes at God's initiative and from doing what he commands. Confirming that the author is making this point is that he follows Shem's lineage with God's call to Abraham, which reads, "Go from your country, and I will make your name, Shem, great." Genesis chapter 12, verses 1 to 2. And that is precisely what God does. But for that part of the adventure, you'll have to hear chapter 5 of this book. I'm so confused. Babbling in Babylon. What isn't obvious in most translations of the Bible is that the word for Babel in the Tower story is the same word that is translated later in the Bible as Babylonia. That is, an Israelite hearing the story of the Tower of Babel, Babylonia, would not miss its significance. This event took place in the same region where Babylon, a country that eventually would be a major political player during Israel's later history, would arise. Moreover, this would also be the place from which the founder of the Israelite people would come, namely Abraham. Yet, as you may imagine, the Babylonians didn't understand their name to mean confusion. In fact, in Akkadian, the language of Babylonia, it didn't. Babylon, or Babel, means gateway of God. So, to the Babylonians, their name meant something far nobler. However, to the monotheistic authors of the Bible, Babylonia, and all that it represented, was a source of confusion. Chapter 5. The Babylonian Hillbillies. The Adventures of Abraham and His Family. Genesis chapter 12 to chapter 25, verse 18. In this chapter, discovering why God chose Abraham from all the people of the world, walking with Abraham and Sarah on the road to being blessed, understanding the sins of Sodom and Gomorrah, meeting the founding ancestor of the Muslim religion, Ishmael, finding out the Bible's definition of the good life, contemplating why God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son. The Beverly Hillbillies is a story about a man named Jed, who struck it rich when his errant gunshot uncovered a vast oil reserve on his property. Soon, Jed and his family were off to Beverly Hills, California, where they would begin to live a life of plenty with their newfound millions. At least in its basic outline, Jed's rags-to-riches tale isn't too unlike the biblical story of Abraham, or Abram, as he is called when we first meet him. Only, unlike Jed, this transformation is no accident. Abraham strikes it rich one day when God appears to him and asks him to play a leading role in the human drama unfolding on the world's stage. Heeding God's call, Abraham sets out on the journey of a lifetime, a journey that literally changes the world because from his descendants, both physical and spiritual, 3 of the world's major religions emerge: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. In this chapter, you look at Abraham's life and what it is about this father of 3 faiths that has left such an indelible mark on the religious landscape of our world. Striking it rich, God calls Abraham. To understand Abraham's life, as well as the rest of the Bible, we need to listen in on God's first conversation with Abraham. The Lord said to Abram, "Go for yourself from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you. I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great so that you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. And in you all the families of the earth will be blessed." Genesis chapter 12, verses 1 to 3. That's quite a call. And God reiterates this promise on several occasions. While the list varies slightly each time, the basic components stay the same. God promises Abraham that his descendants will become a great nation, live in a bountiful land, be blessed, be a blessing to all the families of the earth. In demonstration of his faith, Abraham obeys God's call to leave his homeland, setting out on a most excellent adventure. Accompanying Abraham on his momentous journey are his wife Sarah, or Sarai when we first meet her, their nephew Lot, their servants, and all their belongings. At the time of their departure, Abraham is 75 years old and Sarah is 65. Now, before you begin making plans to start your own nation in retirement, Abraham and Sarah will live to be 175 and 127, respectively. So perhaps we are to imagine them as being a little more vigorous, sans Viagra, than the average retiree. Yet, despite their vigor, Sarah is childless, a dilemma that will weigh heavy on her and Abraham's minds as they contemplate God's promise of numerous descendants. Warning: if you're reading along in the Bible, you may notice that Abraham is initially called Abram and Sarah is called Sarai. Don't be confused. These are the same 2 people. God changes Abram's name, which means exalted father, to Abraham, which means father of many, in Genesis chapter 17. This new name is quite appropriate because, in this same chapter, God promises Abraham a son, Isaac, whose descendants will one day give birth to a nation, Israel. The significance of Sarah's name change isn't quite as apparent because both Sarah and Sarai seem to mean princess, although Sarah might be a title suggesting greater authority, such as queen. Abraham's most excellent adventure to Canaan and Egypt. Genesis chapter 12. Abraham and his entourage travel along the well-worn Fertile Crescent that runs from Mesopotamia to Egypt, eventually stopping in Canaan at a place called Shechem. Once at Shechem, God appears to Abraham and tells him this is the land his descendants will inherit. In response, Abraham builds an altar, the first of many he will build in this new promised land. Abraham's initial stay in his promised land is actually quite short because a severe famine forces the people of Canaan to go to Egypt to find food. As Abraham and Sarah approach Egypt, Abraham realizes that, given Sarah's extreme beauty, the Egyptians might try to kill him to take her. You may be thinking, she's 65 years old, and this was before oil of Olay. How beautiful could she be? Actually, plenty of 65-year-olds in this world are beautiful. Moreover, Sarah is going to live to be over twice her present age, so we should probably imagine her to still look rather young for her age. In light of the present danger, Abraham says to Sarah, "Tell them you are my sister, and then it will go well with me." You may be asking, but isn't that a lie? What kind of role model is this? Actually, this won't be the last time Abraham tries this wife-sister act. In Genesis chapter 20, Abraham tells a Philistine king, Abimelech of Gerar, that Sarah is his sister. To Abraham's credit, in this second wife-sister act, we find out that Abraham is not a total liar, as Sarah is actually his half-sister, making what he says only a half-lie, or, if you are an optimist, a half-truth. But still, this behavior isn't very admirable. So, what's going on here? Remember, although later tradition would ascribe numerous noble acts to Abraham before he is called by God, the Bible doesn't indicate that there was anything particularly special about Abraham or any of his descendants that made God choose them. God seems to choose Abraham just because. Yet, before you start thinking that character doesn't count, the Bible makes clear that God wants, even commands, that people do what's right, love their neighbors, tell the truth, pay their taxes. Yes, sorry, that one's in the Bible too. Moreover, before Abraham's death, he will be a changed man, trusting God with the impossible. But God's choice of Abraham, just because, is part of another message of the Bible. God is gracious and forgiving. Despite the moral ambiguities of what her husband asks her to do, Sarah complies by telling the Egyptians that she is indeed Abraham's sister. The ruse works, and Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, welcomes Sarah into his harem. Abraham, for his good luck in having such a beautiful sister, is rewarded by Pharaoh with all kinds of wealth and livestock. Yet the party is soon over when God sends great plagues against Egypt, and Pharaoh realizes that he's done something wrong, and that this something has to do with Sarah. Summoning Abraham into his presence, Pharaoh asks him sternly, "What is this you have done to me? Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister,' so that I took her to be my wife?" Without waiting for an answer, one of the perks of being a king, Pharaoh sends Abraham and Sarah on their way, allowing them to leave with all the wealth Abraham had accumulated while in Egypt, which just goes to show you it pays to lie. Just kidding. Actually, what does this show us? Remember, one reason Abraham and Sarah leave Egypt with great riches is that God has promised to bless Abraham. Although God may not approve of Abraham's ruse, he's not going to rescind his promise. Another reason Abraham and Sarah make out like bandits is that many of the events of their lives have meaning beyond their lives. In this particular case, Abraham and Sarah's sojourn to Egypt points forward to Israel's later slavery in Egypt, where they will also be delivered by plagues and leave with great riches. Abraham and Lot, Genesis chapters 13 to 14. Even though Abraham is willing to tell half-truths to others about his exact relationship with his wife, Abraham has several moral highlights in his early career of following God. Two of these moral moments occur in connection with his nephew, Lot. and give us a glimpse into the potential that God may have seen when he first called Abraham. Abraham's generosity toward Lot. Shortly after returning from Egypt, Abraham's and Lot's shepherds begin fighting over land rights. In an expression of exceptional deference, Abraham invites Lot to choose whatever real estate looks best to him. Whatever is left, Abraham says, he will take. Lot chooses the beautiful, well-watered plains of Sodom and Gomorrah. Unfortunately, Lot doesn't realize that property values in this area are about to take a big hit because God will soon destroy these cities for their wickedness. But without consulting a real estate agent, Lot takes his flocks and family, and they move to the region of Sodom and Gomorrah. It's no coincidence that after Abraham gives away part of his promised land, God appears to him again and says, "Lift up your eyes from where you are, and look north, south, east, and west. All the land that you see I will give to you and your descendants forever." Genesis chapter 13, verses 14 to 15. As the Bible says elsewhere, "Give, and you shall receive." Abraham rescues Lot. Abraham's second moral moment involving Lot occurs when Lot's new neighborhood becomes the stage for a massive battle between several warring kingdoms, and many of the inhabitants of Sodom, including Lot and his family, are taken away as war booty. When Abraham finds out about his nephew's capture, he gathers a band of warriors and rescues Lot, his family, and the others taken in battle, as well as all their stuff. So Abraham, like most uncles, is a decent guy after you get past his faults. Melchizedek, the mysterious priest-king. While Abraham is heading home after rescuing his nephew Lot, Genesis chapter 14, he is met by a very mysterious man whose name is Melchizedek, and who is both the priest and king of the nearby city of Salem. Without a word, this priest-king takes out some bread and wine and blesses Abraham. In response, Abraham gives Melchizedek a tenth of all he had gained in the battle when saving Lot. And that's it. End of story. So, who is this shadowy figure? And what's going on? Later passages in the Hebrew Bible equate Melchizedek with God's promise to Israel that he would one day establish an eternal priesthood. This promise was particularly comforting for Israel after the destruction of Jerusalem and the Temple. Within Christian tradition, Melchizedek prefigures Jesus, who similarly initiates a feast involving bread and wine, the so-called Lord's Supper or Eucharist, and who is presented as both a king, a descendant of King David, and a priest, offering the ultimate sacrifice, his life for the sins of the world. In the more immediate context, however, Abraham's encounter with Melchizedek, like his experience in Egypt, seems to foreshadow Israel's future. Salem, Hebrew for peace, is later equated with Jerusalem, Hebrew for city of peace, the future capital of ancient Israel, and the city where both the king and high priest of Israel would one day reside. In addition, Abraham's giving Melchizedek a tenth of his war spoils seems to be a model for later Israel to follow in its own giving to God. In fact, this story, along with other biblical passages, are often used to set the modern-day standard of tithing. A tithe is a contribution to God of 1/10 of your earnings. Cutting a deal, the Abrahamic covenant. Genesis chapters 15 to 17. Although God called Abraham and has made several promises to him, he has yet to finalize the deal with a contract, or what the Bible calls a covenant. Abraham actually gets 2 signed contracts from God. When you wish upon a star, Abraham's numerous descendants. In Genesis chapter 15, God reiterates his promise to Abraham to give him numerous descendants, land, and blessings. But Abraham has heard this promise before and points out to God an obvious flaw in the contract. "You have yet to give me any offspring." In response, God tells Abraham to step outside so he can teach Abraham a lesson. Thankfully for Abraham, God does not intend to teach him a physical lesson, but a spiritual one. God asks Abraham to look into the sky. Count the stars if you can. So will your descendants be. Rather than start counting, Abraham believed God, and it was reckoned to him as righteousness. Genesis chapter 15, verse 6. That is, because Abraham believed that God would come through on his promise, God considered Abraham morally upright, despite his many failings. Remember, in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul points to this episode of stargazing and says that just as Abraham was considered righteous because he believed God, so all who wish to be righteous in God's eyes must do so through faith and not by works of the law. Romans chapter 3, verse 28, chapter 4, verses 1 to 5. Technical stuff. God is now ready to cut the deal, literally, as he asks Abraham to gather some animals and cut them in half, with their two halves facing each other. What's with the animals? In the ancient world, sacrifices often accompanied covenant ceremonies, not merely as an offering to God or the gods, but as a symbolic gesture to say, "May I be like these animals, should I not live up to my end of this agreement." In fact, the Hebrew word for to make a covenant, karat, is literally to cut a covenant. Once the animals are prepared, God applies his anesthesiological skills on Abraham, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. While Abraham is under, God tells him that his descendants will be enslaved for 400 years, but will eventually be delivered from their bondage by miraculous signs. This prediction refers to Israel's exodus from Egypt, and further confirms that during Abraham's life, many of Israel's future experiences are foreshadowed. Taking matters into your own hands, Hagar and Ishmael. Despite now having a signed contract, Abraham and Sarah begin to doubt whether God intends to provide a son for them through Sarah. As a result, Sarah offers Abraham her maidservant, an Egyptian named Hagar, saying, "Go, sleep with my handmaid. Perhaps I can build a family through her." In the ancient world, it was not uncommon in cases of barrenness for a man to bear children through a surrogate mother or concubine. Abraham agrees. When Hagar sees that she has conceived a child, she begins to despise Sarah, apparently feeling superior to her mistress for being able to become pregnant. Sarah, in turn, treats Hagar harshly, and Hagar runs away. Yet, in keeping with God's compassionate nature, he finds Hagar, desperate and alone, and via an angel, the word angel means messenger, tells her to return to Sarah. Moreover, the angel tells Hagar that she too will have countless descendants. Finally, the angel tells her to name her son Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. This is wordplay, as Ishmael means God will hear, and it has been this conviction that God hears the cries of the afflicted that has led many throughout history to help those in need. Cutting another deal, the Abrahamic covenant of circumcision. When you've been promised numerous descendants but have no children to show for it, you need reassurance that the deal is still on, especially as you get well into your 90s. And this is exactly what God gives Abraham and Sarah when he again appears to Abraham to reiterate his promise, only this time he adds, or really takes away, a little something. Every male among you, when he is 8 days old, must be circumcised. Genesis chapter 17, verse 10. Biblical circumcision is the process of cutting away part of the foreskin on the penis. Ouch. And lest we think that Abraham is excluded from this procedure because he is more than 8 days old, God makes it clear that there is no grandfather clause in this contract. In obedience to God's command, Abraham is circumcised, as is every male in his household, and many Jews, Christians, and Muslims have followed suit ever since. For more information about the major world religions, get a copy of Religion for Dummies by Mark Gellman and Thomas Hartman, published by Wiley. Why circumcision is made part of the Abrahamic covenant is not entirely clear, although many cultures believe that this act of pruning increases fertility, which is interesting considering God's words to Abraham in the context of this command, "I will make you very fruitful," Genesis chapter 17, verse 6. Abraham's three mysterious visitors, Genesis chapter 18. One day, while Abraham is hanging out at his tent, three mysterious men appear. In keeping with the ancient rules of hospitality, Abraham rushes out to meet these strangers, insisting they stay a while. The three visitors agree. Entertaining angels unawares. While eating, the visitors ask Abraham where Sarah is. Perhaps a little perplexed that these strangers know his wife's name, Abraham informs them that she is in the tent. One of the visitors then announces, "I will come back next time this season, and Sarah, your wife, will have a son." Wow, for guys who just showed up on the scene, they are pretty well informed. Sarah, hearing the stranger's prediction, laughs in disbelief. The visitor sharply rebukes Sarah, saying, "Is anything too difficult for the Lord?" This interchange is important because it reminds the reader, and Sarah, that God can do anything. Moreover, Sarah's laughter will help God decide on a name for this little lad. See Abraham, father of many nations and faiths, later in this chapter. So who are these guys who show up at your doorstep unannounced, start talking to you as if they know you well, and then reveal intimate details about your life? Probably your in-laws. However, in the present narrative, the identity of these strangers is both obvious and mysterious. First, the obvious part. After the announcement that Abraham and Sarah will have a son by next year, two of these visitors are called angels, so that makes identifying them easy. But, you may be thinking, wouldn't Abraham have noticed the wing bulge under the angel's garments? Actually, no. Technical stuff. When angels visit humans in the Bible, they often look just like humans. In fact, it seems that angels don't have wings at all. That is, the television series Touched by an Angel has it right. Gabriel, Michael, Monica, Andrew, Tess, and the rest of the angelic crew don't have wings. Having said that, there are some species of angelic beings, such as seraphim, who do have wings. Seraphim have 6 wings. However, these angels are usually portrayed as staying in heaven. Abraham's third divine visitor is a little more mysterious. He speaks as though he is God, and he is even called the Lord. Yet other biblical passages say that no one can see God and live. So, who is this visitor? Some have suggested that this third visitor is merely an angel. Don't ever say merely an angel, however, to an angel. Angel means messenger. Therefore, this angel speaks as though he is God, just as royal messengers would often speak in the person of the king. Later, Christian tradition would equate this third visitor with Jesus in what theologians call his pre-incarnate state, which means, literally, before having flesh, that is, before becoming a baby in a manger. Still others have suggested that this third visitor is God, but in a less concentrated form, lest his presence cause permanent damage, that is, death. This concept is known as a theophany, an appearance of God, which can be in any form, though is usually human-like. Whoever this third visitor is, he has not only come to deliver a birth announcement, he has come to check on reports of trouble in the neighborhood, in particular, Lot's neighborhood, Sodom and Gomorrah. Bargaining with God. After 2 of Abraham's divine visitors depart, the third visitor, speaking as though he is God, informs Abraham, "I have come down to see if the outcry that has come to me is as bad as I've heard." By saying that God came down to look into Sodom and Gomorrah's crimes, the biblical author doesn't mean that God's vision was impaired from heaven. Rather, the Bible intends to communicate that God renders judgment only after carefully investigating a matter, thereby establishing the model for human behavior. Abraham, however, is not yet convinced of God's justice, as his response reveals. "Far be it from you to do this thing, killing the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked the same. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do justice?" Genesis chapter 18, verse 25. This discussion is precisely the one God wants to have with Abraham, especially because his view of God will inform the views of many to follow. As a further expression of God's concern that Abraham understands that he is just, God allows Abraham to engage him in some bargaining. Abraham asks, "Suppose there are 50 righteous people within the city. Will you still wipe out the place and not forgive it for the sake of the 50 righteous in it?" God assures Abraham that he will not destroy Sodom and Gomorrah if he finds 50 righteous people there. Abraham, perhaps feeling like he aimed too high in his bidding, keeps lowering the bid, first by 5s and then by 10s, eventually stopping at 10. With each bid, God responds, "Sure, for that number I will not destroy the city." And God departs, having demonstrated to Abraham that whether or not Sodom and Gomorrah survive, he is willing to bargain if that helps others see him for who he really is. Hospitality in the ancient world. Abraham's encounter with the 3 heavenly sojourners was the moment that nearly everyone in the ancient world lived for. Strangers that you entertained are actually divine visitors. In many cultures, it was and is believed that the gods visit humans from time to test their virtue. Therefore, if you shunned a stranger, you were taking a big risk. Just ask the prince in Beauty and the Beast. This belief helped to ensure that wayfarers were well cared for while traveling, since you never knew whether a stranger might be someone important, say a god or angel, in disguise. Fire and brimstone, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Genesis chapter 19. After God's and Abraham's collective bargaining agreement, the scene shifts to Sodom, where the 2 angels are just arriving at the city gate. Lot, whose presence at the gate suggests that he's become an important member of the city, sees these strangers and invites them to stay at his home. If this situation is a test of his hospitality, so far, Lot, like his uncle, is doing well. Yet, after preparing a meal for his guests, things go sour. Not the food, mind you, but the circumstances. The inhabitants of Sodom, aware that Lot is entertaining strangers, gather around his house and demand that he bring them out so that we may know them. This request is reasonable. After all, these men are strangers from who knows where, and they very well could be spies sent by some enemy king wanting to attack the city. Sodom had recently experienced such an attack. See Abraham and Lot earlier in this chapter. So it's no wonder that the people of Sodom are a little jittery about strangers. But more seems to be going on here than just wanting to investigate why these strangers have come to Sodom. The most common meaning of the Hebrew word used for to know, yada, is simply to have factual knowledge about something. However, another meaning is to have sex with. For example, Adam knew his wife Eve, and they had a son. We realize that the latter meaning is intended in the present case because of Lot's response to the crowd's request. "No, my friends, do not do this wicked thing. See, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them to you, and you can do to them whatever you want. Only do not do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof." Genesis chapter 19, verses 7 to 8. This is a strange offer if all they wanted to do was ask a few questions. But another, more pressing question arises. What kind of father would offer his daughters to a sex-crazed, ravenous crowd? The answer is quite simple. Lot. In defense of Lot, some interpreters have understood his offer to be extremely noble, perhaps one of the noblest acts in all the Bible. By this understanding, Lot's offer is an example of tremendous self-sacrifice, the ultimate in hospitality, as he is willing to sacrifice his own daughters for the protection of his guests. Others, however, have viewed Lot's actions as cowardly. He should have protected his guests and his daughters, or at least died trying. Whatever Lot's motives for offering his daughters, the crowd refuses the offer and moves toward his door to secure by force what Lot wouldn't give freely. The angels intervene by striking the crowd with blindness. Then, turning to Lot, the angels tell him to gather his family and escape from the city, for the Lord is going to destroy it. Lot makes haste to tell his future sons-in-law of God's intentions, but they think he's joking and refuse to follow him. Lot, now with only his wife and 2 daughters, flees from the city with the angels. The Lord then sends down fire and brimstone to destroy Sodom and the other cities of the plain. It is from this narrative that we get the phrase fire and brimstone, which describes someone who overemphasizes God's judgment in his or her preaching. While Lot and his family are still running for their lives, one of the angels warns them, "Whatever you do, don't look back." As anyone knows, the last thing you do if you don't want someone to look at something is to say, "Don't look." Remarkably, only one of them does, Lot's wife, and she instantly turns into a pillar of salt. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah has given rise to the word sodomy, which refers to homosexual behavior, since the inhabitants of Sodom want to have relations with the men, really angels, visiting Lot. However, most biblical passages that reflect on the sins of Sodom and Gomorrah don't mention their sexual practices, but list offenses such as their mistreatment of the poor and their neglect of justice. See, for example, Isaiah chapter 3, verses 8 to 15. Lot and his daughters eventually make it to a mountainous cave, where they find refuge from the destruction below. In a story that they didn't teach you in synagogue or Sunday school, and perhaps for good reason, Lot's older daughter suggests to her sister, "Let's get father drunk with wine and sleep with him." You can almost see the look in her younger sister's eyes as she says, good idea, sis," while reaching for her cell phone to call 911. Actually, the older sister does have a good reason. There is no man around here to sleep with. As far as she knows, all the eligible bachelors just died in the big catastrophe, including the most important to them, their fiancés. Sleeping with their father, they feel, is the only way to preserve the family line. That night, the 2 sisters get their father extremely drunk. So drunk, in fact, that the text says, Lot did not know when the older sister lay down and when she got up. Genesis chapter 19, verse 33. The next night, the younger daughter takes her turn, and both become pregnant. So, what's going on here? And why is this in the Bible? No doubt, this narrative offers a number of lessons to learn, including the negative effects of excessive alcohol consumption and, perhaps, the corrupting influence of a bad environment on one's family. The adage, "You can take the family out of Sodom, but you can't take Sodom out of the family," comes to mind. But this narrative has another reason for being in the Bible that doesn't have to do so much with lessons as it does with relationships between future nations. From these incestuous relationships come 2 sons, that is, brothers, we mean grandsons. Drats, these blended families. The older daughter names her son Moab, which sounds like the Hebrew words for "from my father," appropriately enough. The younger daughter names her son Ben-Ami, which is Hebrew for "son of my people," not so revealing a name, for which Ben-Ami was extremely grateful during his junior high years. Remember, although this narrative may seem peculiar to us, and well it should, it's significant for later developments in the biblical story because Moab's and Ben-Ami's descendants, the Moabites and the Ammonites respectively, play an important role in the later history of Abraham's descendants, the Israelites. The Moabites and the Ammonites were their next-door neighbors to the southeast and east, respectively. Thus, if you were to ask an ancient Israelite who the Moabites and Ammonites were, they would say, You mean those sons of an incestuous relationship between our founding father's nephew and his daughters? Hardly the stuff for good relationships, but it does establish a relationship, and the Israelites expect these relationships to guarantee peace between these countries. A pillar of the community. To understand the fate of Lot's wife, it helps to know the presumed location of Sodom and Gomorrah. Tradition places the former sites of these cities near the Dead Sea, which is the lowest body of water on earth. In fact, the salt content of the Dead Sea is about 30%, making it impossible for anything to live in it, hence the name. Yet, because of this high salt content, salt deposits appear all along its banks. Therefore, one walking through this region would notice a lot of pillars of salt. Apparently, one of these pillars was thought to be Lot's wife. Even today, if you go on a tour in this region, your guide likely will point to one of these pillars and tell you that it's Lot's wife, though notably the guide will point to a different one with each group. Tour guide humor, if you will. Abraham, father of many nations and faiths. Genesis chapter 21. A year after laughing at the stranger's prediction that Sarah would have a son, Abraham and Sarah find themselves laughing again, but this laughter reflects their being tickled at the news of having a healthy baby boy. As a result of all this laughter surrounding the birth of their son, Abraham and Sarah, following God's instructions, named their son Laughter, or he will laugh, which is Yitzhak in Hebrew and Isaac in English. With the birth of Isaac, the old rivalry between Hagar and Sarah soon reappears, manifesting itself, of all places, at Isaac's weaning party. That's right, in many cultures, both ancient and modern, people celebrate the cessation of breastfeeding. Perhaps you had a similar celebration. Yet, before imagining cute little Isaac in his baby carriage cooing as he listens to everyone celebrating on his and Sarah's behalf, Isaac would have been fully aware of what was going on. In many cultures, both ancient and modern, a child is commonly weaned anywhere from 3 to 6 years old. During the celebration, however, something goes wrong. Although the exact nature of the offense is unclear, Ishmael did something toward Isaac that upset Sarah enough that she asks Abraham to send Hagar and her son away, never to return. Yet Ishmael isn't just Hagar's son, he is Abraham's son, and Abraham doesn't want to see him go. While contemplating what to do, God appears to Abraham and assures him that Ishmael and Hagar will be okay, and that Ishmael's descendants will someday become a great nation. With this assurance, Abraham says farewell to Hagar and his beloved son. Technical stuff. This isn't the last we see of Ishmael, or his descendants, who are called the Ishmaelites in the biblical text. Later in the Bible, when Abraham dies, Ishmael returns to help Isaac bury their father, and Ishmaelites appear now and again in the biblical text. Although not recorded in the Bible, according to the Quran, the holy book of Islam, Abraham visits Ishmael at Mecca, in modern-day Saudi Arabia, where they build an altar together called the Kaaba. Today, the Kaaba serves as the most holy site of the Muslim religion. See chapter 24. What's in a name? Isaac's naming points out an important aspect of names in the Bible and in many ancient and modern cultures. Names have meaning. True, all names have meaning. Perhaps you even know the meaning of your name. But in many cultures, names have meaning, if you know what we mean. That is, people's names are actually words in their present language, so anyone hearing their name immediately knows what it means. Thus, when someone met Isaac, he or she would know instantly that his name meant laughter. Moreover, a person would know that his name reflected something important about him, such as a character quality, the hopes and dreams of his parents, his religious beliefs, and so on. A name would actually be a great conversation piece. Why did your parents name you Laughter? So, while in many cultures to forget a name is at worst embarrassing, in other cultures, and in the world of the Bible, to forget a name would mean to forget something important about that person. Asking the unthinkable, the near sacrifice of Isaac. Genesis chapter 22. Back in Genesis chapter 12, God initiates his relationship with Abraham by calling him to leave his homeland and go for yourself to the land I will show you. In Genesis chapter 22, Abraham receives a similar, but far more troubling call. Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go for yourself to the land of Moriah. There you will sacrifice him as a burnt offering on one of the mountains that I will show you. Genesis chapter 22, verse 2. The similarities between Abraham's first and last calls are purposeful. Not only do both contain the words, go for yourself, but both calls narrow in focus from the general to the specific. In Abraham's first call, God tells Abraham to leave his country, then his relatives, and then his father's house. This narrowing focus seems to be the Bible's way of communicating that God is aware of the price he is asking Abraham to pay in leaving his family. With this in mind, look at the narrowing focus of God's second call to Abraham. Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac. Ishmael has left, so God simply could have said, take your son, or, to cut to the chase, take Isaac. But God's narrowing command demonstrates that he is intimately aware of what he is asking Abraham to do, and he cares. The journey. When Abraham receives the call to sacrifice his son, the text simply reports, Abraham got up early the next morning, saddled his donkey, took 2 servants and his son Isaac, and after cutting enough wood for the burnt offering, set out for the place God had told him. Genesis chapter 22, verse 3. You may ask, why would Abraham bargain over the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah and not over the fate of his own son? The text doesn't say. Yet many scholars feel that it is precisely because of Abraham's experience in the Sodom and Gomorrah incident that makes it unnecessary for him to bargain here. Abraham now knows that no matter what God does, he does it for a reason, so Abraham silently obeys. Abraham and Isaac eventually arrive at the place where God wants the deed done. Abraham takes the wood for the sacrifice and, in ironic fashion, places it on Isaac for him to carry, the one who will soon be placed on it. Abraham then takes a torch and knife, and with these accoutrements of sacrifice, they begin the arduous journey up the mountain. As they make their way, Isaac breaks the silence with a question. Father, I see the fire and the wood for the burnt offering, but where is the lamb? Abraham, apparently wanting to be truthful but not wanting to say too much, responds, God will provide for himself the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. Abraham's answer is actually profound on a number of levels. First, God was the one who provided the lamb for the offering by giving Abraham and Sarah the son they otherwise would never have had. Second, for those who know the end of the story, God will provide the lamb, or more specifically, a ram, to offer in Isaac's place. Third, because there is no punctuation in the original Hebrew, Abraham's response could be rendered, God will provide for himself the lamb for the burnt offering, namely my son. Perhaps the author intends that we understand Abraham's response with all these possible meanings. Eventually, they reach the location for the sacrifice, and Abraham builds an altar for the sacrifice. With no apparent discussion or explanation, Abraham binds Isaac and places him upon the altar. In fact, Isaac's silence through this whole ordeal has baffled many. Did Isaac passively accept his father's binding? Did Abraham explain to his son what he was doing and why? Later interpreters imagined all sorts of conversations taking place between Abraham and Isaac in their last moments together. Yet notably, the Bible does not tell us what, if anything, was said between Abraham and Isaac during this ordeal. Abraham's action of binding, okad in Hebrew, Isaac before going through with the intended sacrifice has given rise to the Hebrew name for this story, the Akedah, in English, the binding. Rock of Ages. The mountain upon which Abraham offers his son Isaac as a sacrifice is called Mount Moriah. This mountain is identified later in the Bible as the place where the temple in Jerusalem is eventually built. Today, the Dome of the Rock, one of the most holy sites of Islam, stands over what is believed to be the rock upon which Isaac was almost sacrificed, and the rock from which Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, is said to have ascended into paradise. See chapter 24. Saved in the nick of time. After Isaac is upon the altar, Abraham raises his knife and plunges it into... Wait, was that a voice? Yes. Listen closely. Abraham, Abraham, do not lay your hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him, for now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your only son. Genesis chapter 22, verse 12. Whew, that was close. And for Abraham's willingness to offer up his son as a sacrifice, God reiterates his promise to Abraham of many descendants and blessings. Genesis chapter 22, verses 16 to 18. So then, why did God ask Abraham to sacrifice Isaac? After all, if this was simply a test of Abraham's faith, then why not ask Abraham to jump off a cliff, or slide down the pyramids, or even sacrifice himself? Remember, while many proposals have been put forth, the ultimate reason God would ask Abraham to sacrifice Isaac is that Isaac, more than anything or anyone else, embodies God's promises to Abraham. Without Isaac, there is no heir, no nation, no promises, and no blessings. By asking Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, God is asking Abraham to demonstrate his complete trust in him for his future. Abraham demonstrates his complete trust, and for this he not only receives God's promises, but also experiences the good life. Remember, when we first meet Abraham, he lies to protect his life, risks Sarah's well-being to enrich himself, uses a surrogate mother to bypass God's promise, and questions God's sense of justice over Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, near the end of his life, Abraham is a different person. He realizes that the good life, or having a great name, comes not from doing whatever it takes to get ahead, but from trusting in God and doing what's right. See chapter 4. More precisely, from the Bible's perspective, one cannot truly achieve the good life without living a good life. That is, doing what's right, trusting God, loving others, and so on. One may make it to the top of the heap, but as good as that sounds when sung by Frank Sinatra, who, by the way, could make Who Let the Dogs Out sound inspiring, is of no real value if the heap is made up of broken promises, broken relationships, and broken commandments. Abraham has undergone character development, an important part of any good work of literature, and of any good life. 1 wedding and 2 funerals. Genesis chapter 23 to chapter 25, verse 18. The Abrahamic narratives end with perhaps the saddest and happiest moments of Abraham's life, Sarah's death and Isaac's marriage. Then, after an adventurous and full life, Abraham himself moves on to the ultimate promised land. Sarah's death. Shortly after Isaac's near sacrifice, Sarah dies. Later interpreters suggested, in fact, that it was the stress of this event that eventually did her in. We can only imagine. In the wake of Sarah's death, no pun intended, Abraham purchases a plot of land for her burial. Actually, all of Genesis chapter 23 is devoted to this land deal. Some people have wondered, Why does the Bible spend so much time describing a business transaction? The answer is, because this is no ordinary business transaction. It is at this point in the Abrahamic narratives that we realize that even though Abraham has been guaranteed the promised land, he technically owns none of it. This deal marks the initial purchase, the down payment, as it were, on the whole property. Technical stuff. The land and cave that Abraham purchases are near the city of Hebron, southwest of Jerusalem, and it is in this cave, called the Cave of Machpelah, that all the patriarchs and most of the matriarchs will be buried. Today, this cave is still honored as a holy site by Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Isaac gets hitched. Abraham, now advancing in years, is concerned about finding a wife for Isaac. Part of his concern is that he doesn't want Isaac to marry a local girl, but rather someone from his own clan. As a result, Abraham instructs his servant Eliezer to go back to Abraham's homeland, Haran, and see if he can find a wife for Isaac. Although the servant is skeptical at the prospects of success, Abraham assures him that God will give you success. And God does. When the servant arrives at Abraham's ancestral home, he sees a beautiful woman named Rebekah at a well. Wells were ancient pickup joints, which is why we call bars wells or watering holes. The servant prays that if she is the one, she will offer him and his camels a drink. And she does. Soon, negotiations for Rebekah's marriage are underway with her father, Bethuel, Abraham's nephew and Lot's cousin, her mother, unnamed, and her brother, Laban, who will become important later. See chapter 6. But Rebekah is not totally left out of the negotiations, as she is asked, "Will you go with this man?" "Yes, I will go," Rebekah says, and off they go. Shortly after Isaac and Rebekah meet, Isaac brings Rebekah into his mother's tent, and she became his wife, and Isaac loved her. The story closes with the following notice, "And Isaac was comforted in the matter of his mother's death." As you might have guessed, Freud loved this stuff. Abraham's death. With the marriage of Isaac complete, Abraham's hopes for the future are assured. Abraham can now leave this world knowing that the promises God made to him so many years ago will now come to pass. His descendants will one day become a great nation. They will possess the land on which he is now living. They will be blessed, and they will bless all the people of the world. With these assurances, Abraham dies at the age of 175 years old, an old man and full of years. You can say that again. Abraham's other children. In addition to Ishmael and Isaac, Abraham actually has a number of other children. According to Genesis chapter 25, verses 1 to 4, after Sarah's death, Abraham marries a woman named Keturah, who goes on to have 6 sons. In addition, Genesis chapter 25, verse 6 says that Abraham had other sons by his concubines. Although these children don't play a central role in Genesis, their descendants pop up now and then later in the biblical text. For example, one of Abraham's sons by Keturah, Midian, seems to be the ancestor of the Midianites, one of whom, a woman named Zipporah, marries the great Israelite leader Moses. See Exodus chapter 2 and chapter 7 of this book. Chapter 6. The birth of a nation. Isaac, Jacob, and their many children. Genesis chapter 25, verses 19 to 50. In this chapter, seeing how one generation's sins affect the next, discovering why God blesses liars, cheats, and thieves, but don't try this with your own life, witnessing the births of the 12 tribes of Israel, understanding the real story behind Joseph and his technicolor dream tunic. Dysfunctional families in the ancient world were no different than their modern counterparts. and few families rivaled the dysfunction of ancient Israel's ancestors. Whether it's the poor parental practice of favoring one child over another, or the equally destructive behavior of betraying one's own sibling, the progenitors of the Israelites do it all. But for all their dysfunction, this clan of misfits eventually comes out on top due to divine intervention. In this chapter, you trace the lives of Isaac, Jacob, and Jacob's children as you watch them overcome insurmountable odds to become a great nation. The birth of nations, Esau and Jacob, Genesis chapter 25, verses 19 to 26. Isaac, the son of Abraham and Sarah, see chapter 5, and Rebekah, Isaac's wife, have trouble conceiving a child. As this was before in vitro fertilization, Isaac prays to God for a child, and Rebekah becomes pregnant. Rebekah, however, begins experiencing extreme discomfort during her pregnancy, and so she asks God what's going on. God informs her that she's having twins. That's painful enough. The reason this particular pregnancy is producing such discomfort is that her twins represent two nations. As God puts it, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples will come from your belly. One will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger. Genesis chapter 25, verse 23. Although this information probably provided little physical relief, at least Rebekah now knows that her suffering is not in vain. Eventually, the time comes for Rebekah to give birth to these nations. The first baby to come out is quite hairy, so hairy that Rebekah and Isaac name him Hairy, which the biblical author says in Hebrew is Esau. Yet even before Esau is removed fully from the womb, his younger brother seizes his ankle and is therefore given the name Caesar, which in Hebrew is Jacob. This name, as it turns out, is not only a fitting description of Jacob's reflexes, but also of his graspy or rapacious nature. As the little lads grow up, they pursue very different interests. Esau loves the open country and spends most of his time hunting, while Jacob prefers to stay among the tents and cut out recipes from his cooking-heavy magazine. Because of their divergent interests, their parents soon pick favorites. Never a good idea. Isaac favors Esau, while Rebekah favors Jacob. Stew of trouble. Esau sells his birthright. Genesis chapter 25, verses 27 to 34. One day, while Jacob is at home trying out a new recipe, his brother bursts into the room. "Quick, let me have some of that red stew, I'm starving." Jacob, being the selfless brother that he is, responds, "First, sell me your birthright." "Say what? What kind of a brother is this? And what is a birthright?" Jacob, as we've already noted, is a heel, or at least a heel grabber. Birthrights, however, are important for understanding what follows. A birthright entitled a child, usually the firstborn son, to the majority share of the family's wealth. Although popularly understood to mean that the owner of a birthright received a double portion, in truth, birthrights often entailed much more. Esau declares, "What good is my birthright if I starve to death?" Thus, for some stew, Esau gives up his birthright. And because this particular bowl of stew is red, Esau is given the nickname Red, which in Hebrew is Edom. Remember, beyond demonstrating the importance of valuing one's birthright, the author of this story provides his audience with an explanation for the political landscape surrounding ancient Israel of a later period. The descendants of Esau, who will be called the Edomites, after Esau's nickname Edom, and in recognition of the reddish clay that characterizes this region, would become one of Israel's main rivals on their southern border. Thus, God's prophecy to Rebekah that struggling within her womb are 2 nations would one day come to fruition, as Israel and Edom would in fact struggle with one another for domination of this region. Isaac and Rebekah's wife-sister act. Genesis chapter 26. Genesis chapter 26 flashes back to before Esau and Jacob's birth to show what's at stake in their battle for the birthright, wealth, and a peace treaty with a powerful kingdom. During a severe famine, Isaac and Rebekah go in search of food. Eventually, they end up at the doorstep of Avimelech, the king of Gerar. Because Isaac fears that Avimelech might kill him to take his beautiful wife, Isaac says that Rebekah is his sister. Surprisingly, Avimelech buys it, even though this seems to be the very same king Isaac's parents, Abraham and Sarah, deceived years earlier with their wife-sister act when they were in need of food. See Genesis chapter 20 and chapter 5 in this book. Things initially go well for Isaac and Rebekah, until one day when Avimelech notices Isaac and Rebekah playing together. Although the exact nature of this play isn't described, that it is not croquet is certain, because Avimelech realizes that Isaac and Rebekah are not brother and sister, but husband and wife. Yet, rather than punish Isaac for lying, Avimelech makes a treaty with him, giving Isaac international amnesty and permission to live anywhere in Avimelech's domain Isaac chooses. Remember, beyond showing that the behavior of parents is often passed down to their children, not a minor lesson indeed, the story explains why Isaac's descendants, the Israelites, should live in peaceful coexistence with Avimelech's descendants, the Philistines, from which the word Palestine derives. Their ancestors made a promise not to harm one another, even agreeing to treat each other well, and it is the expectation of the biblical author that Israelites and Philistines continue to honor this agreement. Jacob steals Esau's blessing. Genesis chapter 27 to chapter 28, verse 9. Eventually, Isaac becomes an old man, so old that his eyes were weak and he could no longer see. Realizing that he needed to get his affairs in order before dying, he calls Esau, his firstborn and favorite son, to his side. "I am now an old man, and I do not know when I will die. Therefore, get your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out on the range and hunt some wild game for me. Prepare for me the flavorful meal I like, and bring it to me so that I can eat, and so that I can bless you before I die." Genesis chapter 27, verses 2 to 4. In addition to a birthright, a blessing was one of the most sought-after possessions that a son could obtain from his father. Blessings are more than just well wishes. They carry with them a prophetic element, becoming a prediction of what will happen in the life of an individual or his descendants. Esau, having already given up his birthright, is anxious to secure his father's blessing. Therefore, he quickly puts his hunting skills into motion and sets out to capture a meal. Rebekah, who overhears Isaac and Esau's conversation, tells Jacob to retrieve 2 goats so that she can prepare them as a meal for Isaac. Jacob, pretending to be Esau, will then bring the meal to his father and thereby receive his father's blessing. Jacob, who is a skilled liar, immediately perceives a flaw in his mother's plan. Esau is hairy, while he is smooth. When his father touches him, Isaac will uncover their deception and curse Jacob instead of bless him. Rebekah, in an act of maternal self-sacrifice, tells her son, "Let the curse fall on me." Jacob, a man who puts the needs of others, especially his mother, above his own, says, "Okay," and off he goes to get the meat. To complete the deception, Rebekah takes the skin from one of the goats and places it on the arms and neck of Jacob so that he will feel hairy like his brother. Esau must have been one hairy dude. In addition, Jacob puts on Esau's coat so that he will smell like his brother. As a hairy man who spends a lot of time outdoors, we don't need to tell you what he must have smelled like. When Jacob enters with a meal, Isaac is baffled. "How is it that you were able to find the game so quickly, my son?" Jacob's reply shows how low he will go in order to get what he wants. "The Lord your God gave me success." Remember, what in the name of God? Yes, that's right. Jacob lies in the name of God. Now that's low, and in violation of several commandments, by the way. Yet, more important for the author's purposes, Jacob refers to the Lord as your, Isaac's, God, not my, Jacob's, God. Embracing Isaac's God as his own becomes an important theme in the development of Jacob's character. At this point, Jacob has little use for God, except to use his name to trick his father. After Isaac finishes the meal, he blesses Jacob, thinking him to be Esau. Thus, Jacob succeeds in stealing both his brother's birthright and blessing. Heading out of Dodge, Jacob flees for his life. Genesis chapter 28, verses 10 to 22. After getting over the initial shock of having lost both his birthright and his blessing to his conniving brother, Esau swears revenge. After dad is gone, he determines, brother is a goner. Rebekah, perceiving Esau's intentions, convinces Isaac to allow Jacob to go to their ancestral homeland and find a wife from their kin, as Rebekah could not bear the thought of her son marrying a local Canaanite girl. Isaac agrees and sends Jacob on his way. Climbing Jacob's ladder to success. Jacob quickly leaves Beersheba, which is in the far southern part of the Promised Land, and heads north to his ancestral homeland of Padan Aram, in what is today northeastern Syria. While on his way, Jacob stops to catch up on some much-needed rest. While sleeping, Jacob has a dream in which he sees a stairway, or ladder, as some translators render it, giving us the phrase Jacob's ladder, extending from heaven to earth, and all along this stairway, Jacob sees angels ascending and descending between heaven and earth. About midway up this stairway to heaven, Jacob sees Led Zeppelin, and, at the very top, Jacob sees God, who declares, "I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and will spread out to the west and east, north and south. All peoples on the earth will be blessed through you and your descendants. I am with you, and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." Genesis chapter 28, verses 13 to 15. Remember, now that's quite a deal for someone who just lied in the name of this God. You may be thinking, where do I sign up? However, the more virtuous among us may be thinking, this isn't fair. And you'd be right, this isn't fair. However, the Bible is trying to make a point about God's character. He is faithful, keeping his promises regardless of the individual behavior of those involved. Because God promised Abraham and Isaac that their descendants would be blessed, and because God said that this blessing would come through Jacob, God intends to keep his word. Jacob's bargain with God. When Jacob wakes up, he realizes that he's on no ordinary plot of real estate. In recognition of this fact, he takes the rock that he used as a pillow the night before and sets it up as a pillar. Then he anoints the rock with oil. Anointing with oil designates something or someone as belonging to God. In the case of individuals, anointing prepares people for divine use as priests or kings. In the case of objects, anointing prepares items for use in worship. By anointing this rock, Jacob is attesting to the fact that God has been there, making this place holy or set apart for God's purposes. In fact, this spot will become an important religious site later in the Bible. In recognition of its importance, Jacob names the place Bethel, which means house of God. Jacob, not one to throw his allegiances around lightly, makes a deal with God. If God will be with me, and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, and give me food to eat and clothes to wear, and if I return safely to my father's house, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be a house of God, and I will give to him 1/10 of all I have. Genesis chapter 28, verses 20 to 22. In essence, Jacob says that God must fulfill 3 criteria before Jacob will allow him to be his God. Talk about nerve. Protection, provision, and a peaceful return. Believe it or not, God will honor this deal. The question is, will Jacob? Love at first sight. Jacob and Rachel. Genesis chapter 29, verses 1 to 30. When Jacob arrives in Padan Aram, the land of his ancestors, he comes to a well, where he notices a strikingly beautiful shepherdess named Lambi, which in Hebrew is Rachel. After some small talk, Rachel takes Jacob home to introduce him to her father, Laban, who, as we soon find out, is a man of comparable character to Jacob. Jacob also meets Rachel's older sister, Leah, who had weak eyes, the meaning of which is not entirely clear, but seems to mean that she was less attractive than her younger sister. She wore Coke bottle glasses. Jacob, always one to appreciate a person's inner qualities, falls in love with Rachel and offers Laban 7 years of work in exchange for her hand in marriage. Laban agrees, and in one of the Bible's more romantic moments, we read that Jacob served Laban 7 years, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for Rachel. Genesis chapter 29, verse 20. Now that's love. When Jacob's 7 years of service are over, Laban holds a giant wedding feast. After the ceremonies and celebrations are complete, Jacob and his bride retire to their honeymoon suite. Read tent. The next morning, Jacob awakes and, leaning over to kiss his beautiful new bride, discovers that the woman next to him is wearing Coke bottle glasses. Understandably angry, Jacob confronts his father-in-law. "What is this you have done to me? I served you for Rachel, and you have deceived me by giving me Leah." Laban, who graduated a class or 2 ahead of Jacob in the University of Deception, informs him, "It is not our custom to give away the younger daughter in marriage before the firstborn." Genesis chapter 29, verse 26. Now, most translations obscure what is going on here by rendering the Hebrew word for firstborn as the older, to make it parallel with Laban's earlier reference to the younger. This is a mistake. Remember, the biblical author quite purposefully uses the word firstborn when describing Leah in order to make a point. It is precisely over the rights of the firstborn that Jacob deceived his own brother, Esau. Now Jacob is being paid back in kind for that deception. Jacob makes a new deal with Laban, saying that he will serve him for another 7 years for Rachel's hand in marriage. Laban agrees. Now you may be saying, wait a minute here, what's with the 2 wives? Doesn't the Bible teach against polygamy? Well, yes and no. Technical stuff. In the Bible, it's not unheard of for a man to have more than 1 wife, or at least to have children by more than 1 woman. Having said that, monogamy does seem to be the norm, and even seems to be the original plan of God at creation. A man will cling to his wife, singular, and the 2, not 3 or more, will become 1 flesh. But a number of men, even those approved by God, for example King David, will have more than 1 wife, although it almost always gets them into trouble. Sibling rivalry, the birth of Jacob's children. Genesis chapter 29, verse 31 to chapter 30, verse 24. In addition to giving Jacob 2 wives, Laban gives his daughters 2 maidservants. Rachel's maidservant is Bilhah, and Leah's is Zilpah. These names, though bordering on the unattractive, are not mere Bible trivia, for they play an important role in the birthing of the Israelite nation. Initially, Rachel is unable to bear children, while Leah has little difficulty becoming pregnant, and eventually gives birth to 4 boys, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Leah's fertility, in fact, is attributed to an act of God, because he saw that she was unloved by her husband. In other words, God cares for those who have been rejected or forgotten by others. Rachel, in a desperate move to secure children of her own, offers Jacob her maidservant, Bilhah. Jacob, however, isn't one to compromise on his convictions, and he stands his moral ground, for a few seconds anyway, and soon Bilhah has 2 sons, Dan and Naphtali. For reasons that aren't explained, Leah is unable to become pregnant again, and so she offers Jacob her maidservant, Zilpah. However, Jacob will only go so far, which, as we soon find out, is all the way. And Zilpah bears 2 boys, Gad and Asher. Leah, too, is able to conceive again, and bears 3 more children, Issachar, Zebulun, and Jacob's only daughter, Dinah. In the midst of all this competition, God sees that Jacob has been neglecting Rachel. Granted, he's been a busy man. In response, God enables Rachel to become pregnant, and she bears a son, whom she names Joseph. Rachel will also have another son, Benjamin. See the section, Jacob embraces God and loses his father and wife, later in this chapter. When the smoke clears, Jacob has 12 sons and 1 daughter. Since Jacob's 12 sons will go on to become the ancestors of the 12 tribes of Israel, and since birth order is important for understanding each tribe's future, see the section, Once and Again, Jacob and Joseph reunite, later in this chapter. Here are the names of his sons in birth order: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, and Benjamin. Jacob strikes it rich and steals away. Genesis chapter 30, verse 25 to chapter 31, verse 55. Jacob, despite having a big family, has no personal wealth. Therefore, he makes a deal with Laban. He suggests that he serve Laban for another 6 years in exchange for livestock. Laban agrees. Partly due to his own ingenuity, and partly because of divine intervention, Jacob soon becomes a very rich man. Laban and his sons become extremely jealous, especially because they feel that Jacob's wealth came at their expense. Jacob, always the perceptive one, realizes that it's time for him to leave. Confirming this, God tells Jacob that it's time for him to go back home. Jacob on the lam, again. While Laban and his sons are busy elsewhere, Jacob and his family sneak away and begin the long trek back to the Promised Land. Laban, however, soon finds out about their departure and makes quick pursuit, eventually catching up with Jacob and his family. Angry with Jacob for his deception, Laban confronts him, asking why he had left without letting him say goodbye to his daughters and grandchildren. Now, before you start feeling too sorry for Grandpa Labby, he actually intended to force Jacob and his family to return to Padan Aram, or worse, to kill Jacob, but God appeared to Laban the night before and warned him against such action. Laban, however, has another matter to settle with Jacob. It seems that someone stole his household gods, called teraphim in Hebrew. That's right, Laban and his family were idolaters, and household gods were important because they were thought to bring blessing to one's home and family. Moreover, household idols were connected with inheritance rights, so their theft was akin to stealing another's birthright. Stealing someone's blessing and birthright sounds familiar. Remember, Jacob, believe it or not, did not steal Laban's idols. Rachel did. Jacob, unaware of Rachel's crime, invites Laban to search their belongings. Jacob even goes so far as to say that whoever stole Laban's idols deserves to die. Whoa, wait a minute. Is this the same guy who 20 years earlier had taken his brother's blessing and birthright? Yes, it is. And it is here that we discover that Jacob has undergone character development during his years of hard labor under Laban. He now has first-hand knowledge of what it is like to be cheated and deceived, and he realizes how much pain it causes others. Laban begins searching for his missing idols, coming last to Rachel's tent. The Bible is good at drama. Rachel, as a last-ditch effort not to be caught with the stolen goods, places the idols underneath her saddlebag and then sits on it. As her father searches the tent, Rachel realizes that her posture might raise suspicions and says, "Forgive me, Father, for not standing up, but the way of women is upon me." Now, the way of women is a Hebrew euphemism for, well, the way of women that happens monthly. Laban, having raised 2 daughters, knows all too well not to mess with the way of women, and quickly scurries out of the tent, without finding his stolen teraphim. May God watch between us. Jacob's and Laban's peace treaty. When Laban comes back to Jacob empty-handed, Jacob is livid, both because Laban had mistreated him for the past 20 years and because he had falsely accused him of stealing his idols. After rebuking Laban for his unjust ways, Jacob and Laban make a covenant with one another, agreeing that they will not enter into one another's land to harm the other. As a memorial to their agreement, they erect a pile of stones, and Laban declares, "This heap of stones is a witness between you and me today. May the Lord watch between us while we are apart." Because the Hebrew word for a witness heap is Galeed, Jacob names this place Galeed, or, as it is later called, Gilead. Remember, although this covenant ceremony has significance for Jacob and Laban, it will have even greater significance for their descendants, because the hill country of Gilead marks the approximate boundary between ancient Israel and the neighboring nation of Aram, modern-day Syria and parts of northern Jordan. Jacob's and Laban's promise not to transgress this boundary marker, to harm the other, is intended to be honored by future generations. Settling an old score, Jacob meets Esau and God. Genesis chapter 32 to chapter 33, verse 17. From his covenant ceremony with Laban, Jacob continues toward his homeland. While still a way off, Jacob receives notice that his brother Esau is approaching with 400 armed men. This is real trouble. The last time Jacob saw Esau, Esau was plotting Jacob's murder. In order to soften his brother's wrath, Jacob sends his wealth and family ahead of him. Jacob then decides to stay on the other side of the Yabbok River, where he will spend the night before his fateful meeting the next day. Wrestling with God, Jacob's name change. That night, just before going to sleep, Jacob wrestles, not with his thoughts or the guilt of his past, but with a mysterious man who shows up out of nowhere. In fact, Jacob and this stranger fight all night, and when the stranger realizes that he can't overpower Jacob, he gives Jacob a Spock-like Vulcan grip on the hip, popping it out of its socket. Although injured, Jacob doesn't give up. When Jacob's opponent asks Jacob to cease and desist, Jacob replies, "I will not let you go until you bless me." In response, the stranger declares, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and man and have prevailed." Genesis chapter 32, verse 28. Then the stranger leaves, leaving us to wonder, who is this mysterious man, and what's going on here? As in the case of Abraham's mysterious visitors, see chapter 5, this stranger has been identified with an angel, God, and in Christian tradition, even Jesus. The new name this stranger gives Jacob may provide at least one clue to his identity. Israel is said to mean he will struggle with God. Because Jacob can identify the men he has struggled with during his life, Esau and Laban, he identifies this stranger as God himself. As Jacob puts it, "I have seen God face to face and have lived." He then names the place Face of God, which in Hebrew is Peniel. For Jacob, then, he has just encountered God. But why would God wrestle with Jacob, let alone let him prevail? Although these questions are matters of ongoing theological debate, perhaps the best explanation is that this story seeks to demonstrate that God was willing to stoop to Jacob's level by engaging him in a language he can understand, struggling, And now that God and Jacob have wrestled things out, Jacob realizes God is on his side, and he is ready to face whatever comes, even his brother. Letting bygones be bygones. When Jacob and Esau finally meet the next day, their encounter is described in dramatic detail. If you're squeamish, we suggest you close your ears. The Hebrew literally says, Jacob looked up and saw Esau coming at him with 400 men, and Esau ran toward Jacob to engage him, and Esau reached out his arms and seized Jacob, and he wrapped his arms around his neck, and he, are you listening? We thought so. And he kissed him. Genesis chapter 33, verses 1 and 4. That's right. Esau gives Jacob a big wet one, and then they weep together. It is a very touching scene. In addition, the Bible once again demonstrates its literary artistry by leading the reader to believe up until the last moment that Esau is approaching Jacob to strangle him. Instead, it is the strangling embrace of brotherly love. Esau has forgiven Jacob for everything. Moreover, God has blessed Esau with a large family and plenty of possessions. Even though their descendants, the nations of Israel and Edom, will one day fight with one another, there is hope that they too will be reconciled, just as their ancestors, Jacob and Esau, eventually embraced each other as brothers. Jacob finds God and loses his father and wife. Genesis chapter 33, verses 18 to 20, and chapter 35. After his encounter with Esau, Jacob makes his way safely back to his homeland. If you recall, see the section Jacob bargains with God earlier in this chapter. This is the last of the 3 conditions Jacob established with God at Bethel before leaving for Paddan Aram. Jacob said that he would embrace God as his God if God protected him. God certainly protected Jacob, delivering him from his father-in-law and from the potential vengeance of his brother. Provided for him. God provided for Jacob, who left home with nothing, but returned with a large family and considerable wealth. Peaceful return. God has now brought Jacob back to his homeland. Now it's Jacob's turn to live up to his end of the bargain. Yet how he does this is often missed by readers, as it is quite subtle, but unmistakable. Upon returning safely to his homeland, Jacob builds an altar, which he names El Elohe Israel. In English, this literally means God is the God of Israel. Jacob is Israel, as he just received a name change during his wrestling match with God. Therefore, the name of this monument means, in effect, God is now my God. The God of Abraham and Isaac has proven himself worthy of Jacob's devotion, and Jacob builds an altar acknowledging this. Not long after Jacob's return, Rachel dies while giving birth to their last son, Benjamin. Shortly after this, Jacob experiences another painful loss, the death of his father, Isaac. Esau joins Jacob in burying their father in the cave at Machpelah, where Abraham and Sarah are also buried. The action in the remaining chapters of Genesis shifts from Jacob's life to the life of his children, and it's not very pretty. The rape of Dinah. Amidst the Jacob narratives is a very disturbing story about his only daughter, Dinah, who is sexually accosted by a Canaanite man named Shechem, Genesis chapter 34. In revenge, Dinah's brothers trick Shechem and the inhabitants of his city, also called Shechem, by saying that Shechem can marry Dinah if he and his fellow Shechemites are circumcised. When the Shechemites are incapacitated by their surgery, 2 of Dinah's brothers, Simeon and Levi, kill them, and with the other brothers loot the city. When Jacob finds out what his sons have done, he is outraged, saying that when word gets out that they mercilessly killed the men of Shechem, that the surrounding cities will kill them. The sons, however, are unmoved by this logic. Should he have treated our sister like a prostitute? And with this question, the story ends. No response from Jacob, no final resolution, no moral to tie it all together. So what is this story about? The ambivalence of the story's ending seems to be precisely what this story is about. The only innocent person in this narrative is Dinah. Shechem is guilty of forcing himself upon Dinah. The Shechemites are guilty of wanting to take Jacob's wealth once Shechem marries Dinah. Jacob's sons are wrong for exacting more judgment than the Shechemites deserve, and even Jacob seems at fault for not confronting Shechem for his actions toward his daughter. Thus, the moral of the story is that life is complicated, and oftentimes there is no clear-cut good guy or bad guy. If this is all we learn from this story, then we have learned a great deal. Joseph and the amazing technicolor dream tunic. Genesis chapter 37. Joseph, Jacob's first son by Rachel, becomes his favorite. In recognition of this fact, Jacob gives Joseph a special tunic or coat that is described by a Hebrew word whose meaning we do not know. Most translations render the Hebrew as multicolored, and more recently, the renowned biblical scholars Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice have rendered it as technicolor, which is as good a guess as any. Jacob's favoritism toward Joseph stirs the ire of Joseph's 10 older brothers. Compounding their hatred, Joseph has a couple of dreams that suggest that they'll one day bow before their younger sibling. As a matter of principle, it isn't a good idea to tell your siblings that they'll one day bow before you. The death knell for any hopes of reconciliation between Joseph and his brothers occurs when Joseph reports to their father that he saw them goofing off when they were supposed to be watching their father's flocks. Therefore, it should not surprise us that the next time Jacob sends Joseph to check on his brothers, they plot to kill this dreamer. Reuben, the oldest brother, however, convinces them not to shed their own brother's blood, but rather to throw him into a nearby cistern where he would die of natural causes. The brothers agree, and when Joseph arrives, they seize him, remove his technicolor tunic, and throw him into a well. Reuben, as it turns out, had proposed this alternative not to kill Joseph, but to rescue him. His plan backfires, however, when Judah, who also wants to save Joseph's life, convinces the brothers to sell him as a slave to a passing caravan of traders. The brothers agree, and Joseph is sold into slavery. The brothers, now realizing that they need to cover up their wrongdoing, take Joseph's multicolored dream coat, tear it, and cover it with the blood of a slaughtered goat. Bringing his coat to their father, the brothers simply say, "Recognize this." Jacob did, and he assumes that Joseph met his end by being torn to pieces by wild animals. Remember, notice what has just happened. Jacob has just been deceived by a coat and a slaughtered goat, precisely the items Jacob used to deceive his own father when stealing his brother's blessing. Jacob's past sins are once again coming back to haunt him. For the full story on how Jacob stole Esau's blessing, see the section titled Jacob Steals Esau's Blessing earlier in this chapter. A righteous ruse. Judah and Tamar. Genesis chapter 38. Embedded in the Joseph narrative is a peculiar but important story involving Jacob's fourth son, Judah. Judah has 3 sons, 2 of whom die while married to the same woman, at different times, of course, whose name is Tamar. Feeling that Tamar may be responsible for his sons' deaths, Judah sends her back to her father's house, telling her that he will call her when his youngest comes of age. The practice of a brother marrying his deceased brother's wife in order to bear a son for his brother is called levirate marriage, an institution that sought to preserve the family line and name of the deceased. Judah, however, has no intention of giving his last son in marriage to Tamar, which she soon realizes. Posing as a prostitute, Tamar positions herself along a road she knows Judah will travel. When Judah sees this prostitute, he says, "Come now, let me sleep with you." Say, what? Is this the Bible? It is. Remember, the key to understanding Judah's sleeping with a prostitute is the notice that he is on his way to shear his flock. Genesis chapter 38, verse 12. In the ancient world, shearing was a springtime affair and was accompanied by fertility rituals. One such ritual was having sex with a sacred prostitute. This act was thought to ensure fertility for the coming year, as humans were acting out on the human level what they hoped the gods were doing on the divine level, making the earth, which is often likened to a womb, fertile with rain, which is often likened to seed or semen. It seems then that Judah, in soliciting sex with this prostitute, is just doing what everyone else is doing. Although the Bible speaks out against such behavior, it seems that Jacob and his sons are still learning about what God requires. Judah, not realizing he has just slept with and impregnated his daughter-in-law, continues on his way to shear his sheep. When Judah later finds out that his daughter-in-law is pregnant, he is outraged and insists that she be executed for sleeping around. While Tamar is en route to the executioner, she sends Judah some items she had been given from the man by whom she had become pregnant: Judah's seal, cord, and staff, ancient credit cards. Judah, realizing he has been caught at his own game, declares, "She is more righteous than I, since I would not give her my son Selah in marriage." Genesis chapter 38, verse 26. We have to hand it to Judah. For all his faults, he is at least willing to admit when he is wrong, and bettered. Rising to the top. Joseph in Egypt. Genesis chapters 39 to 41. Joseph is sold into slavery to a man named Potiphar, who is an important official of the Pharaoh, or Egyptian king. Despite Joseph's difficult circumstances, the Bible says several times the Lord was with Joseph, and in everything Joseph did, he prospered. Joseph's golden touch soon comes to Potiphar's attention, and he puts Joseph in charge of his entire household. Unfortunately, Joseph also comes to the attention of Potiphar's wife, as Joseph is well-built and handsome. As a result, Potiphar's wife beckons Joseph, "Come to bed with me." Joseph, being a pillar of virtue and a man of uncompromising morals, actually refuses. Yes, there are some upstanding people in the Bible, in case you were beginning to wonder. Joseph's resolve to do what's right is matched only by Mrs. Potiphar's resolve to have her man. One day, when no one is at home, she approaches Joseph and invites him to take advantage of the situation. Joseph again refuses and flees the scene, but not before Potiphar's wife grabs his cloak and tears it off, and Joseph loses yet another coat. Potiphar's wife, seeing that she has Joseph's coat, decides to feign that Joseph tried to accost her. Believing his wife, Potiphar sends Joseph to jail. However, even in jail, the biblical author reminds us, the Lord was with Joseph. Soon, Joseph finds himself second in command of the country clinker. Jailhouse Blues. Joseph goes to jail. Joseph isn't the only fallen official in prison. With him are Pharaoh's butler, baker, and candlestick maker. Actually, that last guy isn't there, but we couldn't resist. That both the butler, or cupbearer, and baker are in prison suggests that Pharaoh came down with an acute case of indigestion, or worse, food poisoning. Technical stuff. Poisoned food was one of the easiest ways to bring down a mighty monarch. Therefore, those in charge of food preparation were among the most important and trusted officials in a king's retinue. Any mishaps, even a suspicious-tasting piece of fruit, could be deadly, if not for Pharaoh, for those in charge of food preparation. To make matters worse, the cupbearer and baker have been having nightmares in jail. Wouldn't we all? Joseph's ability to interpret dreams is about to serve him well. The cupbearer has a recurring dream where he sees a vine with 3 branches bearing grapes. In his dream, he takes the grapes, squeezes them into a cup, and then presents that cup to Pharaoh. Joseph informs the cupbearer that the 3 branches represent 3 days, at which time he will once again be in the service of Pharaoh. Joseph, realizing that the cupbearer will soon have an audience with the king of Egypt, asks the cupbearer to mention his gift of interpreting dreams to Pharaoh. The baker, optimistic that he too will get a positive interpretation, tells Joseph his dream. 3 baskets of food are on his head. As he is carrying them to Pharaoh, birds descend and eat from them. Joseph informs the baker that the 3 baskets are also 3 days, at which time he will be hanged, and birds will feed on his flesh, of all the luck. Joseph doesn't bother asking him to mention his gift to Pharaoh. 3 days later, which, as we find out, is Pharaoh's birthday, the baker and cupbearer are summoned from jail. The baker is sent to the gallows to be hung, and the cupbearer is sent to the gallows to purchase wine for Pharaoh's party. However, the cupbearer fails to mention anything to Pharaoh about Joseph, and Joseph remains in jail. Get out of jail free. Joseph interprets Pharaoh's dreams. 2 years later, Pharaoh has some nightmares of his own. Seeing Pharaoh's duress, and no doubt thankful that it's not indigestion, the cupbearer tells Pharaoh that he knows someone who can help. Joseph is summoned from jail and, after a shower, shave, and shine, is brought into Pharaoh's presence. Pharaoh asks Joseph if it's true that he can interpret dreams. Joseph replies, "No, but God can." With this, Pharaoh tells him his dreams. In the first dream, 7 healthy cows are standing by the Nile River. Suddenly, 7 sickly cows come out of the river and eat the healthy cows. In the second dream, 7 healthy heads of grain grow strong and tall. Suddenly, 7 withered heads emerge from the ground and consume them. Struggling not to lose his lunch, Joseph gives the following interpretations. The 7 healthy cows and 7 heads of grain refer to the same thing, 7 years of plenty. The 7 sickly cows and 7 withered heads of grain signify the same thing, 7 years of famine. Joseph advises Pharaoh to appoint an official to oversee food storage during the 7 years of plenty, so that, during the 7 years of famine, Pharaoh and his people will have enough food. Now, one doesn't become Pharaoh by not being able to read the writing on the wall, especially since the writing is all over the walls in Egypt, in a script called hieroglyphs or holy writing. For Pharaoh, the choice is obvious. He appoints Joseph as second ruler over all of Egypt. Yes, there was a glass ceiling in Egypt too. Spies like us. Joseph's brothers come to Egypt. Genesis chapters 42 to 45. Soon the 7 years of plenty pass, and the 7 years of famine set in. Hard. The famine is so widespread, in fact, that those living outside Egypt are forced to come to Egypt to buy food. Such famines are well attested in the ancient record, as are migrations by people from Canaan, later Israel, to Egypt for food and trade. The regular inundations of the Nile River, which allowed for farming even during periods of drought, made Egypt the breadbasket of the ancient world. Among those who come to Egypt are Joseph's 10 older brothers. When Joseph sees his brothers, he recognizes them immediately, but they don't recognize him. Several factors account for this. First, Joseph was about 17 years old when he was sold into slavery, and now he's at least 37 years old. Second, Joseph walks like an Egyptian, being dressed in Egyptian garb and even having an Egyptian name, Sophnat Paaneah. Third, Joseph talks like an Egyptian, even using an interpreter when speaking with his brothers. Pretty clever. Imagine a painting found on a tomb in Egypt. The painting shows Semitic people coming to Egypt for trade around 1900 BCE. This painting gives you a good idea of what Jacob and his family may have looked like, especially in comparison to Egyptians, the clean-cut individual. Joseph's dreams come true. When Joseph's brothers first meet the second greatest man in all of Egypt, they bow, and you, the reader, are reminded of Joseph's dreams, where Joseph saw a day when his brothers would bow before him. Then, for reasons that aren't entirely clear, revenge, a test, Joseph not only hides his identity, but accuses his brothers of spying. They assure him that they are not spies. As proof, they tell Joseph, "Your servants were 12 brothers, the sons of one man, who lives in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and the other one is no more." No more indeed. Perhaps because they just reopened an old wound, or perhaps because Joseph sees they still have not admitted their guilt in his being no more, Joseph puts them in prison. 3 days later, Joseph decides that he wants them to prove their claim of not being spies by producing this youngest brother, but insists that one of the brothers, Simeon, remain in jail to ensure their return. Technical stuff. Joseph puts Simeon in jail because his oldest brother, Reuben, tried to save his life 20 years earlier. Simeon, as the second-born, is therefore the most responsible for Joseph's being sold into slavery. The brothers return to their father, who is extremely upset to hear that Simeon is in jail. However, he refuses to allow Benjamin out of his sight for fear that he may lose him just as he lost Joseph 20 years earlier. Yet soon the food they purchased runs out, and Jacob realizes that he has no other choice but to let them return to Egypt with Benjamin. When Joseph sees his only full brother, Benjamin, he becomes deeply moved and quickly leaves the room to find a solitary place to weep. After washing his face, he re-enters the room and bids his guest to join him for a banquet. The brothers are baffled when Joseph seats them according to birth order. Moreover, Joseph gives Benjamin 5 times as much food as the others. After the banquet, Joseph realizes that he has no other reason to detain his brothers in Egypt. Unwilling to let them go, however, Joseph secretly places one of his cherished cups into the bag of Benjamin and then later accuses the brothers of stealing it. The brothers protest, saying that whoever has stolen the cup will die, and the rest will become Joseph's slaves. When the cup is found in Benjamin's bag, Joseph demands that Benjamin be made his slave. Judah, however, protests, making a counteroffer that he be made his slave, saying that their father would die if he lost his favorite son. Joseph, seeing that one of his brothers is now willing to sacrifice himself, even for a favored son, is overcome by emotion. Commanding the Egyptians to leave the room, Joseph embraces his brothers and, weeping, says, "I am Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. Don't be distressed or angry with yourselves. God sent me here ahead of you to save lives." Genesis chapter 45, verse 5. Remember, Joseph has come to realize that all his trials, even his brother's treachery, were for a bigger purpose. As Joseph will say later to his brothers, "What you intended for evil, God intended for good, the saving of many lives." Genesis chapter 50, verse 20. Now that's noble. After his brothers get over their shock, they return Joseph's embraces and tears, and they agree they must tell their father at once. Getting permission to leave, Jacob says farewell to Canaan. When Jacob's sons tell him that Joseph is alive, he too is overcome by emotion, and he immediately sets out for Egypt. While on his way, Jacob stops at Beersheba, where both his grandfather and father built an altar to God. This will be the last time he will see the promised land, and in fitting style, he offers a sacrifice on the altar of his ancestors. That night, God speaks to Jacob in a night vision. "I am God, the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you a great nation there. I will go down to Egypt with you, and I will surely bring you back again, and Joseph's own hand will close your eyes." Genesis chapter 46, verses 3 to 4. With this assurance, Jacob leaves for Egypt. Once and again, Jacob and Joseph reunite. Genesis chapters 46 to 49. Upon arriving in Egypt, Jacob has a joyous reunion with Joseph. In addition, Jacob has opportunity to meet Joseph's employer, Pharaoh, whose first question to Jacob shows how little tact guys who think they're gods can have. "How old are you?" Apparently, Pharaoh wants to know his secret. Death and the afterlife were a major preoccupation of the Egyptian pharaohs, as the pyramids attest. Jacob's answer to Pharaoh's question borders on the comical. "The years of my sojourning are 130. My years have been few and difficult, but they do not compare with the years of my father's sojourning." Having a father and grandfather who lived to be 180 and 175 respectively can give someone such an inferiority complex. Jacob blesses his grandsons. Jacob's move to Egypt allows him to meet his grandsons by Joseph. Yes, Joseph married while in Egypt, to the daughter of an Egyptian priest no less. When Joseph brings his 2 sons to Jacob for his blessing, Joseph is careful to bring his eldest son Manasseh up to Jacob's right hand, and his youngest son Ephraim to Jacob's left hand, as it was thought that the right hand dispensed the greater blessing. Jacob, however, crosses his arms, thus giving the greater blessing to the younger son. Joseph protests, but to no avail, as Jacob clearly has a thing for the younger son getting the blessing. Remember, in Israel's later history, the descendants of Joseph's younger son, Ephraim, would become a greater tribe than the descendants of Joseph's elder son, Manasseh. However, both tribes would be considered important, and in this sense both are blessed. Jacob blesses his sons. Before his death, Jacob blesses all 12 of his sons. Because Jacob's 12 sons will go on to become the 12 tribes of Israel, his blessings provide a glimpse into the future of those tribes. Reuben is the first to be blessed, and because he is the eldest son, we expect he will be given the most promising blessing and inheritance. As Jacob says, "You are my firstborn, my strength, and the first demonstration of my virility." But surprisingly, listen to what Jacob says next. "But you will not excel, because you went up onto your father's bed, onto my couch, and defiled it." Say what? What is Jacob talking about? Jacob is referring to an obscure episode back in Genesis chapter 35, verse 22. There you find out that Reuben slept with Jacob's concubine, Bilhah. For this, he loses the blessing of the firstborn. Simeon and Levi are the next 2 sons according to birth order. These 2 are also denied Jacob's blessing. It seems that their acts of violence against Shechem were not forgotten by their father. See the sidebar, "The Rape of Dinah," earlier in this chapter. As a result, Jacob declares, "Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons of violence. Let me not enter into their council. Let me not join their assembly, for they killed many in their anger, and hamstrung oxen in their wrath. Cursed be their anger, so fierce, and their wrath so cruel. I will scatter them in Jacob, and disperse them in Israel." Genesis chapter 49, verses 5-7. Remember, in fulfillment of Jacob's words, the later tribes of Simeon and Levi will in fact be dispersed throughout the other tribes of Israel, having no discernible tribal territory of their own. The elimination of Jacob's first 3 sons from the line of blessing means that the rights and privileges of the firstborn should fall to the 4th son, Judah. And despite his indiscretion with Tamar, see A Righteous Ruse, Judah and Tamar, earlier in this chapter, they do. Remember, Jacob promises Judah that he will be the preeminent one among his brothers, and that the scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet. This prophecy does come to fruition. The most preeminent king of Israel ultimately comes from the tribe of Judah, King David, whose dynasty lasts for over 400 years. So long, farewell. Jacob and Joseph die. Genesis chapter 50. Just prior to his death, Jacob instructs his sons not to entomb him in Egypt, but to bury him in the cave of Machpelah in the land of Canaan, that he may be beside his grandfather and grandmother, his father and mother, and his one wife Leah. With this parting instruction, Jacob dies. In fulfillment of Jacob's words, Joseph has the priests of Egypt mummify his father, and then he takes his father's body to Canaan, where he is buried with his ancestors. Then, at the close of the book of Genesis, Joseph also dies, but not before giving his brothers departing instructions. God will surely come to your aid and take you out of this land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. When he does, then you must carry my bones up from this place. Genesis chapter 50, verse 25. With this promise of future deliverance, Joseph dies at the ripe old age of 110, and he too is mummified and then buried in Egypt. Joseph's parting words, that God one day will fulfill his promises to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, remind you that, although the drama is far from over, all the major players and plot tensions have been introduced, and that what awaits you in the remaining books of the Bible is the resolution of these tensions. Chapter 7. Holy Moses, exploring Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. In this chapter, exploring the life of Moses, from rags to riches, experiencing Israel's escape from Egyptian slavery, examining the Ten Commandments and Israel's other laws, entering the tabernacle, God's mobile home, wandering in the wilderness with the Israelites. Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, 4 books that, with Genesis, make up the 5 books of Moses, or Torah, see chapter 1, cover one of the Bible's most remarkable spans of time and distance. The 120 years and 400 miles from Moses' birth in Egypt to his death on Mount Nebo, modern Jordan, witness Israel's escape from Egyptian slavery, their miraculous crossing of the Red Sea, the establishment of a covenant with God on Mount Sinai, and their journey to the edge of the Promised Land. All these ingredients come together to create a drama more timeless than Egypt, more powerful than the Nile River, more majestic than Pharaoh, as Egyptian kings were called, and more amazing than buying a ticket to an all-night marathon of Bible movies. Okay, we realize that last one may not rank high on everyone's list. In this chapter, we explore the events and accomplishments that make up the life of Israel's great deliverer and lawgiver, Moses. A mosaic of Moses' early life. When the curtain closes on the book of Genesis, the Israelites are prospering in Egypt through the esteemed position of Joseph, Abraham's great-grandchild and Jacob's favored son. When the curtain opens on the book of Exodus, however, time has passed and the tables have turned dramatically. The descendants of Jacob's 12 sons, who now make up the 12 tribes of Israel, find themselves languishing in slavery. Making matters worse, a population explosion among the Israelites concerns the Egyptian king, or Pharaoh, who orders that all Israelite newborn males be killed. Fortunately, the 2 midwives for the Israelites don't take orders well and spare the babies. Frustrated, Pharaoh instructs his own people to cast all Israelite baby boys into the Nile. Into this context, Moses is born, an individual who would one day change the fate of a nation, actually many nations. The birth of Moses, Exodus chapter 1 to chapter 2, verse 9. Moses is the youngest of 3 children born to Jochebed, mom, and Amram, dad, members of Israel's priestly tribe, the Levites. Moses' older brother Aaron will one day become Israel's first high priest, and his sister Miriam will one day lead Israel in worshiping God after their exodus from Egypt. Moses' prospects for the future, however, are quite dim due to Pharaoh's orders to kill all newborn boys. To give Moses a chance, and in ironic obedience to Pharaoh's order, Jochebed places her infant son into the Nile River, only she does so inside a reed basket to keep him afloat. As further irony, Moses' basket is eventually discovered by Pharaoh's daughter, who takes pity on him and pulls him out of the water, naming him Moses, a name that comes from a Hebrew word meaning to draw out. To convey this in English, we might say, she named him Drew because she drew him out of the water. Technical stuff. Moses was a common name in ancient Egypt, as it means begotten of in Egyptian. For example, the name Ramesses or Ramesses means begotten of Ra, the sun god. Thus, Moses' name had significance in both Hebrew and Egyptian. Moses' sister, who'd been keeping watch over the basket, approaches Pharaoh's daughter and offers to find an Israelite woman to nurse the baby. The princess agrees, and Moses' sister takes him to their mother, where he remains until he's weaned, perhaps as old as 3 to 6 years, a typical period for nursing in the ancient world. Rolling down the river to greatness. Moses' river adventure isn't as unique as one might imagine. About 1,000 years before Moses, the Mesopotamian king, Sargon the Great, is said to have been born to a high priestess, who places him in a reed basket in the Euphrates River to conceal his illegitimate birth. A humble gardener rescues the baby and raises him, but when Sargon discovers his true identity, he becomes king. What makes Moses' river adventure unique is that he's born in obscurity, but raised as royalty. Moses' lost youth. Exodus chapter 2, verse 10. After Moses is weaned, his mother returns him to Pharaoh's court, where he's raised in the luxury of the earth's wealthiest nation. Interestingly, the biblical text doesn't give us the details of Moses' youth. Later interpreters, however, including the most learned of the bunch, Hollywood scriptwriters, have come up with some very creative ideas about these missing years. Typically, Moses is paired with the Egyptian crown prince Ramesses II, the most likely candidate to be the pharaoh of the Exodus. According to these accounts, Ramesses and Moses grow up together in the Egyptian palace. Although both stepbrothers are gifted, Moses usually has the physical and mental advantage over Ramesses. This non-biblical story makes Pharaoh's ultimate defeat during the Exodus all the more dramatic. Moses, the murderer, marries in Midian. Exodus chapter 2, verses 11 to 22. As an adult, Moses witnesses an Egyptian taskmaster beating an Israelite slave. Scanning the area for potential witnesses, Moses strikes and kills the Egyptian and buries him in the sand. The next day, Moses breaks up a fight between 2 Israelite men. The aggressor taunts Moses, "Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" Realizing that his crime is well known, Moses flees Egypt, making his way eastward to Midian, a country of tent-dwelling nomads spanning the Sinai and northwest Arabian peninsulas. At Midian, Moses rests at a well, the prime pickup joint in the ancient world, and sure enough, Moses meets his future wife there after rescuing her and her sisters from some hooligans, an ancient version of a bar fight. The sisters, and more importantly their father Jethro, a Midianite priest, are impressed with their strange visitor. In just 2 verses, Exodus chapter 2, verses 21 to 22, Moses meets Jethro, also called Reuel, marries Jethro's daughter Zipporah, and has a son named Gershom. Moses remains in Jethro's camp until the age of 80. Then, when most people would be enjoying retirement, Moses takes up a second career, leading people out of slavery. My God is bigger than your gods. The plagues God sends upon Egypt are called judgments against Egypt's gods. Exodus chapter 12, verse 12. Interestingly, the first plague of turning the Nile River to blood, and the last plague, before the decisive death of the firstborn, of darkening the sun, went after 2 of Egypt's most powerful gods, Hapi, the Nile River god, and Ra, the sun god. Which gods, if any, the other plagues were directed at is not so easily identifiable. Also showing that Israel's God is bigger than the Egyptians' gods is the role of Pharaoh's magicians in the plague narratives. At first, the magicians are able to duplicate Moses' plagues, whether by tricks or supernatural power isn't specified. By the third plague, gnats, however, the magicians are no longer able to match Moses' wonderworking, even admitting, "This is the finger of God." Exodus chapter 8, verse 19. By the sixth plague, boils, the magicians are so afflicted by the plague that they can't even show up for the contest. We're out of here. The Exodus from Egypt. While Moses is in Midian, the Israelites continue to suffer in Egypt as slaves. Although Moses seems to have put the Israelites' suffering out of his mind, God hasn't, and he decides to use Moses to rescue his people. The burning bush. Exodus chapters 3 to 6. One day, while Moses is watching his father-in-law's flocks, he approaches a mountain named Sinai, where he sees a bush burning that's not consumed. Curious, Moses moves closer, and then he hears a voice. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." Moses obeys, and God continues by informing Moses that he has heard the cry of the Israelites and has picked Moses to deliver them out of bondage. Although Moses is considered Israel's greatest prophet, Moses initially comes up with several excuses for why he isn't the right man for the job, including, no one will listen to him, whether Israelite or Egyptian, because of his history with both groups. The Israelites won't believe that God has appeared to him because he doesn't know God's personal name. He's heavy of mouth and tongue, which probably doesn't mean that Moses has a speech impediment, as is commonly thought, but that he speaks like a foreigner. In response to Moses' excuses, God assures Moses that he will be with him and will give him the words to say. Moreover, God gives Moses some miracles to perform to convince his skeptics, including a staff that turns into a snake, a vanishing and reappearing skin disease on his hand, and the ability to turn water into blood. Houdini, eat your heart out. As for his personal name, God says to Moses in Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, "I am who I am. Thus will you say to the Israelites, I am has sent me." I am in Hebrew is Ehyeh. Yet, when God tells Moses what to call him before the people, God uses the third person, he is, which in Hebrew is Yahweh. Actually, we aren't entirely sure how God's name was pronounced, because the Hebrew text originally had no vowels. Most English translations render God's personal name as the Lord, with all capital letters. Out of excuses, Moses begs God to send anyone but him, to which God tells Moses that his brother Aaron will assist him on this mission impossible. Reluctantly, Moses complies. After all, it's tough to win arguments with omniscient deities. The plagues that freed a nation. Exodus chapters 7 to 10. Moses, now accompanied by his brother Aaron and armed with a few magic tricks, returns to Egypt to free the Israelites. After convincing the Israelites that God has appeared to Moses and intends to release them from their bondage, Moses and Aaron deliver God's message to Pharaoh, "Let my people go." Pharaoh refuses, saying he doesn't even know this God of whom they speak. In addition, for even having the audacity to ask to leave, Pharaoh increases the Israelites' work burden. The people in turn become angry at Moses, saying that they wish he'd never returned to deliver them. This complaint is the first of many that the Israelites will file against Moses. Confused, Moses and Aaron go back to God, who assures them that everything is on schedule and working according to plan. With renewed confidence, Moses and Aaron return to negotiate with Pharaoh. Pharaoh still refuses to release the Israelites, but he soon realizes that God means business because he brings a number of plagues upon Egypt. Here's a brief rundown of the 10 plagues. 1. The Nile River, Egypt's primary water source, turns to blood. Exodus chapter 7, verses 14 to 24. 2. Frogs come up from the Nile River and invade the land. Exodus chapter 7, verse 25 to chapter 8, verse 15. 3. Gnats emerge from the ground and swarm Egypt. Exodus chapter 8, verses 16 to 19. 4. Flies swarm the land, except Goshen, where the Israelites live. Exodus chapter 8, verses 20 to 32. 5. A mysterious disease afflicts most of Egypt's, but none of Israel's, livestock, which drop dead. Exodus chapter 9, verses 1 to 7. 6. Boils break out on both the Egyptians and their animals. Exodus chapter 9, verses 8 to 12. 7. A hailstorm erupts and destroys much of Egypt's crops and livestock. Exodus chapter 9, verses 13 to 35. 8. Locusts devour Egypt's remaining crops. Exodus chapter 10, verses 1 to 20. 9. Darkness covers all Egypt except Goshen for 3 straight days. Exodus chapter 10, verses 21 to 29. 10. Egypt's firstborn, including both livestock and humans, are killed by God's destroying angel. Chapter 11, verse 1 to chapter 12, verse 50. Technical stuff. Although elsewhere in the Bible, angels wield swords to protect God's people or destroy their enemies, Exodus chapter 12 doesn't specify by what method this destroying angel kills the Egyptians' firstborns. The firstborn, especially firstborn males, held a special status in the ancient world. These children inherited more than their younger siblings and carried the family's promise of longevity. Thus, biblically speaking, the death of the firstborn is far worse than the death of the other children. Moreover, the death of the Egyptian males seems to be divine justice for the Pharaoh's earlier decree to have all Israelite baby boys drown in the Nile River. Who hardened Pharaoh's heart? In ancient Near Eastern thought, mental activity was based in the heart, and emotions were centralized in the liver and kidneys. Thus, when Pharaoh hardens his heart, it means his mind remains stubborn. Yet sometimes the text reports that Pharaoh hardened his own heart, and at others that God hardened his heart. So, who hardened Pharaoh's heart? The answer, it seems, is both. God ultimately is in control of human hearts, and additionally, he needed a stubborn Pharaoh to show the world his incredible powers. Participating in the first Passover, Exodus chapters 11 to 13. As protection from the 10th plague, the killing of all firstborn children and animals, God tells the Israelites to take the blood from a sacrificed lamb and smear it upon the doorposts of their homes. That night, God, accompanied by his destroying angel, passes over, hence the name of the holiday, the Israelites, and slays the firstborn sons of Egypt. This event forms the basis of the Passover holiday. For more on Passover, see the section titled A Guide to Israel's Holy Days, later in this chapter. Not one house in Egypt is spared. Even Pharaoh's son, the crown prince, dies. That very night, while still mourning the death of his son, Pharaoh summons Moses and Aaron and tells them that the Israelites can leave Egypt. The Israelites quickly gather their belongings and are even given wealth by the Egyptians, and they hurry out of Egypt. This is the Exodus, from a Greek word meaning exit. However, the Israelites aren't out of trouble yet. Crossing the Red Sea, Exodus chapters 14 to 15. Led by God, who manifests himself as a huge pillar of cloud during the day and a large pillar of fire by night, the Israelites, who now number well over 1 million people, according to the Bible, leave Egypt and head into the wilderness. However, their exit doesn't pass without incident, or notice, as you can imagine. When news reaches Pharaoh that his Israelite slaves are wandering about in the wilderness, God hardens Pharaoh's heart once more, and Pharaoh decides to get his slaves back. With his force of chariots, Pharaoh pursues and catches up with the Israelites at the shores of a body of water alternately referred to in translations as the Red Sea and the Reed Sea. Technical stuff. The reason for the discrepancy between the Red Sea and the Reed Sea is that the Hebrew Bible calls this body of water Yam Suf, Sea of Reeds, while the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, the Septuagint, see chapter 1, calls it Thalassa Erythra, Red Sea. Many scholars believe the Bible is referring to the Red Sea, or the Gulf of Suez, but some have suggested that it is referring to one of the many freshwater lakes, with abundant reeds, now covered by the Suez Canal. Either way, what happens next is, by any reckoning, a miracle. The people, seeing that they are trapped between this large body of water and the Egyptian army, cry out to Moses. Moses, in turn, tells them to remain silent and watch the deliverance of God. Exodus chapter 14, verse 13. Moses then raises his staff, and the waters part, allowing the Israelites to cross on dry ground. Pharaoh's forces, who up to this point have been held at bay by God via a pillar of fire, are finally allowed to give pursuit. Yet, once the Israelites are safe on the other side, Moses lowers his arms, and the waters sweep over the Egyptian army, drowning them. After being delivered from Pharaoh's army, the Israelites worship God with a song led by the brother-sister duo of Moses and Miriam, a song recorded in Exodus chapter 15 called the Song of the Sea. Soon, the Israelites are on their way to Moses' old stomping grounds, Midian, where Moses will receive the laws to govern this new nation conceived in liberty. When did the Exodus take place? At present, there is no extra-biblical, historical, or archaeological evidence to corroborate the specific events described in Exodus. Therefore, we aren't entirely sure when to date the Exodus. Some scholars hold to a 15th century BCE date for the Exodus, based on literal readings of passages such as 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1, which states that the Exodus occurred 480 years prior to Solomon's construction of the Jerusalem Temple, around 960 BCE. This would place the Exodus around 1440 BCE. Yet, many scholars feel that the Exodus occurred at some point in the 13th century BCE, when the pharaohs, including Seti I and his son Ramesses II, undertook massive building projects in the eastern Nile Delta, including the store cities of Pithom and Raamses, as described in Exodus. Furthermore, an inscription from Ramesses II's son, Merneptah, dating to 1208 BCE, records the earliest historical reference to Israel outside of the Bible. In this inscription, Merneptah brags of defeating a number of his Canaanite enemies, including a people not yet settled named Israel. Thus, by the 13th century BCE, Israel refers to a people located in Canaan, but who had not consolidated into a kingdom. Are we there yet? The Israelites' constant complaining. Exodus chapters 16 to 17. Shortly after the miraculous events at the Red Sea, Moses leads the people on a 3-month trek through the desert to Mount Sinai, where God first appeared to Moses in a burning bush. While on the way, the people, far from showing their gratitude for having been freed from slavery, grumble to Moses about everything from where they'll find their next meal to why Moses led them out of slavery to die in the wilderness. In each case, Moses brings their complaint to God, who provides for their need. As the people's complaints and God's provision are repeated in the book of Numbers, a book discussed later in this chapter, Here's a breakdown for ease of reference. The people complain that they don't have enough food. In response, God causes a sticky, bread-like substance to fall from the sky. Not knowing what this stuff is, the people call it, what is it, or manna in Hebrew. Manna will be part of the Israelites' daily diet during the 40-year wilderness wanderings. The people complain that they don't have enough meat. In response, God causes quail to land in the Israelite camp. The people gather the birds and have a barbecue each evening for 40 years. The people complain that they don't have enough water. In response, God instructs Moses to strike a rock with his staff, and water gushes forth from the rock for the Israelites to drink. Receiving the 10 Commandments and Israel's other laws. Exodus chapter 20. After the Israelites arrive at Mount Sinai, they become frightened when they hear God's thundering voice and ask Moses to serve as a mediator between them and God. Moses then ascends Mount Sinai to receive Israel's law. Technical stuff. By tradition, the laws received by Moses on Mount Sinai number 613. Yet, the most famous and important of these laws are the 10 Commandments, which God inscribes with his finger upon rock tablets. Following is a brief rundown of the 10 Commandments and what they mean. You shall have no other gods before me. This commandment, enjoining Israel to singular devotion to God, is intimately tied to their being delivered by God from Egyptian bondage. In fact, Jewish tradition reckons God's statement just prior to this command, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery, as the first of the 10 Commandments. The thrust of this commandment is, since God delivered you from slavery, you should be loyal to him. You shall not make idols. Traditionally, this commandment has been understood to mean that Israel couldn't make representations of humans or animals. Thus, Jewish artistic expression of a later period often lacked human or animal subjects. However, it seems more likely that this commandment prohibits the making of human or animal objects for worship. The reason for this prohibition is that an image or idol could never capture all that God is. Moreover, images of God already exist. Humans, who the Bible says are made in the image of God, Genesis chapter 1. Thus, making images of God devalues both God and humans. You shall not lift up God's name in vain. This injunction most likely prohibits people from making oaths in God's name. Yet the phrase in vain means for nothing, and therefore some scholars and parents understand this commandment to refer to using God's name in any inappropriate manner, such as when swearing or cussing. Today, many devout Jews and some Christians don't use God's name at all to ensure that they don't break this command. Moreover, some people, when writing, replace the O in the word God with a hyphen, G-D. Keep the Sabbath. Because God rested on the seventh day of creation, humans are ordered to mirror God's behavior. The Hebrew Bible takes this very seriously. As evidence of this, a man is killed for gathering wood on the Sabbath. Numbers chapter 15, verses 32 to 36. Honor your father and mother. Honoring your parents means to respect and care for them, such as providing for them in old age. This commandment is the only one with an accompanying promise that your days may be long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. Although this promise would eventually be understood to refer to an individual's life, in its original context, this promise guarantees the nation of Israel a long tenure in their promised land if they obey this commandment, and presumably the others as well. You shall not murder. The sixth commandment is often misunderstood to prohibit killing of any kind. However, the Israelites had several crimes that were punishable by death, and they were allowed to kill during times of war. This commandment prohibits murder, that is, the intentional killing of another person without cause. You shall not commit adultery. In the Hebrew Bible, adultery consists of sexual relations between a married man and a married woman, married to other people, of course. Sexual relations between a married man and an unmarried woman isn't technically adultery because polygamy is allowable in the Hebrew Bible. See chapter 6 of this book. You shall not steal. This one's pretty easy, meaning the same thing then that it does today. Don't steal. You shall not bear false witness. This commandment, though more generally referring to lying in any situation, more specifically refers to accusing a person falsely in a legal context. In biblical times, as today, lying while on the stand was a major problem. To combat false testimony, ancient Israel had this commandment, plus a requirement of 2 witnesses, to convict a person. Nevertheless, people are wrongly prosecuted and even killed at times in the Bible as a result of dishonest testimony. You shall not covet. Unlike the previous 9, violations against the 10th commandment are unverifiable, except to God. Although unverifiable, this commandment is an important part of the 10, because it seeks to address the impetus or motive contributing to the violation of the other commandments. The 10 Commandments in context. Remember, scholars have discovered that the covenant embodied in the 10 Commandments bears a striking resemblance to other ancient Near Eastern legal agreements, known as suzerain-vassal or master-servant treaties. In other words, when God establishes his covenant with Israel, he does so using a legal language that they could understand. Adultery and the Wicked Bible. In 1631, King Charles I of Britain ordered 1,000 Bibles from a reputable English printer. All was well, except for one mistake. The printer left out the word "not" in the 7th commandment, to read, "You shall commit adultery," in error. The king was not amused, and he ordered all the texts recalled and destroyed. This edition became known as the Wicked Bible, and only a few copies remain around today, each worth a fortune. Meanwhile, back at camp, Aaron and the golden calf. Exodus chapter 32. While Moses is on Mount Sinai receiving the law for 40 days, the people grow impatient and ask Aaron to build them a god to lead us. Aaron, being the pillar of virtue that he is, asks the people to give him their gold jewelry, with which he builds a golden bull. This idol isn't a calf, as is popularly believed. Calves are small, newborn animals that have trouble standing. Rather, the statue that Aaron creates is of a 1-year-old bull, a true symbol of virility and a common way to represent one's god in the ancient world. That is, if you wanted to show your god was a real, that is, studly, god, you presented him or her as a bull, or riding on top of a bull. Thus, in Aaron's defense, he may possibly have understood the golden bull to be a symbol of Israel's God, who showed his prowess against Egypt's gods. This would explain why Aaron would acquiesce to this idol-making and still feel like he could say, "Tomorrow, a festival to the Lord." Regardless of Aaron's intentions, God sees in the people's actions a direct violation of Commandments 1, no other gods, and 2, no idols, and he informs Moses that he intends to destroy the Israelites for their sin. Moses begs God to reconsider, saying that by destroying the Israelites, the Egyptians would assume that he couldn't deliver his people into their promised land. Persuaded by Moses' appeal, God changes his mind and spares Israel. Having effectively represented the people before God, Moses descends from the mountain to represent God before the people. When he sees the golden bull and the people engaged in idolatry and revelry, he throws the tablets bearing the 10 Commandments to the ground, breaking them into pieces, which symbolizes the Israelites breaking their covenant with God. Moses then destroys the idol by burning it and grinding it into dust, which he sprinkles on water and makes the people drink. The instigators are punished, but, in the end, God forgives the people and renews the covenant. Does God change his mind? The notice that God changed his mind about wiping out the Israelites for building the golden bull raises an important theological question. Does the biblical author really imagine that God changes his mind? Some scholars argue that the biblical author means exactly what he says. God changed his mind. However, some argue that, because other passages explicitly say that God doesn't change his mind, Numbers chapter 23, verse 19, this notice is an example of anthropomorphic language, where God's actions are described in human terms. By this reading, the reason for saying God changed his mind is to show that God is willing to engage in reasoned dialogue and even be persuaded by the requests of his people. God's mobile home, the tabernacle, Exodus chapter 25 verse 1 to chapter 31 verse 11, chapter 35 verse 30 to chapter 40 verse 38. Nearly 1/3 of Exodus is devoted to describing the form and function of the tabernacle, a portable tent structure that becomes God's residence on earth. Although the Bible goes out of its way to say that God can't be limited to one geographical locale, the tabernacle becomes a place where God's presence, also called his glory, is uniquely manifest on earth, and where the people can offer him worship and sacrifices. Moreover, the layout and content of the tabernacle symbolize various facets of God's relationship with Israel. Here's what you would find at the tabernacle if you lived during Moses' day. The tabernacle was a large rectangular tent, 15 feet high, 45 feet long, and 15 feet wide, enclosed by a 75 by 150-foot courtyard. The worshiper brought an offering to the entrance of the courtyard, where he was met by a priest. In the case of an animal offering, the worshiper would place his hands upon the animal's head and confess his sins, symbolically transferring his wrongdoing to the sacrificial victim. The priest then took the animal to the bronze altar for sacrifice. Also in the courtyard was the bronze basin, which was filled with water and used by the priests for making themselves ritually pure before rendering service to God. Remember, the priest's role as mediator intended to convey that God is holy or morally separate from humanity. Even the priests needed to make themselves ritually pure via sacrifice and washings before offering sacrifices on behalf of others. As you entered the tabernacle proper, although only priests could enter, here's what you'd see. The table of showbread, which daily held 12 loaves of bread, one each for the 12 tribes of Israel, and which served as an offering to God and gave testimony to God's continual provision for his people. The golden lampstand, or menorah, a 7-branched candelabrum, which always remained lit as a symbol of God's enduring covenant with Israel. The altar of incense, which not only covered the smell involved with sacrifice, but also symbolized the sacrifices and prayers that ascended to God on behalf of Israel. A curtain separated the front room of the tent, called the Holy Place, from the back room, called the Most Holy Place, or the Holy of Holies. The back room was God's throne room, the sacredness of which was represented by the most sacred relic in the cult, the Ark of the Covenant, which rested in the center of the room. Only the high priest could enter the Holy of Holies, and he could only do this once a year on the Day of Atonement. See a guide to Israel's holy days later in this chapter. The Ark of the Covenant was a box made of acacia wood, covered with gold foil, and the lid was solid gold with 2 biblical cherubim, creatures with the body of a lion, the face of a human, and the wings of an eagle, facing one another at each end. Inside the ark were a pot of manna, reminding Israel of God's provision, Aaron's staff, reminding Israel of Aaron's leadership, and the 10 Commandments, symbolizing God's covenant with the Israelites. After the tabernacle is completed, the pillar of smoke and fire symbolizing God's presence, which has been leading the Israelites since their departure from Egypt, fills the tabernacle. From now on, when God wants the Israelites to move to a new location, the cloud lifts from the tabernacle and leads the way. An Old Testament God of wrath? We often hear people say, the God of the Old Testament is a God of wrath, while the God of the New Testament is a God of love. Ironically, the inaccuracy of this statement is nowhere more apparent than in the context of God's punishing the Israelites for worshiping the golden bull. In the wake of this event, God reintroduces himself to Moses, a reintroduction that intends to remind Moses and the reader that God is first and foremost a God of love and forgiveness. The Lord is a merciful and gracious God, slow to anger, and abounding in loving kindness and faithfulness, keeping steadfast love for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and the children's children to the third and the fourth generation. Exodus chapter 34, verses 6 to 7. That's right. According to Exodus chapter 34, the God of the Hebrew Bible is 7 parts love and forgiveness, and only 1 part judgment, not wrath. There's a difference. Laws for Holy Living, the Book of Leviticus. The third of the 5 books of Moses, Leviticus, is the keystone of the Torah. Not only does Leviticus sit at the literary center of the books of Moses, it also provides Israel with the laws that set them apart as God's special people. The name Leviticus, in fact, derives from its focus on laws and ritual, which were largely carried out by the priestly tribe of the Levites. Yet, for all its importance, Leviticus today is often a misunderstood book, not because it's difficult to interpret, though at times it is, but because it spends so much time focusing on how to properly perform various sacrifices, what one can and cannot eat, and what to do if a wound turns a certain color. To the modern reader, such details are mundane and even gross, and they are, we admit, but for priests whose job it was to offer proper sacrifices to God, instruct the people on what foods were clean or unclean, and to diagnose diseases, the book of Leviticus was an essential resource. Sacrifice in the ancient world, the importance of being earnest and ritually correct. Leviticus chapter 10. Although being sincere when offering a sacrifice or performing a ritual was important in ancient Israel, so was carrying out that ritual in the proper manner. Anyone who changed a ritual in any way, especially adding anything that hinted of the practices of ancient Israel's polytheistic neighbors, was punished severely. Even Aaron's 2 oldest sons are killed by God for making an offering of strange or foreign incense. Understanding sacrifice in ancient Israel. Leviticus chapters 1 to 9. Leviticus begins by describing the various sacrifices priests were to offer. This priority on sacrifice is purposeful, since Israel's sacrificial system provided the people with a way to obtain forgiveness from God and to express gratitude to God for his provision. Related to God's provision, sacrifice also provided the priests and people with food. In fact, far from being a savage practice, as people today tend to think of it, ritual sacrifice underscored the seriousness of taking an animal's life for food. By comparison, the modern practice of saying, "I'll take that cheeseburger to go," does little to acknowledge the loss of life that accompanies eating meat. Leviticus describes 5 categories of sacrifice. The burnt offering, Leviticus chapter 1. This offering was the most basic sacrifice for sin. The Hebrew word for it literally means that which is offered up. Depending on what one could afford to give, the burnt offering consisted of a young bull, a 1-year-old lamb, or a bird, dove or pigeon. The animal was entirely roasted, the smell of which traveled skyward as a soothing odor to God. This sacrifice was offered twice daily, once in the morning and once in the evening, and was accompanied by offerings of cereal and wine. The priests offered additional animals and libations for the Sabbath and the beginning of new months. The grain offering, Leviticus chapter 2. This offering was a way of thanking God for his provision of food. As the name implies, the grain offering consisted of grain, or fine flour, as well as olive oil, incense, and unleavened bread. Part of the offering was presented to God, with the rest of the offering going to the priests for food. The peace offering, or sacrifice of well-being, Leviticus chapter 3. This offering was a way of expressing one's desire for peace or fellowship with God. There were 3 types of peace offerings: the thanksgiving sacrifice, which included cakes of bread in addition to the animal, the votive sacrifice, repayment of a vow, and the free will sacrifice, not limited to festive occasions. Purification offering, or sin offering, Leviticus chapter 4 verse 1 to chapter 5 verse 13. The purification offering atoned mostly for unintentional sins, especially when no restitution could be made. Here, the status of the offender was taken into consideration, as well as his or her intentions. Thus, priests and rulers needed to offer larger sacrifices than laity, and purposeful or careless sins cost more than those committed accidentally. Reparation offering, or guilt offering, Leviticus chapter 5 verses 14 to 26. The reparation offering was a sacrifice given to cover offenses against a fellow Israelite or God, and required that the offender make restitution. Is that kosher? The biblical diet, Leviticus chapter 11. Leviticus, beyond concerning itself with proper sacrifice, goes to great pains to describe what one could and could not eat. The dietary laws recorded in Leviticus chapter 11, and again in Deuteronomy chapter 14, classify food as clean, or kosher, a Hebrew word that means proper, or unclean. In general, roadkill was out, as were all animals that died a natural death. Also, animals had to be at least 8 days old. Other than these general categories, the Bible breaks down the animals according to species: mammals, water creatures, birds, and creeping things. Mammals. If an animal is a ruminant, it has an extra choose cud, allowing grass to be digested, and if it is an ungulate, it has a cloven hoof, and if that hoof is split rather than solid, we're talking barbecue. The Israelites ate mostly sheep and goats, but they also consumed cattle and hunted wild fauna, such as deer and ibex. The Bible lists a few examples of non-kosher animals, such as camel, which chews cud, has a split foot but no hoof, rabbit, which appears to chew cud but doesn't, and has no parted hoof, and pig, which has a split hoof but doesn't chew cud. Water creatures. The Israelites didn't spend much time in the water, so although they had dozens of words pertaining to sheep and goats, only one word in the Hebrew Bible exists for all types of water creatures: dag. A whale is a dag, as is a lobster, a squid, and a tuna. Nevertheless, if a creature lives in the water, it must have scales and fins in order to be kosher. Birds. Instead of listing characteristics that a bird must possess in order to be kosher, as is done with the other categories of food, the Bible simply lists birds that are forbidden to eat, such as owls, eagles, hawks, and bats. We know that a bat isn't a bird, but the official category in Hebrew is flying thing, which a bat certainly is. The prohibited birds all eat flesh, so birds that feed primarily on grain were considered kosher. Most often, ancient Israelites ate pigeons. Chickens aren't mentioned in the Hebrew Bible because domestic chickens only arrived in the area about 500 BCE. Creeping things. This category includes reptiles and insects. No reptile was permissible to eat, but some insects were. If the insect had wings and walked on its legs, and if it had a leg joint above its body to hop, it was okay. Thus, locusts were acceptable, as were crickets and grasshoppers. Some locusts in this part of the world are the size of a double cheeseburger and would have taken several bites to consume. Yes, we know. Try to restrain yourself. Why kosher? Kosher is a Hebrew word meaning proper, and it refers to items that, according to the law of Moses, are acceptable for use or consumption. Most often, however, kosher refers to things people are allowed to consume. Scholars have proposed a variety of solutions to explain why the Bible approves of some foods and not others. The most common proposal is that the Bible's dietary laws are intended to protect Israel from sickness or disease. However, this explanation doesn't account for all the data. For example, eating a beetle, not kosher, is no more risky than eating a cricket, kosher. Therefore, perhaps the best explanation for the Bible's dietary laws is that they made Israel culturally distinctive. Along with dress and language, diet is among the best markers of culture, and Israel's dietary laws set them apart from their neighbors. A guide to Israel's holy days. The biblical calendar is necessarily sacred, as it commemorates God's activity in history, such as the creation of the world and Israel's exodus from Egypt. Therefore, Leviticus goes to great lengths to specify how and when to commemorate various holidays or holy days. The following sections describe some of Israel's most sacred days. The Pilgrimage Feasts. 3 holidays in the Israelite calendar called for a pilgrimage to Israel's central altar. At first, the tabernacle, but eventually the temple built by Solomon in Jerusalem. See chapter 10. Passover, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Booths. See chapter 27 for more information on the Bible's feasts and holidays. Passover, or Feast of Unleavened Bread. Passover is a spring holiday, April-May, that commemorates Israel's exodus from Egypt. In the original Passover, the Israelites were instructed to slaughter a lamb and apply its blood to the doorframes of their homes so that God and his destroying angel would pass over their homes on their way to kill the firstborn of Egypt. The Passover is followed by the Feast of Unleavened Bread, where the Israelites are forbidden to eat anything with leaven in it. This feast commemorates the Israelites' hurried departure from Egypt when they didn't have time to leaven their bread. Feast of Weeks, Shavuot, First Fruits or Harvest, Greek Pentecost. 7 weeks and a day, 50 days after Passover, is the Feast of Weeks, May-June, a harvest festival for the wheat and barley that was planted in the fall. On this holiday, sacrifices were offered, both of animals and of the harvest, in recognition of God's provision. Feast of Booths, Tabernacles, Sukkos, or Feast of Ingathering. The final agricultural holiday before winter, Booths, Hebrew Sukkos, celebrates the harvest of grapes and olives, September-October. It's a week-long joyous occasion where participants live in temporary structures, or booths, to commemorate the Israelites' wilderness wanderings. As with the other pilgrimage feasts, booths involves sacrifices given in gratitude for God's provision of food, and in this particular case, freedom. The Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur in Hebrew, is the most solemn day of the calendar and takes place in the fall, 5 days earlier than Sukkos. It is a day of fasting and self-reflection in which the priests and the society purge themselves of the past year's sins. During the Day of Atonement, the tabernacle, and later the temple, is purified, and only on this day is the high priest allowed to enter the sanctuary's Holy of Holies, where the Ark of the Covenant resided, in order to offer a sacrifice for the sins of the whole nation. See chapter 27 for more information on this holy day. The sabbatical years. Just as the people rested every seventh day, so the land was to lay fallow every 7 years, in what were known as sabbatical years. The Israelites were not allowed to plant, harvest, or even prune during this year. Moreover, several social reforms occurred during these special years, including providing food for the poor and canceling debts. If only we could get credit card companies to sign up for this one. The Year of Jubilee. The year after 7 sabbatical years was known as the Year of Jubilee, named after a Hebrew word for a ram's horn, which was blown as a trumpet at this and other celebrations. During the Year of Jubilee, the people were reminded that God, not they, owned all they had. Moreover, all Israelites enslaved due to debt were freed, and all land that was sold to pay off debts during the past 50 years was returned to the original owners. Why kosher delis don't serve cheeseburgers. If you've been to a kosher restaurant or keep kosher yourself, you know that consuming milk and meat products together is a no-no. This prohibition ultimately derives from the command, "You shall not boil a kid, baby goat, in its mother's milk," Exodus chapter 23, verse 19, and chapter 34, verse 26, and Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 21. Scholars disagree about the meaning of this prohibition. Some argue, based on parallels in other ancient cultures, that this command prohibits a pagan ritual in which baby goats were sacrificed by being boiled in milk. Other scholars claim that the command reflects the Bible's concern for the ethical treatment of animals. According to this view, the Bible prohibits boiling a kid in its mother's milk because it's cruel. Whatever the exact meaning, Jewish tradition has understood this prohibition to mean that you can't consume milk and meat products together. In other words, no cheeseburgers. Law and Order. Israel's legal system. In addition to ritual laws and holy days that center around the Israelites' worship of God, Leviticus contains a variety of ethical laws that focus on the Israelites' relationship with one another. Many of the ethical laws in Leviticus may sound familiar to you. This familiarity is due in large part to the Bible's influence on our modern legal system, as well as on our moral code. Here's a sampling of Leviticus's ethical teachings. Don't oppress your neighbor or steal from him. Don't withhold the wages due to a worker overnight. Don't curse a deaf person or put a stumbling block in front of the blind. Don't show favoritism toward the poor or the rich, but judge fairly. Don't take revenge or bear a grudge, but love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus chapter 19, verses 13 to 15 and verse 18. Many of Israel's laws are influenced by the people's experience as slaves in Egypt. In particular, several laws seek to protect strangers from abuse or mistreatment. For example, Leviticus says, "You shall treat the stranger who lives with you as a citizen. You shall love him as yourself, for you were once strangers in the land of Egypt." Leviticus chapter 19, verse 34. With these ethical laws to guide them, Israel hoped not only to avoid the oppressive practices of their neighbors, but also to distinguish themselves as God's holy and righteous people. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Several of Israel's laws end with the phrase, "an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." See, for example, Leviticus chapter 24, verse 20. This law is known in Latin as lex talionis, or law of retaliation. Today, this law is often misinterpreted to mean that the Bible condones vengeance. However, the purpose for the law, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, isn't to encourage retaliation, but to limit it. The difference is subtle, but important. For example, if Mo gives Curly an eye poke, Curly may be tempted not only to poke Mo's eye, but to slap him on the forehead and give him a nyuk-nyuk. An eye for an eye limits Curly's right to retaliation to just the eye. This law helped to keep ancient feuds, as well as Three Stooges abuses, from spiraling out of control. 40-year nomads, the Book of Numbers. The Book of Numbers gets its name from 2 censuses and other numbers recorded in its pages. Mostly, however, Numbers is about events that occurred during the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness under Moses. Like the Book of Exodus, Numbers records the people's many complaints and rebellions against God and God's appointed leader, Moses. Numbers also recounts the passing of Miriam and Aaron, Moses' sister and brother, and prepares the reader for Moses' imminent death. Israel's continued rebellions, Numbers chapters 12 to 14, 21, and 25. Much of the Book of Numbers recounts the remaining years of the wilderness wanderings under Moses, years that are wrought with rebellion. Here are a few of the highlights, maybe lowlights is a more fitting description. Aaron and Miriam's rebellion, Numbers chapter 12. The rebelliousness of the Israelites even extends to Moses' own family. Aaron and Miriam turn on their brother because he's married a Cushite woman. For this affront, God punishes Miriam by turning her skin leprous white. Who this Cushite wife isn't clear. Because Cush can refer to an area inside Midian, some have argued this refers to Moses' Midianite wife, Zipporah. However, more often in the Bible, Cush refers to the area south of Egypt, in what is today Sudan. If this is the case, part of Aaron and Miriam's disdain may have been directed at her darkened skin, making Miriam's punishment of ultra-white skin all the more ironic. Spies like us, Numbers chapters 13 to 14. Before attempting to conquer the Promised Land, Moses requests that each of the 12 tribes of Israel appoint one man to travel into Canaan and do a bit of James Bond reconnaissance. The spies return with amazing tales of an abundant land truly flowing with milk and honey. But because of the size of the enemy, most of the spies feel that any attempted campaign will end in disaster. However, 2 spies, Caleb and Joshua, argue that God will give them victory. Unfortunately, the Israelites go with the majority report and decide not to enter the Promised Land. In response to their lack of faith, God tells them that everyone 20 years of age and older will die in the wilderness, but their children, along with Caleb and Joshua, will one day enter the Promised Land. Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, Numbers chapter 16. These 3 men lead a rebellion with 250 men, all of whom question Moses' and Aaron's right to lead the people. In response, God causes the earth to open, which swallows the 3 ringleaders and their families. God then makes fire to come down from the sky, which consumes the remaining 250 rebels. The lesson? Don't mess with God's appointed leaders. Aaron's blooming staff, Numbers chapter 17. Aaron's fellow priests question his right to be the high priest. In order to determine God's view on the matter, Moses takes the staffs of Aaron and his opponents and places them in the tabernacle. The next day, when Moses retrieves the staffs, only Aaron's has blossoms, confirming that God has chosen Aaron. Fiery serpents, Numbers chapter 21. The people become fed up with wandering in the wilderness and complain to Moses about their lack of food and water. As punishment, God sends fiery snakes with lethal venom among the people. In response to the people's pleas and Moses' prayers, God instructs Moses to build a copper snake and hold it up so people could see it. If, after being bit, the people looked at the snake, they would be healed. Remember, Moses' bronze serpent is mentioned 2 more times in the Bible. Once in the Hebrew Bible, when King Hezekiah, 715 to 687 BCE, destroys Moses' bronze serpent because it has become an object of worship in Jerusalem's temple, 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 4, and again in the New Testament, when the author of the Gospel of John compares Moses' lifting up the serpent in order to bring physical healing to the Israelites with Jesus' being lifted up on the cross to bring spiritual healing, forgiveness of sins to the world. John chapter 3, verses 14 to 15. Cleaning God's house. Numbers chapter 25, verses 14 to 18. A number of Israelite men participate in cultic prostitution with foreign women. During this raucous affair, a man and woman enter the tabernacle and begin having sex. Not a good idea. While they're in the act, Aaron's grandson, Phinehas, takes his spear and, well, he makes the first shik-sabab. For his act of defending the sanctity of God's tent, Phinehas is blessed with a covenant that his descendants would serve before God forever. Moses' indiscretion, the promised land denied. Numbers chapter 20, verses 2 to 13. Even Moses commits a sin that is so egregious that he's prevented from entering the promised land. Numbers chapter 20. The transgression occurs at a place called Meribah, where the people again complain to Moses about a lack of water. God instructs Moses, "Take the rod and assemble the congregation, you and Aaron your brother, and tell the rock before their eyes to yield its water." Numbers chapter 20, verse 8. Moses gathers the people and then says, "Hear now, you rebels, shall we bring forth water for you out of this rock?" Numbers chapter 20, verse 10. Then Moses hits the rock with the rod, and water issues forth. Yet, as the people are quenching their thirst, God speaks to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not believe in me, to treat me as holy in the eyes of the children of Israel, therefore you will not bring this assembly into the land that I have given them." Numbers chapter 20, verse 12. So, what went wrong? Part of the problem is that Moses struck the rock instead of speaking to it, which, when accompanied with the words, "Shall we bring forth water?" made it look as though he was partly responsible for the miracle. This is not merely an oversight on Moses' part. God describes his sin as rebellion, akin to the people's constant complaining. And for this rebellion, Moses will never set foot in the promised land. Balaam and the smart ass. Numbers chapter 22 to 24. A number of the nations the Israelites encounter in their wanderings fear them for what Israel did to Egypt. As a result, kings repeatedly refuse Israel permission to pass through their territory. The king of Moab even hires a soothsayer named Balaam to put a curse on Israel. Yet every time Balaam tries to carry out his task, God forces him to bless Israel instead. Despite God's interference, Balaam doesn't give up and is soon off again to go curse Israel. While on the way, his donkey strays off course and then eventually lies down despite Balaam's continual beatings. Finally, the donkey turns to Balaam and asks, "What have I done to make you want to beat me?" Balaam is taken aback because donkeys don't usually initiate conversations. God then opens Balaam's eyes to see a sword-wielding angel who's blocking the donkey's path. The donkey's actions, as it turns out, had saved Balaam's life. Balaam and his donkey proceed, though Balaam is only able to bless Israel. A large plaster inscription was excavated in northern Jordan that records additional exploits of Balaam, showing that he was quite a famous prophet in antiquity. Moses' farewell address, the Book of Deuteronomy. The Book of Deuteronomy records Moses' farewell address to the next generation of Israelites just outside ancient Israel's promised land. Deuteronomy actually means second or repeated law, as the book is both a recap of the events of the past 40 years and a renewal of Israel's covenant with God. This renewal is embodied in the most important law of Israelite religion, which is called the Shema in Hebrew, from its opening word meaning hear or listen up. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 5. Technical stuff. As is evident in the Shema, Deuteronomy emphasizes the importance of God's love for Israel and of Israel's need to love God in return. In fact, Deuteronomy has been called the Book of Love. The word used for this love is Hebrew hesed, which derives from covenant language used in the broader ancient Near East, and which is probably best translated as unwavering commitment or steadfast devotion. Could you repeat that? Deuteronomy's second law, Deuteronomy chapters 1 to 33. Deuteronomy is a great speech, but much of it is a repetition of events and laws recorded earlier in the Bible. Thus, Deuteronomy chapter 5 again records the Ten Commandments, as well as other laws found in Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. Yet, Deuteronomy also contains some innovations. The reason for keeping the Sabbath is no longer because God rested on that day during creation, but because the Israelites found rest when they were released from slavery. Deuteronomy places more emphasis on centralized worship at a single sanctuary at the place God will choose, ultimately Jerusalem. This mandate is important because when the Israelites spread out in their promised land, it will be more difficult to bring sacrifice to God's altar. Deuteronomy places more emphasis on remembering God's words and acts, and passing these traditions on to the next generation. Parents are commanded to teach their children about God in every context of life, when you sit at home or walk along the road, when you lie down, or when you get up. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 7. The Israelites are even instructed to bind God's commands on their hands and foreheads, as well as to write them on the doorposts of their homes. Today, many devout Jews take these commands literally by tying phylacteries, small boxes containing portions of the Bible, on their left arm and forehead, or by attaching mezuzot, small wooden or metal containers holding portions of the Bible, usually the Shema, on the doorframes of their homes. The end of an era, the death of Moses. Deuteronomy chapter 34. Deuteronomy's, and thus the Torah's, ending is a cliffhanger, with much left unresolved. Most notably, the Israelites have yet to enter their promised land. However, Moses has brought them a long way, from bondage in Egypt as slaves to free people with a law code of their own. Moreover, the Israelites are camped on the plains of Moab, immediately east of the border of Canaan. Only the Jordan River separates them from the promised land. As Moses' final act on behalf of Israel, he transfers power to his trusted and faithful friend Joshua. Then, at the age of 120, Moses climbs Mount Nebo, where God shows him the land of Canaan. With the assurance that the Israelites will soon enter their promised land, Moses passes away. Deuteronomy ends with a tribute to the Hebrew Bible's greatest prophet. And there has not arisen a prophet since in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Deuteronomy chapter 34, verse 10. Technical stuff. The intimate bond shared between Moses and God is further communicated in the notice that God himself buries Moses. As a consequence, the exact location of Moses' grave remains secret. Chapter 8. An experiment in theocracy. Joshua, Judges, and Ruth. In this chapter, entering the promised land with the Israelites, witnessing the walls of Jericho come tumbling down with Joshua, overcoming oppressors with Deborah, Samson, and the other judges, gleaning a husband with Ruth. The biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Ruth chronicle Israel's history from Moses' death to the onset of the monarchy. Under the leadership of Joshua, the Israelites successfully enter and conquer their promised land, ancient Canaan. After Joshua, Israel is ruled by judges, not in the modern sense of stoic figures in black robes, but in the ancient sense of charismatic figures who, though perhaps hearing a case or two, would lead the Israelites in battles against their enemies. The Book of Ruth focuses on the life experiences of one family during the period of the Judges, who overcomes extreme hardship to become an influential member of ancient Israelite society. During this period, Israel is loosely organized in a tribal theocracy, where God is viewed as the ultimate ruler of the confederacy. These are wild times for Israel, because it lacks a central governing authority to punish crimes and maintain order. However, wild times mean colorful characters and stories, and Joshua, Judges, and Ruth certainly do not disappoint. Exploring the Book of Joshua. The Book of Joshua acquires its name from its main character. Joshua was Moses' right-hand man, accompanying him on Mount Sinai as he received the law from God and assisting him in battle against Israel's enemies. Joshua had also been one of two spies, Caleb was the other, who believed that God would deliver the promised land to Israel, despite the size of the foe. This courage, spirituality, and military prowess come in handy as Joshua leads the next generation of Israelites into their promised land. Preparing to enter the land. Joshua chapter 1. When we pick up the action of Joshua, the Israelites are encamped on the border of the promised land, just east of the Jordan River. Joshua tells them to get ready, because in 3 days they will cross the Jordan, and when they do, there's no turning back. The people reply, "All that you have commanded we will do, and wherever you send us we will go. Just as we obeyed Moses in all things, so we will obey you." Joshua chapter 1, verses 16 to 17. Although these words may seem a small consolation in light of just how infrequently the people really listened to Moses, this is a new generation, and they actually will end up obeying most of what Joshua commands. 2 spies and a prostitute. Joshua chapter 2. Prior to entering the promised land, Joshua sends 2 spies ahead to Jericho to gather strategic information. Upon entering the city, and in true James Bond fashion, the 2 spies go to the house of a prostitute named Rahab. After all, if you want insider information, what better place to go than the local brothel? When the king of Jericho receives news of the Israelite infiltrators, he sends his soldiers to Rahab's house. Rahab lies to the soldiers, however, saying the 2 spies already left the city, all the while hiding them on her roof. The reason for Rahab's traitorous actions is that she has heard about God delivering the Israelites from their Egyptian bondage and from their enemies during their wilderness wanderings. For Rahab, the conclusion is obvious. "For the Lord your God is God in heaven above and on earth below." Joshua chapter 2, verse 11. Rahab is now a believer in this God, which was one of the desired outcomes expressed by God when he delivered Israel from its Egyptian slavery. Non-Israelites would also believe in him. Therefore, Rahab asks the spies to return her favor of lying on their behalf by sparing her and her family when, not if, they conquer the city. The spies agree, and that night, Rahab lowers them from the city wall, and they eventually make it back to the Israelite camp. In the New Testament, Rahab's heroism is held out as an example of faith for others to emulate. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 31, and James chapter 2, verse 25. Crossing o'er Jordan and preparing for battle. Joshua chapters 3 to 5. After the spies return, the Israelites prepare to enter the promised land. The final barrier to their entry, the Jordan River, actually proves insignificant because its waters miraculously roll back when the priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant, see chapter 7, enter the river. Remember, Israel's miraculous crossing of the Jordan River not only provides continuity between the leadership of Moses and Joshua, because this mirrors Israel's crossing the Red Sea, see chapter 7, but it also serves to underscore that Israel's upcoming battles will be accomplished not by military prowess, but by God's power, so that future generations would remember God's miraculous acts on behalf of Israel. God commands that a representative from each tribe collect a stone from the dried riverbed to be made into a memorial. As Joshua says, "For your children will ask in time to come, 'What do these stones mean to you?' And you will say to them that the waters of the Jordan were cut off in front of the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. When it crossed over the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off, and these stones will be a memorial to the children of Israel forever." Joshua chapter 4, verses 6 to 7. Making up for past sins. When the Israelites enter their promised land, the manna, or divinely provided bread, see chapter 7, that has fed them for 40 years ceases, because now they will eat the produce of this land, flowing with milk and honey. Also making this a momentous occasion, and as further preparation for battle, Joshua has all the Israelite males circumcised. Apparently adding to the sins of the former generation, they neglected to circumcise their sons. This new generation's obedience in this regard symbolizes their renewal of their covenant with God. In recognition of this renewal, the place of their circumcision is named Gilgal, from a Hebrew word meaning to roll, because God rolled back the reproach of Israel. Meeting the commander-in-chief of God's army. As Joshua is looking over Jericho in preparation for the impending battle, he is startled by a man standing in front of him with a drawn sword. Already outmaneuvered, Joshua realizes diplomacy is his best option. "Are you for us or for our enemies?" The man's answer is perhaps more startling than his sudden appearance. "Neither. Rather, I have come as the commander of the Lord's army." Realizing this is a divine visitor, Joshua falls on his face and asks what God would have him do. Rather than give Joshua a battle strategy, the divine visitor responds, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." Joshua chapter 5, verse 15. That's it. No discussion, no insider scoop, just take off your sandals. So, what's going on here? Remember, the main point of this encounter, on the eve before Israel engages the enemy, is manifold. First, God is with Joshua, just as he was with Moses. This event mirrors Moses' sandal incident at the burning bush, found in Exodus chapter 3, as well as in chapter 7 of this book. Second, God will be fighting on behalf of Israel. Finally, and most importantly, this war isn't about the Israelites. As the commander says, he is fighting on neither side, which reminds the reader that this battle is ultimately about God's purposes. Concerning the Israelites, God is fulfilling a promise made long ago to Abraham, that his descendants would one day live in the promised land. Concerning the inhabitants of Canaan, God is fulfilling another promise he made to Abraham, that he would one day judge the Canaanites for their many sins. And the walls came a-tumbling down, the defeat of Jericho. Joshua chapter 6. The Israelites are now ready to take Jericho and get the conquest underway, but there is a major problem. The heavily fortified walls of Jericho separate the Israelite army from their first victory. The walls of Jericho were renowned in the ancient world. Apparently, as one of the oldest cities of human civilization, Jericho had learned over the millennia that nothing speaks "keep out" like tall walls. The irony is that as Joshua looks at the tightly shut walls of Jericho, God says, "See, I've delivered Jericho into your hands." Joshua chapter 6, verses 1 to 2. In keeping with this achieve the impossible optimism, God gives Joshua very unorthodox battle plans. Have the soldiers and 7 priests with trumpets parade with the Ark of the Covenant once around the city every day for 6 days. Then, on the 7th day, the group should march around the city 7 times, and then sound all the trumpets, and everyone should shout at the top of their lungs. Yeah, that makes sense. And the inhabitants of Jericho will laugh so hard they'll fall off the wall, right? Thankfully, Joshua knew that God knew what he was doing and didn't ask questions. And sure enough, after the 7-day ritual and primal scream, the walls collapse, and the Israelites take Jericho. A temporary setback, stealing from God. Joshua chapters 7-8. Things are going great for Israel in the War Department. After the miraculous defeat of the Canaanites at Jericho, Israelite spies are sent northwest to reconnoiter the city of Ai. Due to Ai's diminutive forces, Joshua decides that only a limited army is needed to conquer. Nevertheless, they suffer an unexpected and terrible defeat. Joshua is distressed when the bad news reaches him, and he asks God how this could have happened. God tells Joshua the defeat came because of a serious covenant violation. One of the Israelite soldiers took some of the war spoils at Jericho that belonged to God. Joshua summons the people and, using lots, biblical dice, discovers that a man named Achan stole some gold, some silver, and a beautiful robe from Jericho, and then buried the treasures inside his tent. For this sort of violation, in which religious laws of war are breached, the punishment is severe. Achan is cut off, Hebrew karet, meaning that he, along with his family and livestock, are stoned to death and buried along with his possessions, including the stolen items. This religious purge does the trick, and the Israelites are successful in defeating Ai on their second try. The Gibeonites' trick and the total conquest. Joshua chapters 9-12. With Israel back on track after the setback at Ai, Israel's conquest is rapid, using a divide-and-conquer strategy by attacking Canaan's midsection and then campaigning south and north. Yet, when the residents of Gibeon, a city near Jerusalem, hear of Israel's victories, they understandably fear for their lives and come up with a tricky strategy of their own. The Gibeonites dress up like poor travelers and approach Joshua at Gilgal. They pretend to have traveled a great distance so as to make Joshua think they are not inhabitants of the promised land. Without consulting God, Joshua and the Israelites make a treaty with the Gibeonites, promising never to destroy them. After 3 days, however, the Israelites discover their ruse, but they are unable to harm the Gibeonites due to their oath. So, Joshua decrees that, from then on, the Gibeonites would become Israel's servants. After the episode with the Gibeonites, Joshua performs one miracle so amazing that the Bible mentions there has been no day like it before or after when the Lord listened to the voice of a man. Joshua chapter 10, verse 14. That miracle occurs when Joshua orders the sun to stand still to give the Israelites more time to finish a battle against a coalition of Canaanite kings. Because Joshua's order occurs some 3,000 years before Copernicus, the biblical author describes this miracle by saying, "The sun stood still and the moon stopped." Joshua chapter 10, verse 13, showing that truly nothing is impossible for God. With this extended time, the Israelites are able to defeat the coalition. After this miraculous victory, the Israelites, in short order, defeat the kingdoms of southern and northern Canaan. Joshua chapter 11 ends with the report, "Thus Joshua possessed the entire land as the Lord had said to Moses, and he gave it as an inheritance to Israel according to their tribal allotments. Then the land had rest from war." Joshua chapter 11, verse 23. Conquering Jericho and other Canaanite cities are not ordinary battles where, if successful, the soldiers divide the war spoils, including taking any desirable women or children for slaves. Instead, these are wars of destruction, from the Hebrew word haram, often mistranslated as holy war, which have their own special laws as recorded in Deuteronomy chapter 20. During these wars of destruction, God himself partakes in the fighting. Because God is fighting, soldiers must be both morally and ritually pure. In addition, soldiers who are fearful or lack faith are not allowed to fight. Moreover, if the war is fought against a city within the borders of the Promised Land, then to erase the influence of foreign religion, the destruction must be total. Men, women, children, and even livestock are to be destroyed. This divinely sanctioned genocide is disturbing, but the Bible presents this as a unique period in ancient Israel's history. What's more, this war is not about personal enrichment, nor is it about one side being more righteous than the other, but it is about God judging the Canaanites for their many sins and keeping his promises to Israel's ancestors. As Moses reminds the Israelites while they are still wandering in the wilderness, "When the Lord your God drives out your enemy before you, do not say to yourself, 'The Lord has given me this inheritance because of my righteousness.' It is rather on account of the wickedness of these nations, and to fulfill the promise he made to your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It is not because of your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people." Deuteronomy chapter 9, verses 4 to 6. New homes and renewed covenants. Joshua chapters 13 to 22. The distribution of the land of Canaan among the 12 tribes of Israel is carried out by Joshua and the priest Eleazar, Aaron's son, by using sacred dice called Urim and Thummim. Although Israel is traditionally reckoned as 12 tribes, in truth, there are 13. This is because the inheritance of Joseph, one of the 12 sons of Jacob, actually is divided amongst his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. So then, who gets left out when the land is divided into 12 tribal allotments? Levi. Only they aren't really left out. The Levites serve as priests for the tribes, so they are given a total of 48 cities among the 12 tribal allotments. This ensures that there is a priestly presence in each tribe. Moreover, 6 of these 48 cities serve as cities of refuge, where someone can go for protection and justice, particularly in cases where someone unintentionally kills another. See Joshua chapters 20 to 21. Joshua's covenant renewal and farewell. Joshua chapters 23 to 24. Near the close of Joshua, the Israelites gather one last time to renew their covenant with God. Moreover, Joshua delivers his farewell speech, admonishing the people to remain loyal to God. "And now then, fear the Lord, and serve him in sincerity and in truth, and turn away from the gods which your ancestors served beyond the river, and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. And if it is evil in your eyes to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve, whether the gods your fathers served in the region beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." Joshua chapter 24, verses 14 to 15. Joshua ends with 3 funerals, but no wedding. Joseph's mummy, which the Israelites carried up from Egypt, is finally buried, as he had asked the Israelites to do hundreds of years before. Genesis chapter 50, verse 25. Then Joshua and the priest Eleazar die, both being buried in Ephraim. As for the survivors, they initially follow Joshua's instructions by obeying God, as does the next generation, but this obedience doesn't last too long, as the book of Judges makes plain. Understanding the book of Judges. Some of the all-time greatest TV shows resemble Judges, because every episode follows the same plot structure. Take, for example, the cartoon Scooby-Doo. In each episode, a villain tries to fool others by posing as a paranormal phenomenon, which would have worked if it hadn't been for those meddling kids and their dog. In the same way, the cycle of judges is quite apparent. 1. A new generation of Israelites neglects God and worships other deities. 2. God punishes them through foreign oppression. 3. The people repent and beg God to save them. 4. God delivers the people militarily through a judge. 5. The villain is then unmasked and snarls in Hebrew, "I would have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for those meddling kids and their dog." Actually, we made up that last part. There are no masks in Judges, but there are plenty of villains, hijinks, and even some paranormal phenomena. Warning. It is easy to misunderstand Joshua chapters 1 to 12 to mean that the conquest of Canaan is rapid and complete. However, the later chapters of Joshua and the book of Judges make clear that many local inhabitants remain in the land, inhabitants whose religious practices will lure Israel away from its singular devotion to God. Judge not, lest you be judged, being a judge in the ancient world. During the period of the Judges, Israel is fairly decentralized, with individual tribes administering their own affairs. However, on occasion, a serious enough foreign threat arises, and to meet the crisis, God appoints an official known in Hebrew as shofet, a broad term often translated as judge. The term judge can be misleading, however, because hearing judicial cases was only a small part of their job description. A more apt title that encompasses all their roles is Commander-in-Chief, because a biblical judge oversees both the military and government during a time of crisis. However, the power of a shofet is less than a king's, because when the crisis abated or the judge died, the position would expire rather than be passed on to a descendant. Moreover, although judges oversaw one or more tribes during a crisis, no judge ever leads all of the tribes at once. The Judges' Hall of Fame, Judges chapters 1 to 16. Traditionally, the 12 individuals in the Bible known as judges are divided into two categories, major and minor. The major judges are so called because they have quite a bit written about them. By comparison, the minor judges have very little recorded about them, at most 3 verses. Othniel, the first judge. A couple of generations after Joshua, the Israelites begin worshipping other gods. As judgment, God allows a Mesopotamian king named Cushan-Rishathaim to enslave the Israelites for 8 years. The people cry out, and God selects as the Israelites' first judge a man named Othniel, who is the younger brother and son-in-law of Caleb. Caleb and Joshua are the spies during the wilderness wanderings who had faith that God would give Israel the promised land. See chapter 7. Othniel defeats Israel's enemy in battle, bringing peace to Israel for a generation. Ehud. Dirty jobs require getting dirty. Israel once again forsakes God, who in response sends Eglon, a Moabite king, to conquer and oppress it. 18 years later, Israel cries out to God in repentance, and he appoints a man named Ehud to deliver it. As Ehud is employed as a guard to oversee the safe delivery of the Israelite tribute to Moab, he is granted a private audience with the king to deliver a secret message. The guards, doing their duty, check to make sure Ehud has no weapons, and then let him in the king's private chambers. However, what the guards fail to realize is that, being left-handed, Ehud carries his weapon, which in this case is an 18-inch dagger, on the opposite side of most fighters, allowing him to enter the king's presence secretly armed. During their meeting, the king sits down in what most translations say is the upper room of his summer palace, but which most scholars believe actually refers to his private bathroom. While the king is getting up from his throne, Ehud enters the bathroom, locks the door behind him, and gives the king his message. The stab wound results in the king losing control of his bowels, which are emptied on the floor. Note the King James translation, and the dirt came out. The king's servants soon arrive and, after opening the door, find their liege dead on the floor and Ehud gone. The Moabite army pursues Ehud, but the Israelite forces under his command defeat them. Technical stuff. If you're wondering how Ehud escaped the king's bathroom, he seems to have gone through the plumbing, a fairly common battle tactic in antiquity, and a favorite way to dethrone an indisposed monarch or baron in the Middle Ages. Hey, overthrowing kingdoms is a dirty business. Deborah, judge, prophetess, warrior. Deborah is one of the most remarkable people in the Bible. She is described as a prophetess, a judge who decides legal cases, and a military leader. As evidence of her influence, when she tells Barak, the Israelite military general, that God wants him to go to war against Jabin, the Canaanite king of Hazor and their oppressor of 20 years, Barak responds, "I won't go unless you go with me." Deborah's response is evidence of her prophetic abilities and the Bible's open discussion of established gender roles. "I'll go, but know that the glory for delivering Israel will go to a woman." Surprisingly, the woman Deborah refers to is not herself, but an unlikely heroine whose actions are praised and used to mock the exploitation of women in the ancient world. Deborah and Barak meet the enemy, and despite the fact that the Canaanite king had the benefit of 900 iron chariots and a skilled general named Sisera, his troops are routed. In order to elude capture, Sisera runs into the tent of a woman named Yael, who belongs to a neutral tribe in the Canaanite-Israelite wars. Yael invites Sisera to have a drink of milk, and then tells him to rest. When Sisera is asleep, Yael takes a tent peg and drives it into his skull. The prose narrative of this victory is followed by a poetic description known as the Song of Deborah. In it, Yael's actions are praised, even contrasting her active role in helping to win the battle with the passive role of the Canaanite women, who look out their windows for the returning armies carrying their spoils, including a girl or two for every man. Judges chapter 5, verse 30. Ironically, Sisera is not bringing subjugated women home, but rather is lying dead at the feet of a woman who subjugated him in her home. Remember, Deborah's and Yael's victory becomes the turning point in Israel's battles with the Canaanites, as Israel grows stronger and stronger against Jabin, the Canaanite king, eventually defeating him. Judges chapter 4, verse 24. Gideon, a wimp turned warrior. The Israelites turn again to other gods, and this time a people known as the Midianites devastate them through raiding parties. The Israelites call out to God in repentance, and again God sends a deliverer. Only this is not your average hero. When we meet Gideon, he's threshing wheat, not on a hilltop where the wind would carry the chaff away, but in a wine press, for fear he would be spotted by the enemy. Ironically, the angel whom God sends to commission Gideon says, "Hail, mighty warrior, the Lord is with you." Judges chapter 6, verse 12. God obviously sees something in Gideon we don't. Gideon, in keeping with his timid character, offers several excuses to get out of being a judge, but eventually he's convinced that he's the right one for the job. Gideon's first task is to destroy his hometown's altar to Baal, the Canaanite storm god, which just happens to be on his father's property. After Gideon does it, the residents call for his death. However, Gideon's father calms the crowd and says that if Baal is a real god, then he can contend for himself. This explains why Gideon's other name is Jerubbaal, which means "let Baal contend." As further evidence of Gideon's uncertainty in his new job as mighty warrior, God commands him to go to battle against the Midianites. Gideon, however, is unwilling unless he can be sure God is with him. As a test, Gideon sets a fleece on the threshing floor, saying that if in the morning the fleece is wet and the ground is dry, he'll be successful in battle. The next morning, it is exactly as he said. But you can never be too sure about these things, so he asks for the reverse sign the next morning: dry fleece, wet ground, and it happens. With no more excuses, Gideon goes to battle. After Gideon gathers an army of 32,000 men, God informs him that the troops are too numerous. God wants the upcoming victory to be credited to divine power rather than human force. Eventually, God whittles the number down to 300. In the end, the 300 don't even have to raise a sword. God instructs them to surround the enemy camp at night and, at Gideon's signal, expose lighted torches by breaking ceramic jars, yelling, and blowing trumpets. It works, and the Israelites have a resounding victory. So why did God choose an excuse-making, father-worships-foreign-gods, wimpy kind of guy to deliver Israel? God's choice underscores what is one of the main themes of the book of Judges, actually of the whole Bible. God is the ultimate ruler and deliverer of Israel. As Gideon says when the people ask him to be their king, "I will not rule over you, nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." Judges chapter 8, verse 23. Did I say something wrong? Minding your shibboleths. Although today the word shibboleth refers to a password or a regional dialect, it is actually a Hebrew word meaning ear of wheat that comes from Judges chapter 12. Jephthah and the people of Gilead, after receiving death threats, go to war against the Israelite tribe of Ephraim. Gilead wins the battle and secures the fords of the Jordan River, controlling the only road for the scattered Ephraimite soldiers to return to their homes. Whenever a soldier appears, Jephthah's men question if he is from Ephraim. Of course, the soldier always says no, but the Gileadites test him by making him say shibboleth. If the soldier pronounces the word sibboleth, apparently the regional dialect of Ephraim, then he is immediately killed. Jephthah, the consequence of a hasty vow. The next to subjugate the Israelites are the Ammonites, their neighbors to the east. In response to Israel's repentance and cries for deliverance, God appoints a skilled warrior named Jephthah to deliver them. Before the conflict, Jephthah makes a vow in God's name. "If you will give the Ammonites into my hand, then whatever comes out of the door of my house to meet me, I will offer as a burnt offering." Judges chapter 11, verses 30 to 31. To an ancient Israelite audience, this would seem like a reasonable vow, because animals often lived in pens on the ground floor of homes. Thus, whatever animal happened to mosey out the door upon Jephthah's return would be the one he'd sacrifice. Jephthah is, in fact, successful, and he goes home to fulfill his vow. However, to his horror, the first creature to come out the door is his only child, a daughter, who rushes out to congratulate him. Jephthah is despondent, but his daughter insists that he keep his vow to the Lord. Her only request is that she be allowed to spend 2 months with her friends, mourning her childlessness in the hill country. The text reports that from this event comes a custom where each year the young maidens of Israel roam about for 4 days in her memory. Now, you may be saying, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that God was okay with this kill your daughter because of a vow stuff? Well, the text doesn't say exactly, but we're going to go out on a limb here and say no. Vows are very important in the Bible, especially when made to God, but not murdering others is also up there on the morality scale. Moreover, child sacrifice is repudiated in the Bible, and is one of the chief reasons why God allows Israel to make war with the Canaanites. Finally, some have noted that Jephthah's vow was a mistake in the first place, because God is already said to be with him. If Jephthah had the faith to believe this, and not make a hasty vow, then this whole situation would have been avoided. Samson, a buffed Nazarite duff. The lead role in Samson and Delilah, 1949, is brilliantly played by the larger-than-life Victor Mature. He could lift heavy objects, and when it came to acting like he couldn't pronounce words exceeding 3 syllables, well, let's just say that he had us all fooled. And this is exactly how the Bible portrays Samson. Stronger than an ox, but not the sharpest tool in the Israelite shed. The story of Samson begins when Samson's mother is visited by an angel who informs her that, though barren, she will have a son. Only there's a catch. He is to be a Nazarite from the womb. Nazarites are so named because they are dedicated, Hebrew nazir, to God, and as a result they are forbidden to come into contact with dead bodies, drink fermented beverages, or cut their hair, among other things. See Numbers chapter 6. Because Samson is to be a Nazarite from the womb, his mother must also abstain from these things. Yet, after Samson is out of the womb, he does nothing but break these vows. For example, on one occasion, Samson kills a lion with his bare hands, and then on a return trip to the scene of the crime, he takes honey from a hive that bees made in the lion's carcass. Now that's at least 2 Nazarite strikes, because he touches a dead animal and eats a fermented substance. When Samson isn't eating sticky stuff from dead animals, he's roaming the countryside, sleeping with prostitutes, and getting in fights. For instance, Samson kills 1,000 men with a donkey jawbone. It's worth watching Samson and Delilah for this scene alone, and carries a city gate 40 miles when escaping from the Philistines. The only vow Samson does keep is not cutting his hair, which is the source of his strength. But even this vow eventually goes out the window when Delilah, the original femme fatale, convinces Samson to reveal the secret of his strength. When he finally does, she informs the Philistines, who are paying her a handsome price for this secret. While Samson is asleep on Delilah's lap, the Philistines enter the room, cut his hair, and tie him up. Once Samson is captured, the Philistines poke out his eyes, a common procedure to prevent prisoners from rebelling, and tie him to a grinding mill that he pushes in circles to make flour. Thus, the man who roamed the countryside freely, following the desires of his eyes, now has no eyes and is forced to walk in circles. But he's not finished yet. As the text informs us, his hair began to grow. Soon, Samson has a full head of hair, and his unsuspecting captors parade him in front of the Philistines during a festival at the temple of their god Dagon, the god of grain. The Philistines marvel at Samson's size and gloat over his demise. Then, to thank their god for this victory, they enter Dagon's temple to party. Meanwhile, Samson, who is standing between the 2 pillars supporting the roof, prays to God for one last moment of glory. In answer to his prayer, Samson's strength returns, and he collapses the building, killing himself and all the Philistines inside. Remember, beyond its entertainment value, the story of Samson conveys at least 2 important lessons. First, God can even use someone's selfish impulses, such as Samson's lusts, to accomplish his will. Second, the Samson narratives are a tragic portrayal of the endless cycle of retaliation. When Samson or the Philistines are asked why they carry out such horrible actions against each other, they repeatedly reply, "I only did to them what they did to me." Judges chapter 15, verse 11. In the end, everyone is dead. Where's the exit? The downward spiral of a nation. Judges chapters 17 to 21. The last chapters of Judges record some of Israel's darkest days as a nation without a stable government. One episode in particular illustrates the debauchery and lawlessness of the last days of the judges. A Levite and a concubine, sort of like a wife, only a concubine has less status and fewer rights, decide to spend the night in a town called Gibeah in the tribal territory of Benjamin. An elderly man invites them to stay at his house, but that night the people of the city surround the house and demand that the elderly man produce the stranger so that they may have sex with him, much like the sin of Sodom in Genesis chapter 19. See chapter 5 in this book for more discussion on Sodom. To placate the crowd, the old man, like Lot in the Sodom story, offers his daughter, but the crowd demands the male stranger. Seeing no other way out of this predicament, the Levite grabs his concubine and sends her out of the house. She is raped all night, and in the morning she collapses dead at the doorstep. The Levite takes her corpse home, where he cuts her into 12 pieces and sends one piece to each of the tribes of Israel. This unusual mail delivery causes a stir throughout Israel, and the people demand that the guilty people in Benjamin be brought to justice. However, the Benjaminites refuse to extradite the men, and a civil war ensues. Although initially successful, the tribe of Benjamin is almost killed into extinction by the other 11 tribes. Once the war is over, and in order to ensure the tribe's survival, the Benjaminites are given permission by the other tribes to steal wives from a neighboring non-Israelite town. Remember, this final story in the book of Judges shows that Israel is in desperate need of a king, as the repeated refrain reminds us at the end of the book. In those days there was no king in Israel. People did what was right in their own eyes. Judges chapter 21, verse 25. Israel will get its desired king in the book of Samuel, see chapter 9, but in the end it won't help the national morale or morality. Gleaning wisdom from the book of Ruth. Ruth is one of the great heroines of the Bible, and her character reminds you that not everyone during the period of the Judges was morally challenged. Technical stuff. Because the book of Ruth is set during the time of the Judges, it appears immediately after the book of Judges in most Christian Bibles. However, in the original Hebrew ordering and in modern Jewish Bibles, Ruth is located immediately after Proverbs or Song of Songs, respectively, in the section called The Writings, see chapter 1. Ruth is a tale of heartbreak, loyalty, and love, and it offers a glimpse into the extreme hardships of poverty in the biblical world. Moreover, it seeks to present an alternative view to the harsh ethnic and cultural exclusivity common in the ancient and modern world. How sweet it was to be loved by you. Ruth, chapter 1. The opening lines of Ruth reveal the tragedies and hardships inseparable from biblical life for the poor. During a famine in Israel, Elimelech and his wife Naomi leave their home of Bethlehem and travel east to Moab in search of food. Their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, accompany them. In time, Elimelech acquires a small piece of property, but soon thereafter he dies. Meanwhile, the 2 sons take Moabite wives. Mahlon marries a woman named Ruth, and Chilion weds a woman named Orpah. This arrangement lasts about 10 years, until both of the husbands die. Naomi, now widowed and childless, decides to return to Bethlehem, hearing that her former home now has food. Though saddened by the thought of departure, Naomi tells her daughters-in-law to return to their mother's houses. Initially, both girls want to travel west with Naomi, but after much coaxing, Orpah returns home. Ruth, however, grabs her mother-in-law and says, "Do not beg me to leave you, to return from after you. For where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people are my people, and your God is my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. Thus may the Lord do to me and more so, even if death parts me from you." Ruth chapter 1, verses 16 to 17. In the end, Naomi succumbs, and the two march off to Bethlehem and arrive at the onset of the barley harvest, March-April. Naomi, whose name means pleasant or sweet, asks the townspeople to call her Mara, meaning bitter, because the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. Ruth, chapter 1, verse 20. Picking up the pieces and choosing the right stock. Ruth, chapters 2 to 3. Thankfully, Naomi has a landowning relative named Boaz, which means that, with permission, they will be able to come into the field after the harvesters and glean, or pick up, any barley kernels left behind. Off of these gleanings, they will live for the next year. Boaz grants Naomi permission, and Ruth makes the most of the opportunity. She hopes that while gleaning, Boaz will see her and fall in love. Boaz takes the bait and asks Ruth not to glean from any other field except his. Ancient pickup lines still had a way to go. Ruth is treated well by Boaz, and Naomi grows excited at the possibilities. However, when the wheat harvest, April-May, arrives, Naomi grows impatient at the slow growth of this budding love affair and concocts a plan to get the two together. She tells Ruth to dress up in her best clothes and then go to Boaz when he is lying down at the threshing floor. When she arrives, she is to uncover his feet and then lie down, actions that would communicate to Boaz her interest in him. Ruth follows the instructions, and in the middle of the night, Boaz awakens and discovers his feet uncovered and a woman lying there. Ruth then asks Boaz to cover her with his clothes, which is akin to asking to wear someone's Letterman jacket. Boaz is impressed that Ruth has taken a fancy to him because he is an older man. But there is a huge problem. Despite their desire to marry, there is a relative more closely related to her former husband, and by law this relative, known as a kinsman redeemer, has first dibs on Ruth. Boaz vows to settle the matter the next day. With this sandal I thee wed. Ruth, chapter 4. In the morning, Boaz goes to the city gate, the center of business for an ancient town, and meets with the relative who has the legal right to inherit Elimelech's land and marry Ruth. Unfortunately for Boaz and Ruth, the relative decides to fulfill his role as kinsman redeemer by buying the land and marrying Ruth. All hope seems lost for Boaz's and Ruth's love affair, when suddenly Boaz informs the man that there is one more catch to the deal. He must take care of the widow Naomi, and the first son born of his union with Ruth must be given the name and inheritance rights of Ruth's dead husband. This practice, recorded in Deuteronomy chapter 25, verses 7 to 10, is known as levirate marriage. Levir is Latin for husband's brother, and is intended to ensure that someone's lineage doesn't die out. The man doesn't sign up for that deal, and he tells Boaz to go ahead and redeem the property and to marry Ruth. To close the deal with Boaz, the man removes his sandal and hands it to Boaz, a way of guaranteeing a pledge at this time. Ruth and Boaz marry, and Ruth eventually conceives and bears a son, Obed. Naomi, now too old to bear children, helps raise Obed. In fact, the neighborhood women call the boy the son of Naomi. Remember, thus, the story of the woman who asked to be called bitter has a sweet ending. But that's not the end of the story, because from Obed will come a boy named Jesse, and from Jesse will come a boy named David, the eventual and arguably greatest king of Israel. Because of this connection between Bethlehem and David, several prophets in the Hebrew Bible identify this town as the place where a king would eventually arise and deliver Israel. And in the New Testament, the Gospels of Matthew and Luke appeal to these prophecies as evidence that Jesus, who is born in Bethlehem, is the Messiah. Ruth ends with a genealogy, a recorded history of the descent of a person or family from an ancestor or ancestors that extends from Judah's son, Perez, to David. And as far as genealogies go, it contains two unusual aspects: Not only is Ruth, a Moabite woman, included, but so also is the strange fling between Tamar and her father-in-law Judah. See Genesis chapter 38 and chapter 6 of this book. Tamar is also a non-Israelite, and later tradition placed Rahab, the prostitute from Jericho, in this same genealogy. Thus, David's, and later Jesus's, family tree is a testimony to the ethnic diversity that makes up the descendants of Abraham. Chapter 9. The King and I Am, 1st and 2nd Samuel. In this chapter, growing up in the tabernacle with Israel's last judge, Samuel, touring Philistia with the Ark of the Covenant, witnessing the rise and fall of Israel's first king, Saul, slaying Goliath with a shepherd boy named David, discovering from David how not to raise a family. From Michelangelo's David to Steven Spielberg's Raiders of the Lost Ark, the characters and stories of 1st and 2nd Samuel continue to find expression in our world. Part of this enduring appeal is a consequence of the period covered by these books, Israel's transition from tribal rule to a centralized monarchy. Such transitions are seldom easy and rarely, if ever, pretty. As a result, the books of Samuel are filled with all the things that make for front-page news and blockbuster movies: scandal, betrayal, murder, and redemption. In this chapter, you meet the individuals and experience the events of 1st and 2nd Samuel in order to understand their contribution to trauma, as well as to appreciate their impact on ancient and modern religious belief. Introducing Israel's last judge, Samuel. 1st and 2nd Samuel ultimately get their name from these books' first protagonist. This is a fitting tribute to a man whose impact on the religious and political life of Israel reverberates throughout its history. Apart from the great figure of Moses, Samuel's tenure as prophet, priest, and judge is unique. Samuel witnesses the demise of a priestly dynasty and the birth of a political one. Even in death, Samuel remains God's prophet, and his legacy leaves an indelible mark on Israel's national identity. Samuel's birth, 1 Samuel chapter 1. When 1 Samuel opens, we find ourselves on a religious pilgrimage to God's sacred tent, called the Tabernacle, with a man named Elkanah and his 2 wives, Peninnah and Hannah. Yes, 2 wives. We discuss the Hebrew Bible's perspective on polygamy in chapter 6. Adding to the normal tensions of any family vacation, including a chorus of "Are we there yet?" from the children, Peninnah, who has many children, passes the time by ridiculing her childless co-wife, Hannah. So, upon their arrival, a miserable Hannah slips away from the family to pray at the entryway of the tabernacle. In her prayer, Hannah promises that if she has a child, she will dedicate him to God. Although she only mentions that a razor will never touch his hair, the dedication she refers to is a Nazirite vow, see Numbers chapter 6, which includes, among other things, refraining from alcohol. Therefore, it's ironic that while Hannah is praying, the high priest, Israel's religious overseer at the tabernacle, Eli, comes up to her and accuses her of being drunk. Why? People in the ancient world usually prayed audibly, especially at holy sites. Eli, however, observes Hannah's lips move, but he couldn't hear her voice. In an example of wordplay, Hannah assures Eli that she is not drunk, but is rather pouring out her soul to God. Realizing that Hannah is telling him the sober truth, Eli says, "Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant your request." Hannah takes this as confirmation that God has heard her prayer and leaves rejoicing. Soon afterwards, Hannah does conceive and gives birth to a son whom she names Samuel, which appropriately means God hears. After Samuel is weaned, perhaps as old as 3 to 6 years, Hannah takes him to the tabernacle and gives him to Eli for the service of God. For her devotion, God eventually rewards Hannah with 5 additional children. Yet this is not the last time Hannah will see her beloved Samuel. Every year when Hannah makes religious pilgrimage to the tabernacle, she brings him new clothes. Now, that's a good mom. Barrenness in the biblical world. It is commonly thought that a woman's worth in the ancient world was based largely on her ability to bear children. Yet in the Bible, the women who are unable to bear children are oftentimes more loved than the women who can. In the case of Hannah, it is actually her husband, Elkanah, who feels insecure and devalued by her discontent at not having children. "Aren't I worth more to you than 10 sons?" he asks. Despite Elkanah's attestations of love, Hannah wants a child of her own. Also interesting is how often in the Bible, women who are initially barren end up giving birth to children who play important roles in Israel's history. Abraham's wife, Sarah, gives birth to Isaac, who embodies the fulfillment of God's promises to her and Abraham that through them a great nation would be born. See chapter 5. Isaac's wife, Rebekah, gives birth to Jacob, whose children go on to become the progenitors of the 12 tribes of Israel. See chapter 6. Jacob's wife, Rachel, gives birth to Joseph, whose actions in Egypt secure the survival of Jacob's other sons, and of many peoples besides. See chapter 6. And, in the present narrative, Elkanah's wife, Hannah, gives birth to Samuel, who goes on to become one of Israel's greatest leaders. This pattern continues in the New Testament, where the barren Elizabeth gives birth to John the Baptist, the forerunner of Jesus' ministry. See chapter 18. And Mary, who is not merely barren, but a virgin, gives birth to Jesus, who, according to the New Testament, is Israel's long-awaited Savior. See chapter 18. In fact, Mary's words of praise after hearing she will bear Jesus, Luke chapter 1, verses 46 to 56, borrow heavily from Hannah's prayer of praise for her son, 1 Samuel chapter 2, verses 1 to 10. Thus, in the Bible, a woman need not be a mother to be of value, but if God wants you pregnant, nothing can prevent it. Samuel's call, 1 Samuel chapters 2 to 3. Had Hannah known the kind of environment into which she was placing her son, she may have had second thoughts. The Bible informs us that Eli's 2 sons were wicked men. Not only do they eat sacrifices intended for God, but they have sex with women at the entrance of the tabernacle. Now that's bad. Eli, too, is less than admirable. Although he disapproves of his son's actions, he fails to remove them from their priestly offices, and even becomes fat on their stolen sacrifices. As a result, one day a mysterious man of God shows up at the tabernacle with some bad news. Eli and his children will soon die. Samuel, by contrast, demonstrates that he is a person worthy of his calling. As the text reports, Samuel continued to grow in physical stature and in favor with the Lord and with people. 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 26. As an expression of this favor, one night Samuel is awakened by a voice calling his name. Running to Eli, Samuel says, "Here I am." Eli, though no doubt a loud snorer, replies, "I didn't call you. Go back to sleep." This routine happens 3 times, and finally Eli realizes that God must be calling his young protege. After telling Samuel what to do if he hears the voice again, Eli sends him back to bed. When Samuel does hear the voice again, he answers, "Speak, for your servant is listening." God informs Samuel that he will soon cut off Eli's priestly dynasty. The next morning, Eli insists on hearing what God had told Samuel. Eli, for all his faults, receives the news quite nobly. "He is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his eyes." 1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 18. Beraters of the Lost Ark. Meanwhile, on the larger socio-political stage, Israel is at war with its archenemies, the Philistines, who have just defeated Israel at a place called Ebenezer. Yes, where Scrooge gets his name, though Dickens spells it differently. The Israelites realize that to defeat their enemy, they need to pull out the big guns, which means bringing the Ark of the Covenant into battle. Battling with the Ark. 1 Samuel chapter 4. The Ark of the Covenant was the visible manifestation of God's presence among his people, and was believed to make Israel invincible in war. Thus, when the Philistines hear the shouts from the Israelite camp upon its arrival, they say, "A god has come into their camp." Although fearful, the Philistines determine to fight bravely and march out to meet their fate. To the shock of everyone, including the Philistines, they rout the Israelites and loot their camp, including the ark. When Eli, who is now 98 years old, obese and blind, hears the news of the Israelites' defeat and the death of his sons, he is devastated. However, when he hears of the ark's capture, it is more than he can handle, and he falls back in despair, breaks his neck, and dies. When Eli's daughter-in-law hears the news of her husband's death and of the ark's demise, she goes into premature labor and dies, but not before giving birth to a son, who is given the name Ichabod, from whom Ichabod Crane gets his name, which means no glory, the glory of Israel. The Ark of the Covenant is gone. Israel is now at one of its lowest points since its slavery in Egypt. Its longtime religious leader is dead, and its most sacred relic is in the hands of its bitterest enemy. Traveling with the Ark. 1 Samuel chapters 5 to 6. To better understand what happens to the Ark after its capture, it's important to know that Philistia was composed of a pentapolis, Greek for 5 cities, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gaza, Gath, and Ekron. Each of these cities had its own king and central temple. The Philistines, now in possession of the Ark, first take their prize to Ashdod, placing it in the temple of their god, Dagon. Remember, scholars once identified Dagon as a fish god, based on the similarity of his name and the Hebrew word for fish, dag. Representations of fish-headed figures found in Mesopotamia seemed to confirm this impression. However, it's now clear that Dagon was not a fish head, but the god of grain, and the father of Baal, the Canaanite storm god. Like many gods of antiquity, Dagon had connections with fertility, although fish fertilizer can be quite effective. The ark's placement in Dagon's temple symbolized Dagon's supremacy over Israel's god, as it was believed one's god gave victory in war. However, in demonstration of God's supremacy, the next morning the priests of Dagon find Dagon's idol lying on its face in front of the ark. Puzzled, the Philistines restore the statue to its upright position. The next morning, Dagon is again prostrate in front of the ark, only this time his head and hands are broken off, symbolizing his powerlessness before the ark. Because there were no college fraternities at this time to blame, the Philistines knew that Dagon's humbling must be due to the power of Israel's deity. As further demonstration of God's power, the Philistines break out with tumors, or as the King James Version translates it, hemorrhoids. With preparation H in short supply, the people of Ashdod wisely give the ark to their neighbors in Gath, who soon also have difficulty sitting down for extended periods of time. They conclude that the ark would make the perfect gift for their friends in Ekron. Ekron, however, has caught on to this trick and refuses Gath's generous offer. The Philistines soon realize that they and their gods are no match for the ark, and they decide to return it to Israel. Placing the ark on a cart drawn by 2 cows, the Philistines send the ark on its way. When the Israelites see it coming, they rejoice, and upon its arrival, priests take the ark and place it on a large stone. Then, using the cart as wood for a fire, the priests offer sacrifice to God by slaughtering the 2 cows. Some thanks. Yet, because this was before the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Israelites didn't fully appreciate the ark's power, and 70 curious villagers decide to take a peek inside. Bad idea. And they're struck dead. Eventually, the ark is transported north to Kiryat Yearim, where it resides for 20 years until David transports it to Jerusalem, its last known resting place. See Chapter 10 for the scoop on what became of the Ark of the Covenant. Saul, Israel's first king. With Eli's death, the care of the tabernacle, as well as the religious and political leadership of Israel, falls to Samuel, and Samuel performs all of these tasks admirably. However, Samuel's sons, like his predecessor's sons, are morally challenged. In particular, they accept bribes to influence their legal decisions. Not wanting to be ruled by Samuel's corrupt sons, and wanting to be like all the other nations, Israel demands a king. Ask, and ye shall receive. 1 Samuel chapter 8. Samuel is scandalized by the thought of appointing a king, likening the Israelites' request to turning their backs on their true king, God. Yet, when Samuel takes the request to God, he gets a surprising answer. Listen to the voice of the people, because they are not rejecting you, but me as king over them, just as they've done from the day I brought them out of Egypt, when they abandoned me and served other gods, so they're doing now. 1 Samuel chapter 8, verses 7-8. Therefore, Samuel acquiesces to the people's and God's request, but not before warning the people about the downside of kings. Kings will recruit your sons for the royal army, require your daughters to serve in the royal harem, and demand you to work on the king's royal building projects. As usual, the people don't listen, and in the end, they get just what they ask for. Saul's coronation, 1 Samuel chapters 9-12. The Bible records two stories of how Israel's first king, Saul, is chosen. Lost donkeys, 1 Samuel chapters 9-10. God informs Samuel that a young man who is looking for his father's donkeys will come to him for information. When he does, Samuel is to anoint the man as king. Dice, 1 Samuel chapter 10. Samuel gathers the people together and chooses a king by casting lots, sacred dice used to determine God's will. The people are happy with the choice of Saul. He is described as tall and handsome, 1 Samuel chapter 9, verse 2. But looks can be deceiving, and a central theme in the books of Samuel is that a person's value stems from inner qualities. After becoming king, Saul's reign starts well. He defeats most of Israel's enemies, but then things take a turn for the worse. Saul's censure, 1 Samuel chapters 13-15. Just as there are two stories of how Saul became king, so there are two stories of how Saul loses God's favor and ultimately the crown. Patience is a virtue, 1 Samuel chapter 13, verses 1-15. Before engaging the Philistines in battle, Samuel tells Saul to wait for him to return to offer a sacrifice. Saul waits, but then becomes nervous as he sees the troops growing restless. Feeling that he can't wait any longer, he offers the sacrifice himself. At that very moment, Samuel arrives, and Samuel is extremely put out at what Saul has done. Not only did Saul overstep his prerogatives as king, sacrifice was a priest's domain, but the fear that precipitated his action demonstrates he doesn't believe that God is the one who gives Israel its victories. As a result, Samuel tells Saul that his days as king are numbered. How not to obey God. 1 Samuel chapter 15, verses 1-35. Because the Amalekites had attacked the Israelites unprovoked during their wilderness wanderings under Moses, see chapter 7, commands the Israelites to attack and kill all of the Amalekites, men, women, children, and even livestock. Israel is victorious, but Saul disobeys God by keeping the Amalekite king Agag alive, as well as some of the best livestock. When Saul sees Samuel approaching after the battle, Saul exclaims, "Behold, I have done all that the Lord has commanded." Just for future reference, don't ever lie to a prophet. Samuel replies, "Then what is this bleating of sheep that I hear?" In response, Saul claims the soldiers took the livestock, another lie, and besides, the animals are for sacrifice. 3 lies and you're out. Neither God nor Samuel is happy with Saul's prevaricating, and Samuel declares, Does the Lord delight in burnt offering and sacrifices as much as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice. To give attention is better than the fat of rams. 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 22. These words express what becomes a constant theme among Israel's prophets. Right actions, obeying God, are more important than ritual acts, sacrifice. As Samuel turns to leave, Saul grabs his robe, tearing it. Again, for future reference, don't ever touch a prophet's threads. Samuel interprets this symbolically. God will tear Saul's kingship from him. Demonstrating he still cares more about his own reputation than obeying God, Saul begs Samuel to stay and honor him before the people. Surprisingly, Samuel agrees, but first he must take care of some unfinished business. Summoning the Amalekite king, Samuel delivers some pre-death trash talk that would make even Arnold Schwarzenegger blush. Just as your sword has made women childless, so shall your mother be childless among women. Then Samuel kills the Amalekite king with a sword. Although Saul has now lost God's favor and the backing of Samuel, he remains king for some time. But, to borrow from expressions deriving from the Bible, the writing is on the wall, and his days are numbered. Daniel chapter 5. Deja vu. Why are there so many duplicate stories in 1st and 2nd Samuel? Several stories in 1st and 2nd Samuel have duplicates. For example, there are 2 stories about how Saul is chosen as Israel's first king, losing donkeys in 1 Samuel chapter 9 and chosen by sacred dice in 1 Samuel chapter 10, and 2 stories about Saul losing God's favor as king, offering unsanctioned sacrifice in 1 Samuel chapter 13, and sparing an enemy king in 1 Samuel chapter 15. And there are many other examples. Why this repetition? Most scholars think that the stories found in 1 and 2 Samuel were originally discrete traditions that were only later compiled into a single history. Most scholars refer to this compiler as the Deuteronomistic historian, because his theological views, when he expresses them, reflect teachings from the book of Deuteronomy. However, this historian didn't view these duplicate stories as unrelated or contradictory. For example, the historian uses the cases of Saul being twice rejected as king to demonstrate that Saul habitually disobeyed God, which provided all the more reason for God's selection of David as the next king. Charting David's rise to power. God informs Samuel that, because of Saul's disobedience, it is time to look for a new king. God sends Samuel to Bethlehem, a small village in Judah, where he is to find a man named Jesse, whose son will be Saul's successor. When Samuel finds Jesse, he asks to meet Jesse's sons. Seeing Jesse's eldest, who is both tall and handsome, Samuel is certain he's the one. God, however, tells Samuel that he doesn't measure a person by his or her stature or appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 7. Soon all of Jesse's sons are paraded before Samuel, but none match the job description. Samuel, perhaps feeling he has the wrong Jesse, asks, "Are these all your sons?" Jesse informs Samuel he has one more son, but he's the youngest and out watching the sheep. "Go get him," Samuel requests. When David arrives, God tells Samuel, in effect, he'd a man, and Samuel anoints him as Israel's next king. Biblical anointing, which is the act of pouring spiced olive oil on a person's head, is a way of designating someone or something for God's service. In the case of David, God chooses him to be Israel's next king. However, David must wait several years before officially taking the throne. You play a mean harp, David. 1 Samuel chapter 16. Like Elvis, David's musical talents elevate him from obscurity to the limelight, where he will one day be the undisputed king. David's ability to play the lyre, an ancient string instrument resembling a small harp, was renowned throughout Israel, and tradition claims that David wrote many of the Bible's Psalms, which are religious poems set to music. See chapter 15. The Bible says that, because of Saul's wrongdoings, God sends an evil spirit to torment him. As music soothes the savage beast, this is not in the Bible, but certainly apropos here, Saul seeks a musician to calm his nerves. Ironically, the musician called to assist the king turns out to be David, the boy who would one day be king. David's playing has the desired effect, and for his service, David is rapidly promoted to become Saul's armor-bearer. Slaying Goliath. 1 Samuel chapter 17. The story of David and Goliath, in which a young boy defeats a mighty warrior, has become the epitome of the victorious underdog. Here's the story. The Israelites are in yet another battle with the Philistines, only this time there is no fighting going on. The reason? The Israelites are afraid because the Philistines have changed the terms of engagement. The Philistines offer to become Israel's slaves if they can defeat their champion in one-on-one combat. The only problem is that their champion, whose name is Goliath, is huge. We mean really huge. According to the Hebrew Bible, Goliath is about 9 feet 9 inches, making even the tallest NBA superstar look puny in his presence. The Greek text places Goliath's height at a minuscule 6 feet 9 inches, still a pretty mean center on most ancient NBA teams. Goliath, realizing his advantage, taunts Israel every day, bad-mouthing both the nation and God. Desperate, Saul offers to anyone who might kill Goliath his daughter in marriage, wealth, and even tax exemption. Even with the tax break, no one accepts, and Goliath taunts Israel in this regard for 40 days. Meanwhile, back in Bethlehem, Jesse summons David from the flocks to look into the welfare of his brothers, who are serving in the Israelite army. When he arrives at the Israelite camp and hears Goliath's taunts, he is outraged that no one has enough confidence in God to stand up to this uncircumcised Philistine. Now that's hitting below the belt. David asks Saul to let him take Goliath's challenge. Admiring David's courage, Saul agrees and gives David his royal armor, an ironic gesture, for those who know David will one day be king. For now, however, Saul's battle duds are way too big for the young David, and he decides to face Goliath sans armor, and according to Michelangelo, sans clothes, an interesting battle tactic. See chapter 25. Technical stuff. But David does not go without a weapon. He's carrying a sling, which, far from being a child's toy, was ancient heat. A skilled slinger could hurl a 5-pound stone at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, and armies in antiquity used several contingents of slingers during battles. Moreover, David's aim was dead on because, as a shepherd, he often used a sling to kill predators. Gathering 5 stones from a nearby brook, David goes out to meet Goliath. As Goliath sees the armorless David approach, he can't believe his eyes. "Am I a dog, that you come at me with sticks?" David replies, "You come at me with a sword, spear, and javelin, but I come at you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel's armies, whom you've defied." 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 45. David certainly wins the battle of words, but the battle of brawn has yet to take place. Running toward Goliath, David puts a stone in his sling and, after achieving the desired velocity, lets it fly, hitting Goliath squarely in the forehead. Goliath falls, and while the giant is unconscious, David rushes over to him, picks up his mammoth sword, and cuts off his head. When the Philistines see their champion is dead, rather than live up to their end of the bargain by becoming Israel's slaves, they run for their lives and their freedom. However, the Israelites make pursuit and rout them. Technical stuff. David takes Goliath's head and armor as war trophies, not the prettiest trophy case you can imagine, but memorable, and eventually he deposits the sword at the tabernacle, God's sacred tent, as a testimony to God's role in giving him the victory. David, in contrast to Saul, is one who trusts in the Lord. Who really killed Goliath? One question that arises from the biblical text is, who killed Goliath? David, of course, is the most famous giant slayer, but according to 2 Samuel chapter 21, verse 19, a man named Elhanan also killed Goliath. So, who done it? 3 explanations have been given for this apparent discrepancy. Both David and Elhanan killed giants from Gath named Goliath, very unlikely. A man named Elhanan killed Goliath, and later tradition linked the event to the more famous David, possibly. David and Elhanan are one and the same person, David being a throne name and Elhanan being his real name. Compare the case of David's own son, King Solomon, whose real name is Jedediah. Because Angela Lansbury is no longer taking cases, we'll let you decide. Foreskins and fathers-in-law. 1 Samuel chapters 18 to 24. After David defeats Goliath, the Israelite women go around the streets singing, "Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s." Though Saul is praised, David is more so, and kings, like aged Broadway stars, don't like to share the spotlight. So one day, while David is playing his lyre, Saul picks up his spear and throws it at David, but misses his target. Saul then comes up with a more cunning plan to kill his rival. Finding that perfect gift, David proves his love for Michal. Saul tells David that he wants him to marry his daughter, Michal, but before giving his daughter away, Saul asks David for a bride price, a little demonstration of David's ability to provide for the family. "Bring me 100 Philistine foreskins," Saul requests. Saul's plan is that David will die trying, but much to Saul's chagrin, David returns with 200 Philistine foreskins. Our wives, to their relief, only got rings. David then marries Michal. Technical stuff. Actually, collecting male genitalia, or alternatively heads, hands, or scalps after a battle, was a common way in antiquity to prove you had taken a man's life, because few men part with these items willingly. Man on the run, David flees from his father-in-law. Saul continues his attempts to kill David, but the combination of David's agility and the help of others, even Saul's children, Michal and Jonathan, David always escapes. In one incident, Saul falls for the oldest trick in the book. Michal puts a pillow and clothes under the blankets and says that David is sick in bed, while David escapes out the back. 1 Samuel chapter 19, verses 11 to 17. In another incident, Saul goes into a cave to relieve himself before continuing his hunt for David. David, as it turns out, is in the cave and quietly sneaks up to Saul and cuts off the end of his, are you ready for this, garment. By not killing Saul, David shows he has no ill will toward his father-in-law. Also, David sets a good example. As David says, "The Lord forbid that I should lay a hand on the Lord's anointed." 1 Samuel chapter 24, verse 6. Saul, for all his faults, is God's chosen king. David will be king one day, and he doesn't want to set a bad example of how to treat kings you don't like. Although Saul says he's sorry for trying to kill David, it is only a matter of time before he is at it again. In one bloody event early in this process, Saul finds out that David has been to the tabernacle, where he and his men were given food and a weapon, Goliath's sword, which David had deposited there. The priests are unaware that David is on the run, as he tells them he's on a mission from Saul. However, Saul thinks they are working in collusion with David, and he orders that all the priests be killed. Saul's army, however, is unwilling to do it. But an Edomite named Doeg, who has no allegiance to this deity, doesn't hesitate to do the deed. Only one priest escapes, Abiathar, the son of the high priest. As he has nowhere else to run, Abiathar, like Friar Tuck of Robin Hood lore, joins David and his merry band of outlaws. The adventures of David and his merry men. 1 Samuel chapters 25 to 30. Because of David's status as an outlaw, he is forced to rob from the rich and give to the poor, in this case, being David and his followers. Fools and their money. David meets Abigail. The most famous case of David's Robin Hood antics involves a rich man named Nabal, who refuses to pay David for protecting his flocks, a sort of ancient protection racket. In response to his refusal, David vows to kill those in Nabal's house who urinate against the wall, 1 Samuel chapter 25, verse 22, an expression referring to men of military age, because men employed walls for partial privacy when going to the bathroom. When Nabal's wife, Abigail, hears of her husband's foolish response to David's request, she intercepts David and flatters him, presenting him with gifts. She tells him that her husband is just like his name, Nabal, which means fool. David is persuaded by Abigail's words and returns to his camp. When Abigail arrives home, she puts off telling her drunken husband of his near-death experience until the wine left him, a euphemism for urination. When she does tell him, he has a seizure and dies. Thus, David's words that those who urinate against the wall will die come true, only in an unexpected way. As Abigail is now available, David marries her. Yes, David had more than one wife, one of the perks of being the up-and-coming king. David and his merry men become mercenaries. But marriage doesn't settle David down. He remains on the run for some time, even living for a year and 4 months with Israel's archenemy, the Philistines. Although this may be viewed as traitorous activity, the biblical authors present David as having little choice in the matter. This is one of the few places he can escape from Saul's murderous intentions. David and his men even go on several raiding parties into Israel. However, the Bible is careful to point out that David actually tricks the Philistines in this regard. Instead of attacking Israel, David and his men go elsewhere and then bring back war spoils they claim are from Israel. But when the Philistines begin making war preparations for a massive attack against Israel, David finds himself in somewhat of a bind because he doesn't want to attack his own people. Thankfully, not all the Philistine kings trust David, and they refuse to let him participate in the war, lest he change sides in the heat of battle. Although David is spared, Israel will not be. How the mighty have fallen. The deaths of Samuel, Saul, and Jonathan. Samuel eventually dies, and the whole country mourns his passing, 1 Samuel chapter 25, verse 1. Adding to their grief, a huge battle against the Philistines looms on the horizon, and, without Samuel, Saul is unable to determine whether God intends to give the Israelites victory. Saul realizes there is only one way to get an answer. Ask his old buddy Samuel. You're thinking, but you just said he's dead. True, he is, but this doesn't seem to matter, because in the ancient world, as well as today, there are those who claim to be able to contact the dead. The real problem in Saul's case is that he outlawed contacting the dead some years ago. Saul doesn't want to be seen going against his own law. Therefore, he disguises himself and secretly visits a medium at the city of Endor, not the Ewok planet. The Witch of Endor, as she is sometimes called, though not in the Bible, summons Samuel, but when she sees him, she realizes that the man making this request is Saul, and she fears for her life. Saul assures her that he won't kill her, and asks her to tell him what she sees. She says it's Samuel, who has a question for Saul. "Why have you disturbed me?" Apparently, the afterlife isn't too bad. When Samuel hears the reason, that Saul wants to know the winner of the upcoming Israelite-Philistine bout, he reminds Saul that God has rejected him as king, and concludes, "Tomorrow, you and your sons will be with me." Needless to say, this is not very good news to Saul. The next day, and in keeping with Samuel's predictions, The Israelites are routed by the Philistines, and many of Saul's sons, including Jonathan, the crown prince, die in battle. Saul himself is mortally wounded and asks his armor-bearer to finish the job so that the Philistines won't capture and torture him. The armor-bearer refuses to kill God's anointed king, and Saul is forced to take his own life by falling on his sword. When the Philistines arrive, they cut off Saul's head and take it and his armor to the temple of their god. Thus, at the end of 1 Samuel, Israel is at a critical juncture in its national history. Their last judge, Samuel, is dead, as is their first king and most of his sons. What happens next will be crucial for the nation's survival. The Bible and the Afterlife. The story of Saul conjuring up Samuel's ghost is very important for understanding conceptions of the afterlife in ancient Israel, a topic that is noticeably underplayed in the Hebrew Bible. The abode for the deceased in the Hebrew Bible is typically called Sheol, a word that seems to derive from a word meaning to ask. Thus, some have suggested that the dwelling of the dead is named after the practice of seeking advice from the deceased, as Saul does with Samuel. Although the exact character of Sheol is not entirely clear, it seems to have been a shadowy place where spirits dwelled, not too unlike the Greek notion of Hades, which is the word used to translate Sheol in the Greek translation of the Bible. Samuel's statement that Saul and his sons would be with him, 1 Samuel chapter 28, verse 19, seems to suggest that spirits dwell together in Sheol, though Samuel's words may simply be a euphemism for death. That Samuel's spirit could be called back to this world indicates that humans maintain their identity and self-consciousness after death. Although later writings in the Hebrew Bible develop the notion of the afterlife, for example, see Daniel chapter 12, verses 1 to 2, it is not until the Apocrypha and the New Testament that we get more detailed descriptions of life after death. In these works, hell is described as a place of fire and torment, while heaven is a place of beauty and peace. Taking the biblical evidence together, some theologians understand Sheol to be the place for souls to dwell after death, but before the final resurrection of the dead, when everyone will be judged and the wicked will go to eternal condemnation, while the righteous will go to eternal life. Building a dynasty. At the beginning of 2 Samuel, David finds out about Saul's and Jonathan's death and famously laments, "Oh, how the mighty have fallen," 2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 25. And of Jonathan in particular, David says, "I grieve for you, my brother Jonathan. You were precious to me. Your love was exceedingly wonderful to me, surpassing the love of women." 2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 26. So close was their bond of friendship. Things now get pretty messy as David sets out to secure his throne. David secures his throne. 2 Samuel chapters 1 to 4. The man who brings the news of Saul's death, along with Saul's crown and royal amulet, expects David to reward him. After all, he's literally giving David the crown of Israel. He even tells David that he ultimately killed Saul, because when he found Saul, he was barely alive and asked to be killed before the Philistines came upon him. Despite the favors performed by this man, David commands that he be executed for killing God's anointed. Although Saul is dead, David does not immediately become king over Israel, because the northern tribes make Saul's son, Ishbaal, sometimes called Ishbosheth, their king. Eventually, though, Ishbaal's general Abner realizes that David is the better man and offers to bring Ishbaal's forces to David. David's general, Joab, however, feels Abner is too dangerous to be trusted and kills him in treachery. Not long after this, Ishbaal also meets his end when two soldiers sneak into his room while he's asleep and cut off his head. As in the case of Saul's death, when the men report to David what they did, rather than reward them, David has them killed for their treachery. Yet, because of their treachery, David is now the undisputed king of Israel. David's political savvy. 2 Samuel chapters 5 to 10. David's first strategic move as king of both Judah and the northern tribes of Israel is to move his capital from Hebron, which is in Judah, to Jerusalem, a city previously not belonging to either Judah or the northern tribes, and which was on the border between both the north and the south. Thus, David's choice of Jerusalem as capital is somewhat analogous to the choice of Washington, D.C. as the capital of the United States. In both cases, the capital is on the border of the north and south, and did not belong to any one tribe or state. David also solves a religious dilemma. Two groups of priests wanted the esteemed position of Israel's high priest. One group, whose leader was Abiathar, seems to have traced its lineage back to Moses. The other group, whose leader was Zadok, traced its lineage to Aaron. David solves this problem by appointing both priests as high priest. David's culminating strategic move is to transfer the sacred Ark of the Covenant and Tabernacle from Kiryat Yearim to Jerusalem. However, this is tricky, and David runs into some problems. Transferring the Ark. The procession accompanying the transfer of the Ark to Jerusalem is filled with music, shouting, horns, song, dance, and partial nudity, courtesy of David. But before getting to the nudity, tragedy strikes the parade when the Ark begins to totter on the cart carrying it, and a man named Uzzah reaches out his hand to steady it. For his concern, he is struck dead by God. This puzzling event even enrages David, but the message is clear: don't mess with the Ark. Uzzah, as innocent as his actions may have been, did not take the holiness of the Ark seriously enough. Moreover, as its travels in Philistia demonstrated earlier, the Ark of the Covenant is more than capable of taking care of itself, so Uzzah should have let it be. Okay, now to the nudity. When David decides to resume the parade, 3 months later, he puts on an ephod, a sacred undergarment resembling a nightshirt, and dances before the Ark with all his might. When the parade finally enters the city, the Ark is taken to the tabernacle, and a feast is held. That evening, when David returns home, Michal, David's wife, is not in a partying mood. How the king of Israel has distinguished himself today by exposing himself today before the eyes of his virgin maids as a vulgar man would shamelessly uncover himself. 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 20. Apparently, David's dancing in only a nightshirt revealed more than Michal wanted him to reveal. David, who feels innocent in the matter, rebukes Michal for her affront of his character. The story concludes, and Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child until the day of her death. 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 23. That is to say, because she is so concerned about David exposing himself, he will never do so again in her presence. Shame on Baal. Biblical name changes. Saul's son and successor is called Ishbosheth in the books of Samuel, yet in the books of Chronicles he is called Ishbaal. So, what's his name? It's Ishbaal, a name that means man of Baal. Because Baal was the name of the Canaanite storm god, the compiler of the history of Samuel changed his name to Ishbosheth, which means man of shame. Does this mean Saul worshipped Baal? Maybe. But because Baal can also mean Lord or Master, these names may also refer to Israel's God. To a later editor, however, using the title Baal for God was distasteful, given its connection to the Canaanite storm god. The Davidic Covenant and the Messiah. God's promise to David that his dynasty would last forever is cut short when, in 586 BCE, the Babylonians destroy Jerusalem. As a result, later prophets understood God's promise to mean that he would again raise up a descendant of David to rule over Israel. Only this new king would usher in a kingdom that, as God promised, would never end. This belief became known as the Messianic expectation, from the Hebrew word Mashiach, which means anointed one. Building houses for God and David. David, now residing in a beautiful palace, decides he wants to upgrade God's house from a mobile home, tabernacle, to a state-of-the-art estate, temple. As it turns out, though, God prefers the tabernacle, and furthermore, David's hands are too bloody from all his wars to build such a sacred building. However, God appreciates David's intentions, and, in a play on words, God tells David that although he won't build God a house, God will build him a house in the form of a dynasty. God even promises David that his dynasty will endure forever, a promise referred to as the Davidic covenant. David's fall from power. David is now at the top of his game, having received an eternal covenant from God and having securely established his kingdom by unifying its religion and leadership and defeating Israel's enemies. But, as the old saying goes, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And David falls hard. David and Bathsheba, 2 Samuel chapters 11 to 12. The story of David and Bathsheba begins with a notice intended to prepare the reader for trouble. It was spring, when kings go out to war, 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 1. David, however, stays home, sending his general Joab in his place. Spring is also the time when birds and bees are in full swing, and trouble is on the horizon, the kind of trouble that arises from greed, lust, and arrogance. Late one afternoon, David strolls along the palace roof and spies a beautiful woman bathing. This is not an ordinary bath, but a ritual bath a woman takes after menstruation. This is vital information for the story, because she is clearly not pregnant at this point. David asks his assistant who the woman is, and he is informed that her name is Bathsheba. Bath is Hebrew for daughter, having nothing to do with her activity when David sees her. She is the wife of a man named Uriah, one of David's trusted soldiers now out in the field. David summons Bathsheba to his chamber, and one thing leads to another, and he breaks 2 of the 10 commandments. David covets his neighbor's wife and commits adultery. David soon adds a 3rd violation to the list. Covering one's sins. David tries to hide his crime. Shortly thereafter, Bathsheba sends a message to David. "I am with child." David quickly devises a plan, and truth be told, it's a clever one. David summons Uriah home from the battlefield. After asking him about the war, David instructs Uriah to go home and wash your feet, 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse 8, here a euphemism for sexual intercourse. Instead, Uriah sleeps at the door of the palace and does not go home. When questioned about this the next day, Uriah tells David that he won't go home and enjoy himself while Israel and the ark remain on the battlefield. Finally, we meet a righteous person in the Bible, and he's ruining everything. Actually, Uriah's statement is an unintended rebuke, because David is at home and not fighting. Moreover, he's not just enjoying himself while others are out fighting for his kingdom, he's enjoying himself with the wife of one of those fighting for his kingdom. Rather than give up on his plan, David gets Uriah drunk, thinking the alcohol will loosen him up a little and will result in Uriah going home to sleep with his wife. But still, Uriah will not go home. Technical stuff. This story is filled with irony, because Uriah, a Hittite, non-Israelite, knows God's rules better than David. Soldiers fighting for God need to be ritually pure, and this specifically means no sexual relations. Leviticus chapter 15, verses 19 to 24. Because Uriah won't go along with David's plan, David writes a letter instructing Joab to place Uriah on the front lines, then have the other troops withdraw, exposing Uriah to the enemy. When Uriah arrives back at the front, he gives Joab the letter, who does as it instructs. When Bathsheba finds out that her husband is dead, she mourns for the requisite time and then marries David. Their child, a son, is eventually born, and David, it seems, has gotten away with murder and adultery. You demand. Nathan confronts David. One day, David's trusted prophet Nathan comes to him to inform him of a tremendous injustice that has taken place in his kingdom. It seems a rich man with countless sheep killed the only sheep of another man in order to feed a visitor. Making it worse, the man with the only sheep dearly loved it, even treating it as a member of the family. David is outraged and says that the rich man who took the poor man's sheep deserves to die. Nathan looks David straight in the eye and says, "You're that man." 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 7. David unknowingly condemned himself, the parable's rich man. David had many wives, but he took Uriah's only wife. David stands in shock as Nathan continues to deliver God's message. David's dynasty will continue, but he will receive a threefold punishment. The sword will never leave David's house, meaning that David's family will be undone by violence. Someone will take David's wives and sleep with them in public, because David took his neighbor's wife in secret. The child, unnamed, from his adulterous affair, will die. The third punishment comes true first, though Bathsheba and David will have another son, Solomon. The next two punishments come to fruition shortly afterwards, as David's family gradually falls apart. Fighting for David's throne. 2 Samuel chapters 13 to 21. Similar to sausage production, the politics of an ancient monarchy are more appealing when you are unaware of what's on the inside. In the narratives following David's indiscretion with Bathsheba, readers are offered a rare glimpse into the inner workings of a royal family, and it's not pretty. The rape of Tamar. David's oldest son, Amnon, is the crown prince, but he will not live long enough to reach the throne. His trouble begins with his infatuation for his beautiful half-sister Tamar, which makes him sick with love. Amnon's cousin, Jonadab, who is described as very wise, gives some very unwise advice. He instructs Amnon to feign illness and then ask his father to allow Tamar to nurse him back to health. When they are alone together, Jonadab schemes. Amnon is to sleep with her, read, rape her. Amnon foolishly does as Jonadab instructs. However, when David learns of Amnon's actions, he does nothing, leaving the punishment to another, Tamar's full brother, Absalom. 2 years later, Absalom decides to throw a party, only this is no ordinary celebration, but rather a sheep-shearing festival. Think about this for a minute, but only for a minute. Abundant alcohol, hundreds of raucous young men with shears, and thousands of sheep. These parties were so out of control that they made the wildest fraternity parties of today seem as tame as tea and crumpets at 4. Amnon gets drunk, and not ordinary drunk, but sheep-shearing festival drunk. Then, according to plan, Absalom's men jump Amnon and kill him. Fearing reprisal from his father, Absalom flees Israel. However, eventually David and Absalom are reconciled, and Absalom returns to Jerusalem. Rebellious children and parents in denial. Absalom doesn't waste time in Jerusalem waiting for David to die so he can become king. He rises early every morning and stands at the city gate, the center of action for a biblical city. When people pass by on their way for a judgment from King David, Absalom promises them that if he were king, they would receive a more favorable decision. Eventually, Absalom steals the hearts of the Israelites from David with these tactics and his good looks. Technical stuff. In fact, along with Samson, chapter 8 in this book, Judges chapter 16 in the Bible, Absalom has some pretty famous biblical hair. It is described as both beautiful and abundant, so much so, in fact, that when they cut it annually, it weighs 200 shekels, 5 pounds. Just as hair proved vital in the downfall of Samson, Absalom's beautiful locks proved to be his undoing. After winning the hearts of the majority of Israel, Absalom declares himself king, and David is forced to flee Jerusalem. As one of his first acts of state, Absalom sets a tent up on the palace roof in Jerusalem, the same spot from which David first saw Bathsheba, and sleeps with David's concubines in broad daylight. This action fulfills Nathan's prophecy that because David took another man's wife in secret, someone would take his in public. Eventually, though, David's forces defeat Absalom's, and Absalom is forced to flee from battle. However, while Absalom is escaping by mule, his long hair gets tangled in a tree, and he is left hanging there. When Joab finds Absalom, he orders him killed, even though David gave strict orders that no harm should come to his son. When David hears of Absalom's death, he is very upset and famously mourns, "O my son Absalom, my son, my son! Would I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son!" 2 Samuel chapter 18, verse 33. David's latter days, 2 Samuel chapters 22 to 24. Near the end of 2 Samuel, we are treated to a beautiful song composed by David, 2 Samuel chapter 22, a song that finds echoes in many of the psalms ascribed to this king. See chapter 15. Then we hear David's parting words as he reflects upon his life and reign, 2 Samuel chapter 23. This seems a fitting end to the story of David, only it's not the end. As 2 Samuel draws to a close, David makes a very bad decision. He takes a census of Israel. Why is this a bad decision? David's census is for the purpose of determining the number of able-bodied soldiers in Israel, which reflects a lack of trust in God as Israel's ultimate protector. Even Joab, the commander of David's army, warns David not to take a census. But David insists. In response, God sends a deadly plague against Israel, thereby weakening the very thing David is trusting in, the population. Remember, to end the plague, David purchases a plot of land that has a threshing floor and offers a sacrifice. Because threshing floors symbolized bountiful crops, they were commonly converted into holy ground, so David's choice of this location is not entirely random. After the sacrifice is made, the plague ends. Beyond providing a lesson about trusting in God's protection and provision, the story explains how the future site of the temple was purchased, a temple David's son and successor, Solomon, will soon build. See chapter 10. 2 Samuel chapter 24, verse 1 says that God incited David to take a census. Why? The Bible only says that God was angry at Israel, but doesn't say why. Interestingly, 1 Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1 says that Satan was the one who incited David to take the census. So who done it? Some scholars think that changing God to Satan is 1 Chronicles' way of clearing God's name. That's possible. However, another explanation is that God is the ultimate cause of David being incited, but Satan is God's vehicle. According to the book of Job, Satan must ask God permission before messing with people on earth. Perhaps we are to imagine a similar scenario here, where God uses Satan for his purposes. In the present case, God wants to test David's faith, and David fails. However, to David's credit, even before God's judgment, he realizes he has done wrong and repents. 2 Samuel chapter 24, verse 10. When the curtain closes on 2 Samuel, David sits securely on his throne in Jerusalem. Yet this security has come at a price, because 3 of his sons, Amnon, Absalom, and Bathsheba's first son, are now dead as the fallout from his adulterous affair with Bathsheba. and the killing is not over, as further civil war and political assassinations will continue in the opening chapters of the next book, 1 Kings. When God things happen to bad people. 1 and 2 Samuel leaves you asking why God would choose a man as king, even promising him an enduring dynasty, whose track record is far from, let us say, clean. The answer seems to be found early in David's life, when God first tells Samuel he is looking for another king. As Samuel tells Saul, the Lord has chosen someone after his own heart. 1 Samuel chapter 13, verse 14. It seems then, for all his faults, David has a heart for God. In support of this conclusion, we see a marked difference between Saul's and David's responses when confronted for their sins. Whereas Paul prevaricates to avoid guilt and cares more about being honored before the people than doing right, outward appearances, David simply says, I have sinned against the Lord, inward attitude. Although David is far from perfect, he ultimately wants to please God, and his tainted example has served as an example to others that, if God could love and forgive a sinner like David, perhaps there's hope for me. Chapter 10. A Tale of Two Kingdoms, 1 and 2 Kings, and 1 and 2 Chronicles. In this chapter, intellectualizing with Solomon, surviving the division of a nation, fighting Baal and King Ahab with the prophets Elijah and Elisha, overthrowing governments with Jehu, reforming the nation with Hezekiah and Josiah, destroying Jerusalem with Nebuchadnezzar, witnessing ancient spin doctors in the books of Chronicles. The books of Kings and Chronicles continue the drama of ancient Israel's monarchy. At the conclusion of 2 Samuel, David is sitting on the throne as king over a unified nation. In addition, he has secured the location and supplies for God's house, the temple. At the beginning of 1 Kings, David successfully passes the throne to his son, Solomon, who fulfills his father's dream of building the temple. What's more, Solomon surpasses his father's dreams by making Israel one of the wealthiest and most powerful nations in the world. But then things take a drastic turn for the worse. When Solomon dies, the kingdom splits into two kingdoms, Israel and Judah. Then, after 2 centuries of political coups and spiritual conflict, the northern kingdom of Israel falls to the mighty Assyrian Empire in 721 BCE. Less than 150 years later, the southern kingdom of Judah meets its end at the hands of the Babylonians, who conquer Jerusalem and destroy Solomon's temple in 586 BCE. Although filled with tragedy, the books of 1 and 2 Kings and 1 and 2 Chronicles give us some of the most memorable episodes and colorful characters found in the Bible. This is the tale of two kingdoms. The Golden Age of Solomon. Solomon is David's second son by Bathsheba, their first son having died as punishment for their adulterous and murderous affair. See chapter 9. Solomon's reign has been called the Golden Age of ancient Israel. Yet how Solomon ascended to the throne was anything but golden. Solomon's succession. 1 Kings chapter 1. When 1 Kings opens, David is old and can no longer fulfill his royal duties, including performing sexually, or, as the King James translates it, he got no heat. That may sound weird, especially in the King James, but leadership in antiquity was intimately tied to virility. Therefore, a beautiful girl named Abishag is brought to David's bed, but as the text reads, he was not intimate with her. 1 Kings chapter 1, verse 4. David's sons immediately begin maneuvering for the throne. Adonijah, David's eldest surviving son, is the most obvious choice to be the new king, but Solomon also feels he has a claim. Bathsheba, who has a vested interest in seeing her son Solomon on the throne, reminds David of an oath he allegedly made saying Solomon would be the next king. David, perhaps feeling he's having a senior moment, declares Solomon king. Meanwhile, just outside Jerusalem's walls, Adonijah is declared king by his own supporters. However, when they hear of David's choice of Solomon, they abandon their cause. Adonijah, seeing his desperate predicament, rushes to God's altar and clings to it. Adonijah's actions reflect what was commonly understood in the ancient world as an appeal for mercy. Solomon promises not to kill his older brother on one condition: he must never again conspire for the throne. Adonijah agrees, and he and his supporters are spared, for the moment. Soon, Solomon is summoned to his father's deathbed to receive his parting instructions. In a scene that is reminiscent of The Godfather, David tells Solomon to kill 2 men. Joab, David's general, who killed 2 men who were under David's protection. He also backed Adonijah in his recent bid for the throne. Shimei, the previous king's, Saul's, kinsman, who turned against David during a coup, see chapter 9. Although Shimei repented of this folly when David regained the throne, he still couldn't be trusted. David's instructions may sound harsh. However, David knew that transitions between monarchs were precarious times for a nation, and that treacherous people were capable of treacherous actions during such transitions. On a more positive note, David also tells his son to love and obey God, for in doing so his kingdom will prosper, and he will be blessed. 1 Kings chapter 2, verses 1 to 4. Then David, the shepherd boy who became a king, dies. Solomon's wisdom. 1 Kings chapter 2. After David's death, Solomon takes quick action to secure his throne. Beyond following David's final instructions to kill Joab and Shimei, Solomon also kills his brother, Adonijah. Now wait a minute, you may be saying. David never said anything about that. True, but, as we say today, Adonijah asked for it. Having lost the kingdom, Adonijah asks Solomon for a consolation prize, the beautiful Abishag. Solomon sees this request as another bid for the throne, because if Adonijah can perform sexually with Abishag, with whom the previous king David couldn't get heat, that is, perform sexually, then Adonijah will have demonstrated his capacity to rule. Therefore, Solomon denies the request and orders Adonijah's execution. There remains only one other important participant in Adonijah's failed bid for the throne, the high priest Abiathar. Yet, rather than kill Abiathar, Solomon pardons him due to his former status as high priest. The key word here is former. Solomon deposes Abiathar and banishes him to Anathoth, a small town just close enough to Jerusalem to keep an eye on him, but just far away enough to keep him out of the affairs of state. Acknowledging Solomon's wise request. 1 Kings chapter 3, verses 1 to 15. Solomon now sits securely on the throne. In addition, he follows his father's advice to love and obey God. Then, one night, God appears to Solomon and says, "Ask for whatever you want from me." 1 Kings chapter 3, verse 5. Rather than ask for a long life, riches, or power, Solomon asks for wisdom to rule your people and to distinguish between good and evil. This request so pleases God that he not only gives Solomon wisdom, but he gives the rest as well: longevity, wealth, and power. Solomon doesn't let his newfound gifts go to waste, but becomes a prolific author, songwriter, and scholar. Yet the story that best exemplifies Solomon's wisdom involves 2 prostitutes and a baby. Dividing the truth with Solomon's wisdom. 1 Kings chapter 3, verses 16 to 28. One of the most important duties of any king in the ancient world was to preside over difficult legal cases. And one day, Solomon is presented with a doozy. 2 prostitutes come to Solomon with a baby, both claiming to be the mother. One prostitute explains that the other accidentally rolled over on her own child and suffocated him, and then exchanged babies with her while she was asleep. The other prostitute said that was a lie, as the living baby was definitely her own. Because this is before DNA testing, Solomon comes up with another plan. Let's cut the baby in 2, then you can both have half. While the one woman acquiesces, the other speaks up. Please, give her the baby, only don't harm the child. 1 Kings chapter 3, verse 26. Giving the baby to the woman who just spoke, Solomon says, "You're the real mother." Solomon's building projects, the temple, and other treasures. 1 Kings chapters 5 to 7. After securing his reign, Solomon fortifies his kingdom. He rebuilds the wall and gate systems of several cities and establishes regional centers from which he and his officials can administer the nation. Additionally, he builds stables to house his abundant horses and chariots. Solomon also increases maritime trade to the south by constructing a fleet of ships on the Red Sea. Yet most of Solomon's time and money is spent on building projects in his capital city of Jerusalem. Solomon enlists the help of Phoenician craftsmen and purchases other goods from his ally, King Hiram of Tyre. Solomon spends the next 13 years constructing his elaborate palace, and 7 years building a temple for God next door. The palace's location near the temple symbolized Solomon's privileged status as God's appointed ruler. When the temple is completed, the priests move God's cultic equipment from the tabernacle to the temple, and a feast is held for 14 days in celebration. Technical stuff. Although the temple is called God's house, it is only symbolically or mystically so. As Solomon says in his prayer at the temple's dedication, "Yet will God really dwell on earth? The highest heavens cannot contain you, much less this temple I have built." 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 27. Check out the new digs. The temple and its furniture symbolized Israel's special relationship with God. In the court of the temple stood a large altar for sacrifices, which the priests offered for Israel's sins and to express thanks to God. The large water basin, or sea, was used for ritual cleansing of the priests and altar, as both needed to be pure in the presence of God. Inside the temple, in the room called the Holy Place, stood 10 tables with offerings of bread, acknowledging God's ongoing provision of food. Also in this room were 10 lamps, which burned continually, a symbolic expression of God's enduring covenant with Israel. The most sacred room, called the Most Holy Place or the Holy of Holies, was situated in the back of the temple and symbolized God's throne room. Inside were 2 massive statues of cherubim, biblical monsters, part lion, eagle, and human, see chapter 3, overlaid with gold, and which figuratively stood guard above the Ark of the Covenant, the golden box housing the tablets of the 10 Commandments, discussed in detail in chapter 7. Solomon's Last Days, 1 Kings chapters 9 to 11. Solomon marries literally hundreds of foreign princesses to build peaceful relationships with the surrounding nations. When combined with his other wives and concubines, Solomon's spouses number 1,000, which is just asking for trouble. And sure enough, trouble comes as Solomon gets older. First, Solomon gradually loses his commitment to monotheism, the belief that there is only one God, and begins succumbing to the religions of his foreign wives. This doesn't sit well with God, who vows to take all but one tribe away from Solomon's kingdom. Yet, because God so loved Solomon's father David, he postpones punishment until Solomon's reign is over. Beyond his many wives, close examination of the biblical record reveals that Solomon makes some other mistakes. Solomon's administration oppresses the northern tribes for the benefit of his own tribe of Judah. Solomon's large-scale building projects cost a fortune, and increased taxes are a necessity. To collect funds, and also to increase his power base by weakening tribal alliances, Solomon creates 12 administrative districts based not on the traditional tribal borders, but rather on geographical features and towns. Solomon also requires each of these districts to provide forced laborers 1 month out of the year in order to work on his various building projects. This redistricting and forced labor is difficult to accept, especially considering the Israelites' past history as slaves in Egypt. Moreover, Judah isn't taxed at all, though they receive the largest benefits, fortifications, from the tax. Further angering the northern tribes, Solomon sells 20 towns from northern Israel to the Phoenician king Hiram. And although the northern tribes once hosted the tabernacle, now the Jerusalem temple permanently houses the Ark of the Covenant, thus diminishing their religious influence. If things weren't bad enough, during the latter portion of Solomon's reign, several neighboring kingdoms that David conquered break away from Israelite control. Moreover, the northern tribes threaten to withdraw their support from Solomon and follow their own leader, Jeroboam, an official appointed by Solomon to supervise labor. Solomon makes an unsuccessful attempt to kill Jeroboam, who flees to Egypt, where he remains until Solomon's death. Solomon, after a long and eventful reign of 40 years, passes away, leaving his throne to his son, Rehoboam. Sheba visits Solomon. One of the most famous people to visit Solomon is the Queen of Sheba, 1 Kings chapter 10, who journeys northward to see if all she heard about Solomon and his wisdom and wealth is true. Hollywood repeatedly portrays the Queen of Sheba as a European woman wearing a leopard skin bikini. Nevertheless, Sheba is located in the southwestern Arabian Peninsula in modern Yemen, or nearby in Ethiopia, and capitalized on the lucrative spice and incense trade that originated in that area. The sap from various desert trees in Sheba produces incense such as myrrh and frankincense, and the bark from Sheban plants composes cinnamon and other spices. The Bible's account of the Queen's procession to see Solomon lists quite a parade. She and her traveling companions bring along with them camels, spices, gold, and precious stones, which she presents to Solomon. He in turn pays her whatever she desired. Witnessing the division of Israel. Solomon's son and successor Rehoboam doesn't seem to have inherited his father's brains. In fact, due to his foolishness, the nation divides in two. Snips and flails and scorpions' tails, Rehoboam divides a nation. 1 Kings chapter 12. Rehoboam travels north to reaffirm his position as its new king. However, the northern tribes want to know if he will continue Solomon's policy of overtaxing and overworking them. Rehoboam meets with his advisers, and while his elders wisely tell him to promise the north anything at once in order to secure his power, the younger advisers instruct him to show these rebels who's the boss. Rehoboam foolishly listens to the younger crowd and tells the northern tribes, "My father made your yoke heavy, but I will add to your yoke. My father beat you with whips, but I will beat you with scorpions." 1 Kings chapter 12, verse 14. In response, the northern tribes secede from the Union, which ushers in the period of the divided monarchy, 928 BCE to 721 BCE. Israel, as the northern kingdom is now called, consists of the northern 10 tribes of Israel. Numerous dynastic transitions over the next 200 years result in a variety of capital cities, but most predominant is Samaria, which becomes an alternate name for this kingdom. Judah, as the southern kingdom is called, remains comparatively stable. The capital of Judah remains in Jerusalem, and the dynasty established by David is one of the longest in history, lasting for over 400 years. Warning: During the period of the divided monarchy, there are nearly 40 kings who rule Israel and Judah, and keeping them straight is no easy task. We deal only with the most prominent kings here, the ones you ought to know. Idle time. Jeroboam and the golden calves. 1 Kings chapters 13 to 14. Israel's first king, Jeroboam, immediately begins building his kingdom. First, he constructs a palace. Then, motivated by a fear of losing his subjects when they travel to Jerusalem for the major religious festivals, he builds 2 cult centers within his borders. One is at the northern extremity of Israel at the site of Dan. The other is in the south at Bethel, right on the border between Judah and Israel. At both sites, he sets up a golden calf, actually a young bull, a common symbol of virility in the ancient Near East. Then, just as Israel's ancestors had done after Aaron built a golden calf, see chapter 7, Jeroboam declares, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." 1 Kings chapter 12, verse 28. Perhaps Jeroboam, like Aaron, understood these bulls to symbolize God's virility and strength. Regardless of his intent, the biblical authors consistently refer to these ovine figures as idols and as a sin, perhaps because in popular religion the young bull was understood to be a symbol of the Canaanite storm god Baal. Whatever the reason, all subsequent kings of Israel are condemned for their preservation and support of these alternate sites of worship. Cut to Judah. Shishak's campaign. 1 Kings chapter 14, verses 25 to 28, 2 Chronicles chapter 12. During this same period of turmoil, and perhaps because of it, Pharaoh Shishak I, 931 to 910 BCE, invades Judah, apparently in an attempt to break Judah's monopoly on trade routes. He plunders and pillages over 150 cities before returning to the Nile Valley. Although Jerusalem does not occur on Shishak's own lists of conquered cities, it would seem that King Rehoboam had to pay a considerable sum to spare his capital. According to the Bible, Shishak took away the treasures of the Lord's house and the treasures of the king's house. He took away everything. 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 26. This verse has caused some scholars to speculate on the fate of the Ark of the Covenant. See the What Happened to the Ark of the Covenant sidebar in this chapter for more information on this topic. What happened to the Ark of the Covenant? Technical stuff. The Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred relic in ancient Israel, simply disappears without direct mention in the historical record. We know it moved from the tabernacle to Solomon's temple in 960 BCE, and we are fairly sure that it wasn't among the relics taken to Babylon in 586 BCE. Several possibilities for how it vanished have been proposed. Because Shishak took away everything from the temple, some scholars, and Steven Spielberg in Raiders of the Lost Ark, theorize that Shishak took the ark to his capital city of Tanis in the eastern Nile delta of Egypt. According to 2 Maccabees chapter 2, verses 1 to 7 in the Apocrypha, the prophet Jeremiah hid the Ark of the Covenant on Mount Nebo, the same place from which Moses spies the Promised Land immediately before his death. The Talmud suggests that King Josiah of Judah hid the ark in one of the many storerooms beneath the temple in Jerusalem. Many Ethiopian Christians believe that the ark resides today within the Church of Mary Zion in Aksum. This belief is based on a classic Ethiopic text that records that King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba had a son named Menelik who brought the ark to Ethiopia. Where the ark really is, if it still exists, remains a mystery, though we're partial to Spielberg's contention that it resides in a U.S. government warehouse in an unmarked crate. Israel's kingdom from Jeroboam to Ahab. The politics of ancient Israel are messy, even by antiquity's standards. Rarely does a dynasty last beyond a couple of generations. Jeroboam I rules from 928 to 907 BCE and passes the crown down to his son Nadab in 907. Nadab is assassinated in 906 BCE after a reign of only 2 years. Nadab's assassin and usurper, Baasha, kills all of Jeroboam's male descendants to better ensure his reign from 906 to 883 BCE. Baasha's son and successor, Elah, rules for 2 short years, from 883 to 882 BCE, before he is assassinated along with his male descendants. Elah is killed by his servant Zimri, the commander of the Israelite chariots, who seizes power by killing Elah while the monarch is drunk. Zimri's coup lasts a mere 7 days, however, as the military backs another commander, Omri, and burns the usurper Zimri in his house. Omri's dynasty is one of the longest, lasting 40 years, and includes Omri, ruling from 882 to 871 BC, Ahab, ruling from 873 to 852, Ahaziah, ruling from 852 to 851, and Jehoram, ruling from 851 to 842. The time of Omri's dynasty is marked by frequent wars and coalitions to stop expanding neighbors. This threat seems to produce the political marriage between Ahab, as crown prince, and the Phoenician princess Jezebel, whose idolatrous exploits bring them into conflict with God's prophet, Elijah. Ahoy there, King Ahab! 1 Kings, chapters 16 to 22. The 10th king of Israel, Ahab, and his wife, Jezebel, are among the most vilified characters in the Bible. This is for good reason. They both commit horrible crimes against their subjects for personal gain. They also endorse the worship of the Canaanite god Baal and Baal's divine girlfriend, Asherah. Ahab, like most of the kings of Israel before and after, worships a variety of deities. However, even worse than his apostasy is a crime he commits against a neighbor. Next door to Ahab's palace lives a man named Naboth, who owns a vineyard. Ahab wants Naboth's vineyard because it is choice land. However, Naboth refuses to sell it. Ahab is so upset after being rebuffed that he returns home and refuses to eat. Jezebel tells Ahab to relax, saying she will take care of everything. Jezebel pays 2 of her subjects to lie, saying that they overheard Naboth cursing the king and God. Because these are capital offenses, Naboth is summarily executed, and his property goes to Ahab. Ahab and Jezebel would have gotten away with this crime were it not for God and his prophet Elijah. God tells Elijah to confront Ahab, who is presently looking over his newly acquired property. When Elijah finds Ahab in Naboth's vineyard, he tells him that both he and Jezebel will die for what they've done. Elijah pulls no punches. In the place where dogs licked up the blood of Naboth, so dogs will lick up your blood. Yes, yours. 1 Kings chapter 21, verse 19. This eventually will come to pass, but before their undoing, Ahab and Jezebel make a lot more trouble for Israel. Yet, as in the case of Naboth's vineyard, at each step of the way, they have to reckon with God's prophet Elijah and his dutiful understudy Elisha. Elijah and Elisha's excellent adventures. Elijah and Elisha are extraordinary prophets, and their journeys and battles epitomize a complete devotion to God. Elijah is initially called by God to travel across the Jordan River into the desert, where he is fed by ravens. Soon thereafter, Elijah travels to Phoenicia, where he multiplies food and brings a widow's son back to life. Yet it is when God sends Elijah to the Israelite king Ahab for a showdown at Mount Carmel with the Canaanite god Baal that he distinguishes himself as a prophet to be reckoned with. Elijah versus the prophets of Baal, 1 Kings chapter 18. Distraught over Israel's apostasy under Ahab and Jezebel, Elijah gathers all of Israel to Mount Carmel, where he has scheduled a competition. The God who can send lightning down from heaven to consume a sacrifice is the God worthy of Israel's worship. The people agree. Technical stuff. Now this fire from the sky stuff should be easy for Baal, because, as the god of storm, lightning is his specialty. Despite this advantage, the prophets of Baal try all morning with prayer, ritual dance, and even bodily mutilation to get their god to respond. Nothing works. Exhausted and humiliated, the prophets give up, and Elijah takes center stage. Pouring water on his sacrifice 3 times in order to show that God can start a fire even with dampened wood, Elijah then begins to pray. Suddenly, fire descends from heaven and consumes the sacrifice. It is a fantastic victory for God and Elijah, and all the people acknowledge that the Lord, He is God. At Elijah's command, all the prophets of Baal are seized and killed. Elijah then runs faster than Ahab's chariot back to the royal city of Jezreel, where he heralds the news. Jezebel, fed up with Elijah's God talk and angered over the loss of her prophets, vows to kill the prophet. Remarkably, the man who just stood up to the prophets of Baal flees for his life. Elijah's Moses-like exodus. 1 Kings chapter 19. Elijah travels south to Mount Horeb, another name for Mount Sinai, where God gave Moses Israel's law. See chapter 7. Along the way, Elijah is miraculously sustained for 40 days without food, which is reminiscent of Israel's earlier wilderness wanderings of 40 years under Moses. At Mount Horeb, Elijah experiences an earthquake, a great wind, and fire, which is also reminiscent of what the Israelites experienced here when Moses met with God. However, God is said not to be in any of these phenomena. The reason? These phenomena have become too closely associated with the storm god Baal. God therefore reveals himself to Elijah in the sound of a thin whisper. Then God asks Elijah, "What are you doing here?" Without waiting for an answer, God tells Elijah to perform 3 tasks. Anoint an Israelite military commander named Jehu as Israel's king. Anoint the next king of Israel's neighbor, Aram. Appoint Elisha as his successor. Elijah performs the 3rd task first, and the other 2 are left to Elisha, who takes Elijah's place in dramatic fashion. Swing low, sweet chariot, passing the torch to Elisha. 2 Kings chapter 1. Elijah eventually finds Elisha, and they travel together for a short time. Wanting some privacy from an entourage of prophets who are following them, Elijah takes off his cloak and touches the Jordan River, which miraculously parts so they can cross over, again similar to Moses, who parted the Red Sea. On the other side of the Jordan, Elijah says farewell to his friend, and a fiery chariot descends from heaven and takes Elijah away in a whirlwind. 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 11. Technical stuff. As you may imagine, the passage of Elijah's miraculous departure in a chariot of fire is very big with believers in alien abductions. This passage also had importance for the authors of the Bible. In the Hebrew Bible, the prophet Malachi says that Elijah will return and prepare the way for God's coming. In the New Testament, John the Baptist is said to fulfill this prophecy by preparing the way for Jesus' ministry. Now going solo, Elisha crosses back over the Jordan River into Israel and picks up where Elijah left off in working wonders on behalf of God. See 2 Kings chapters 2 to 13. Among Elisha's miracles are a floating axe head, getting 2 bears to maul 42 youths for making fun of his baldness, multiplying food, and reviving a dead man. Ahab, Elijah's old nemesis, dies in battle, and, just as Elijah predicted, dogs lick his blood. Israel's kingdom from Ahaziah to Jehu. The hostile politics between Israel and Judah are postponed by a marriage alliance between Ahab's sister, Athaliah, and the crown prince of Judah, Jehoram, also known as Joram. Athaliah and Jehoram have a son, Ahaziah, who eventually becomes king of Judah. He then joins forces with his cousin Joram, different from Judah's Joram, who is the king of Israel, and they fight against Aram, Israel's neighbors to the north. However, during the battle, Joram is wounded and retreats with Ahaziah to recuperate at Jezreel, 2 Kings chapter 8. It is while Ahaziah and Joram are at Jezreel that one of the bloodiest revolutions in the Bible takes place, and the sins of Ahab and Jezebel are finally paid in full. Jehu's political coup and religious reform, 2 Kings chapters 9 to 10. Jehu, as the commander of King Joram's army, remains near the front lines of the battle while his king recuperates at Jezreel. As he is meeting with his officers, a prophet sent by Elisha walks into the room and anoints him king. The prophet then informs Jehu that he is to be God's chosen vessel for punishing Ahab's descendants for Ahab's and their sins. When word of this event reaches the Israelite troops under Jehu's command, the camp expresses their support. Jehu quickly mounts his chariot and sets off to Jezreel. When Joram and Ahaziah see Jehu approaching, they send a horseman to find out his intentions. The horseman never returns. Instead, he joins Jehu's side. When another horseman does the same thing, the two kings themselves set off toward Jehu. When they meet, Joram and Ahaziah inquire, "Is it peace, Jehu?" When Jehu's treachery becomes apparent, it is too late. Jehu, citing the religious heresy of Joram's mother, Jezebel, shoots an arrow through Joram's heart. Ahaziah turns to flee, though he also is mortally wounded. Jehu then enters Jezreel to begin securing his reign. Jezebel, held up in Jezreel, does not live long. When she sees Jehu approaching, she paints her eyes and adorns her head. These actions have long been misinterpreted as her attempt to seduce Jehu and save her life. Jezebel is, in fact, meeting her impending death with dignity. When Jehu arrives, he tells those with Jezebel to throw her out the window. When she hits the ground, Jehu's horses trample her, and then Jehu and his troops enter the palace to eat. When they return to bury Jezebel, however, they find only her head, hands, and feet, because dogs have eaten her, just as Elijah had prophesied for her sin in killing Naboth. Jehu's usurpation is not secure until he can eliminate all of Ahab's relatives and supporters, which he does in short shrift by beheading them. If you're disturbed by all this bloodshed, you aren't alone. The biblical prophet Hosea later condemns Jehu's slaughter as excessive. Hosea chapter 1, verse 4. Jehu does not confine his purge of the corruption in Israel to only the political realm. One day he calls all the priests of Baal together for a major celebration. When they are all gathered in the temple of Baal, Jehu declares, "Let's have a sacrifice to Baal." At this, Jehu's soldiers come rushing in and slaughter the priests, and Baal's temple is destroyed. In one of our favorite passages, the Bible says, "And the ruins of the temple of Baal have been used as a latrine until this day." 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 27. Jehu's reign lasts 28 years, 842 to 814 BCE, and his dynasty lasts for 5 generations, when his great-great-grandson, Zechariah, is assassinated in 747 BCE. Cut to Judah. Athaliah, the woman who would rule Judah. 2 Kings chapter 11. While Jehu is cleaning house in the north, King Ahaziah's death in the south results in a revolt that nearly ends the Davidic dynasty. Ahaziah's mother, Athaliah, takes the opportunity of her son's death to kill all the male heirs to the throne, thus making herself ruler of Judah. Unknown to Athaliah, however, Ahaziah's sister, Jehosheba, who is also the wife of the high priest, hides one of her infant brothers in the temple. After Athaliah rules for 6 years, the high priest, Jehoiada, gathers together an armed guard and brings the now 7-year-old son of Ahaziah out of the temple, declaring him king. When Athaliah hears the commotion, she enters the temple courts crying, "Treason! Treason!" Those are her last words. The soldiers execute her, and the young lad, Joash by name, is anointed king. Under the direction of the high priest, Joash institutes many religious reforms, but these changes would be short-lived because subsequent kings would return to the worship of other gods. Experiencing Israel's destruction. Israel and Judah fight on and off during the next 100 years, between the mid-9th and mid-8th century BCE. These conflicts reduce the stability and power of both nations, but especially Israel. In 733 BCE, an Assyrian monarch named Tiglath-Pileser III conquers many of Israel's cities, and, as was Assyria's policy, deports many of its inhabitants. As a further demonstration of Assyria's dominance, Tiglath-Pileser III appoints a new king of Israel, Hoshea, but Hoshea soon makes a horrible mistake. Thinking that Egypt will provide military assistance, he rebels against Assyria. Assyria, as you may imagine, is not too happy about this and decides to make an example of Israel. Under Assyria's next 2 kings, Shalmaneser V, 727 to 722 BCE, and Sargon II, 722 to 705 BCE, every major Israelite city is captured or destroyed. Then, in 721 BCE, the nation of Israel itself falls. Many of Israel's inhabitants are exiled, never to be heard from again. Because the northern kingdom of Israel consisted of 10 tribes, these became known as the 10 Lost Tribes of Israel. Remember, although you may think that the fall of Israel would be welcome news to Judah in light of their strained relationship, it actually is a huge shock. The Israelites were, after all, Judah's brothers to the north. Sure, they disliked each other, but they never really wished each other dead. In addition, Israel's fall leaves Judah feeling vulnerable. Not only is there one less buffer state between Judah and its Mesopotamian enemies, but the 10 northern tribes, who had equal claim to God's promises, are gone. If God allowed Israel to be defeated for its repeated violations of God's commands, would he do the same if Judah should continue in its unrighteous ways? With these questions in mind, it comes as no surprise that Hezekiah, the king ruling Judah about the time of the fall of Israel, decides it's time to follow God. Too little, too late. Judah's reforms. 2 kings of Judah, Hezekiah, 715 to 687 BCE, and Hezekiah's great-grandson, Josiah, 640 to 609 BCE, are hailed by the biblical authors as unrivaled for their devotion to God. However, even their pious efforts won't be enough to save Judah. The Reforms of Hezekiah, 2 Kings chapter 18. Hezekiah demonstrates his faithfulness toward God by destroying the alternate sites of worship in and around Jerusalem. He even destroys the bronze serpent made by Moses in the wilderness to heal the people of poisonous snake bites, Numbers chapter 21, verses 6 to 9, because it has become an object of worship. As further demonstration of Hezekiah's heart for God, he allows the prophet Isaiah free access to the royal court to provide counsel and to inform him of God's words and how they relate to matters of state. Remember, despite Hezekiah's reforms, these are difficult times for Judah. Shortly after destroying Israel, the Assyrians besiege Judah and capture some 46 cities. In fact, pictorial representations of the capture of one of these cities, Lachish, has been discovered on the walls of the Assyrian royal palace in Nineveh, modern-day Iraq. However, the trophy the Assyrians want most on the palace wall is not Lachish, but Judah's capital, Jerusalem. Jerusalem on the brink of destruction. While the Assyrians are still attacking Lachish, the Assyrian king Sennacherib sends messengers to King Hezekiah to tell him to surrender or else face certain defeat and death. As Sennacherib's general puts it, none of the gods of the surrounding nations were able to protect them, and your God will not be able to protect you. As we might say today, them are fightin' words, only the one who will be fighting for Hezekiah is God himself. When Hezekiah gets a letter from Sennacherib repeating this same threat, he goes into the temple and spreads the letter before God. After praying and asking God to protect his own honor and reputation, the prophet Isaiah shows up with a message from God. In short, God tells Hezekiah that everything is going to be okay. God will deliver Jerusalem from the Assyrians, forcing the king to return home. Hark the herald angels slaying. God delivers Jerusalem. According to 2 Kings chapter 19, the night before the Assyrians attack, an angel goes through their camp and kills 185,000 soldiers. With the loss of his fighting force, Sennacherib is forced to return home. Interestingly, the Greek historian Herodotus, writing several hundred years later, also describes the Assyrian army as being prevented from concluding their military campaign, although he ascribes it to a plague. Remember, that Sennacherib was unsuccessful in conquering Jerusalem is confirmed by Sennacherib himself. In a royal inscription discovered by archaeologists, Sennacherib boasts that he laid siege to Jerusalem and even trapped Hezekiah in Jerusalem like a caged bird. However, the purpose of a siege is not to trap someone in his city like a bird, but to get into the city and conquer it. Ancient kings, like modern politicians, were always trying to put a positive spin on their failed exploits. Even though Sennacherib doesn't get into Jerusalem, both Assyrian records and the Bible agree that Hezekiah was forced to pay a heavy tribute to Sennacherib. Manasseh's very bad reign. 2 Kings chapter 21. Hezekiah's son Manasseh reigns for 45 years, from 687 to 642 BCE, the longest of any king of Israel or Judah. However, he rescinds the religious reforms of his father, much to the dismay of the biblical authors. He practices sorcery and divination, as well as consults mediums. He even offers his own son as a sacrifice to a foreign god. Because of these heinous crimes, which the people willingly follow, God promises that Judah will soon be destroyed. After Manasseh's death, his son, Amon, becomes king, but because of his unpopular reign, he is assassinated by his own officials after ruling only 2 years, from 641 to 640 BCE. Because of his untimely death, Amon's son Josiah is only 8 years old when he inherits the throne. Despite his youth, Josiah goes on to become one of Judah's greatest kings. The reforms of Josiah, 2 Kings chapters 22 to 23. Josiah's religious reforms are even more fervent than Hezekiah's. Part of the reason Josiah's reforms outdo his great-grandfather's is because of a remarkable discovery early in his reign. While the priests are cleaning the temple due to its neglect and abuse during the years of Manasseh and Amon, they find a scroll, and not just any scroll, but the Law of Moses. Based on the reforms that follow, this scroll does not seem to be the entire Law of Moses, but primarily the laws contained in the book of Deuteronomy. When Josiah hears the scroll read, he tears his clothes as a sign of deep repentance, and then initiates a series of reforms, including destroying all the foreign altars erected by his predecessors. He even goes up into the former kingdoms of Israel and destroys the altar at Bethel, which was built by Jeroboam some 300 years earlier. In fact, His actions fulfill a prophecy that was spoken at the time Jeroboam originally built the altar and its golden calf. When Jeroboam was dedicating the newly completed altar, a mysterious man showed up and said, "O altar, altar, this is what the Lord says. A son will be born to the house of David, Josiah by name, and he will sacrifice on you the priests of the high places who make offerings here, and human bones will be burned on you." 1 Kings chapter 13, verse 2. Now, 3 centuries later, this prophecy has come true. These and other reforms led the author of Kings to report that there was never a king like Josiah, who turned to the Lord with all his heart, and with all his soul, and with all his might, according to all the law of Moses. 2 Kings chapter 23, verse 25. Despite his successes, in 609 BCE, Josiah is killed during a battle with the Egyptians. So devastating is the loss of this righteous king to Judah that the prophet Jeremiah writes songs lamenting his passing. 2 Chronicles chapter 35, verse 25. The end of an era, the fall of Jerusalem. Following Josiah's death, the kingdom of Judah becomes a pawn amidst the megapowers of Egypt and Babylon. First, the Egyptian pharaoh Necho imprisons Josiah's son, Jehoahaz, and places another of Josiah's sons, Jehoiakim, on the throne as Egypt's vassal. Egypt, however, gradually loses power as Babylon, led by its king Nebuchadnezzar, gains strength through conquest. Eventually, the Babylonian army approaches Jerusalem, and Jehoiakim, seeing the writing on the wall, switches alliances. This arrangement lasts for 3 years, but when Nebuchadnezzar retreats after failing in his attempt to invade Egypt, Jehoiakim rebels. In response, Nebuchadnezzar attacks Jerusalem in 598 BCE, and Jehoiakim dies during the struggle. Jerusalem's days are numbered. Judah's last days, 2 Kings chapter 23 through chapter 25, verse 26. Jehoiakim's son, Jehoiachin, is only 18 years old when he ascends to the throne. However, he rules for just 3 months before Nebuchadnezzar besieges Jerusalem, forcing the king to surrender. Although Nebuchadnezzar spares the city from destruction, Jehoiachin, along with his family and officials, are carried off to Babylon, as are many of the treasures from the royal palace and temple. The Bible records that at this time 10,000 captives are exiled, and none remained, except the poorest of the land. 2 Kings chapter 24, verse 14. The next decade is full of famine, resulting from this conflict's devastation on the economy. Nebuchadnezzar puts Jehoiachin's uncle, Zedekiah, on the throne. Ultimately, however, Zedekiah revolts, and Babylon responds with a vengeance. In 587 BCE, the Babylonian forces besiege Jerusalem. While Jerusalem's walls hold off the invading army for 18 months, inside the city, things are falling apart as famine and starvation become widespread. Numerous atrocities occur during this period, including parents eating their own children in order to stay alive. Finally, in July of 586 BCE, Jerusalem's walls are breached. Zedekiah tries to escape but is captured. As punishment for his rebellion, the Babylonians kill his children before him and then gouge out his eyes, so that the death of his offspring is the last thing he sees. Then Zedekiah is led away in chains to Babylon. Remember, within the next 2 months, Nebuchadnezzar implements another deportation of the population, and Jerusalem is destroyed, including the fortifications and, most importantly, God's temple. For nearly 4 centuries, God's temple stood in Jerusalem as the center of Israelite religion, symbolizing its enduring strength. Now it is gone, with no indication that it will ever stand again. Asking why in the face of disaster, 2 Kings chapter 25, verses 27 to 30. With the loss of their city and temple, the Judahites are faced with the difficult question of how God could have allowed these tragedies to happen. After all, how could God let a nation that worships idols overthrow a nation that worships the living God? That, in fact, was the problem. Judah, and Israel before it, had neglected its worship of God. God had repeatedly warned both nations that if they didn't repent of their idol worship, with its accompanying immorality and injustice, he would send them into exile. They had not changed their ways, and now judgment had come. As the books of Kings come to a close, Jerusalem is destroyed, the temple has been razed to the ground, and the prominent members of Judean society are in exile. But there is some hope at the end of 2 Kings. We are informed that King Jehoiakim, who had been taken captive in the 598 BCE campaign, is now doing well. Although still Nebuchadnezzar's prisoner, he is given a regular stipend and is allowed to dine at the king's table. Perhaps hope is not lost after all. Ancient Spin Doctors. Chronicles. As two witnesses are better than one, the books of 1st and 2nd Chronicles offer a welcomed second opinion concerning the history of Israel's monarchy. Say that again? Chronicles recalls the past. In relation to the books of Samuel and Kings, Chronicles spans from the last chapter of 1 Samuel, Saul's death, to the end of 2 Kings, and then a little beyond. More specifically, whereas 2 Kings ends with the destruction of Jerusalem and its inhabitants in exile around 560 BCE, 2 Chronicles contains the later Persian edict by King Cyrus giving those exiled permission to return to their homeland, 539 BCE. Yet Chronicles is not simply a retelling of Samuel and Kings. It is a reinterpretation of the monarchy for a different generation living during very different times. The books of 1st and 2nd Chronicles were actually not called Chronicles until hundreds of years after their completion, when the 5th century CE church father and Bible translator Jerome first applied the term to these books. In the original Hebrew Bible, the title is The Events of the Days being the period of the Israelite monarchy. In the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, the Septuagint, the books of 1st and 2nd Chronicles are called The Things Left Out. This title emphasizes the expanded and, in some cases, alternate version of the history of Israel's monarchy recorded in Chronicles. The chronicler's point of view. The author of 1st and 2nd Chronicles, originally one book in Hebrew, is creatively called by scholars the chronicler. Although the author of Chronicles remains anonymous, Jewish tradition ascribes these books to Ezra, a scribe and priest who witnessed firsthand the Jews' return to their homeland. See chapter 12. Although many did not take the Persians up on this offer, many did, including Ezra. Now that the Israelites were back in their homeland, they needed a new history to give the nation a new perspective on its past and a new direction for its future. Most notably, the chronicler does not concern himself with showing all the peccadillos and problems of the past. These were important for the earlier history because its author, traditionally the prophet Jeremiah, wanted to explain why God would allow his people to be conquered and sent into exile. In short, the authors of Samuel and Kings demonstrate that God did not abandon his people, but his people abandoned him by breaking his commandments and following after other gods. As a result, the earlier work gave us the negative portrait of the monarchy and the nation as a whole. The chronicler, in contrast, though wanting to emphasize the importance of following God's commands, does not want to wallow in the past. Israel has been given a new beginning, a new chance to get it right, and in keeping with this new perspective, the chronicler puts a new spin on Israel's past. The chronicler spends a great deal of time and effort praising David and Solomon. For example, Chronicles makes no reference to David's affair with Bathsheba or Solomon's violent ascent to the throne. As a priest, the chronicler emphasizes the centrality of the temple as God's chosen place of worship. Chronicles places more of an emphasis on the importance of prophets and prophecy in the administration of the state. For the chronicler, prophets are essential for checking the power of the monarchy. Finally, in keeping with the chronicler's desire to set a positive tone for the future, Chronicles does not belabor the nation's past sins, but focuses on spiritual renewal and God's forgiveness. Thus, upon the completion of the temple, God says to Solomon, "I have heard your prayer, and have chosen for myself this place as a house for sacrifice. If I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, and if I command the locust to eat the land, and if I send pestilence to my people, then if my people who are called by my name humble themselves, and pray, and seek my face, and turn from their evil ways, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. Now my eyes will be open, and my ears listening to the prayer that is made in this place." 2 Chronicles, chapter 7, verses 12 to 15. Chapter 11. Strangers in a Strange Land. Israel in Exile, with Daniel and Esther. In this chapter, keeping the faith and culture during the exile, escaping furnaces and lions with God and Belteshazzar, interpreting dreams and prophesying with Daniel, winning beauty pageants and averting genocide with Esther. The ancient Israelites got around. Early in the Bible, Abraham traveled the entire Fertile Crescent from Mesopotamia to the Nile Valley. Then, several generations later, Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt, through the Sinai, and to the edge of their promised land. Moses even named his first son Gershom, which means stranger there, reflecting, "I have been a stranger in a strange land." Exodus chapter 2, verse 22. However, journeys like these were rare in antiquity. After all, travel agencies were nowhere to be found, and more importantly, strangers were usually enslaved or even killed if they entered a territory not their own. Yet one of the remarkable results of the ancient Israelites' migrations is that they discovered firsthand the difficulties of getting around. As a result, they thought differently about strangers, as is evidenced in their laws. "Love the stranger, because you were once strangers in the land of Egypt." Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 19. Despite the difficulties of getting around in the ancient world, the Israelites found themselves once again strangers in a strange land. Only this time they were not in Egypt or the Sinai, but back where it all had begun, Mesopotamia. That's right, just as God called Abraham to leave Mesopotamia and seek out his promised land, so now God was sending Abraham's descendants back to Mesopotamia, courtesy of the Babylonians. In this chapter, you look at their adventures in this strange yet familiar land, where they struggle to survive and even thrive while maintaining their unique identity and their faith in God. Relocation, relocation, relocation. Babylonian kings are about as patient as sugar-eating squirrels, and after repeated rebellions by Judah, the sovereign of Babylon decided to put an end to this vassal kingdom by destroying its capital city of Jerusalem, 586 BCE. When he was done, the city and temple that had been God's home and the focal point of Judah's political and religious life for 400 years now lay in ruins. But Jerusalem's destruction merely marks the beginning of Judah's struggle for its cultural survival. The leading citizens become slaves in Babylon, just as their ancestors did in Egypt. Far from their promised land, the exiles face the most serious threat to their survival as a people: assimilation. Virtually all displaced peoples in antiquity eventually assimilated into their new surroundings. This seems to be what happened to the northern kingdom of Israel when the Assyrians deported many of its inhabitants throughout their empire. The 10 lost tribes were lost precisely because many assimilated into the cultures that surrounded them. So, how will Judah and its culture survive these perilous times? Books such as Daniel and Esther seek to answer this question. But they raise the bar of expectation for those in exile. Not only can you survive in a foreign land, you can thrive. Individuals such as Daniel and Esther demonstrate that the exiles can remain true to themselves and their cultural heritage, and still rise to the top and make a difference in the world. The Book of Daniel. Daniel is born in Judah, but at an early age he is carried off into Babylonian exile, where, because of his abilities, he rises to prominence. But Daniel's high status makes his cultural peculiarities all the more obvious, and he and his 3 friends, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, are threatened with death if they don't conform. But Daniel and his 3 buddies never succumb to these pressures, and God repeatedly delivers them. The Book of Daniel contains some of the Bible's most amazing and famous adventures, stories written to offer courage to peoples persecuted for practicing their religion. Warning: reading Daniel can be a bit confusing because it doesn't follow a historical sequence, but is arranged topically and linguistically. For example, Daniel chapters 1 to 6 contains stories about Daniel interpreting various signs and dreams, and he and his friends escaping various dangers, while Daniel chapters 7 to 12 contains apocalyptic material, or visions of the end times. Also, Daniel chapter 1 to chapter 2 verse 3 and chapter 8 verse 1 to chapter 12 verse 13 are in Hebrew, while Daniel chapter 2 verse 4 to chapter 7 verse 28 is in Aramaic, a language related to Hebrew and the lingua franca, or common language, of Daniel's day. So, don't be confused if a king who died in the first half of Daniel is all of a sudden alive again in the second part. Attending Babylonian University and interpreting dreams. Daniel chapters 1 to 2. Kings expect to be waited upon, and, because good help is hard to find in any day, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon orders that many of the Judean youths among the exiles be trained as royal stewards. Such training included education in the language, literature, and culture of Babylon. Among those enrolled in this Babylonian university are Daniel and 3 of his friends, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. The first item on the agenda is to give these freshmen Babylonian names. Daniel, a Hebrew name meaning God is my judge, is given the Babylonian name Belteshazzar, which means Bel protects his life. Bel is a reference to the Babylonian chief god Marduk. Daniel's 3 friends, Hananiah, the Lord is gracious, Mishael, who is like God, and Azariah, the Lord is my help, are also given Babylonian names. Shadrach, command of Aku, a Mesopotamian moon god, Meshach, who is like Aku, and Abednego, servant of Nabu, the Mesopotamian god of learning, respectively. Already the cultural battle has begun, as their names now give recognition to other gods. Daniel's story, 400 years in the making? The Book of Daniel is set in the 6th century BCE, but nearly all scholars believe that it wasn't completed until about 165 BCE. This determination is based on its language and its extremely detailed prophecies of events that occurred during the 2nd century BCE. Of course, as a prophet, predicting the future was Daniel's job, and even if the Book of Daniel wasn't completed until long after Daniel's death, this doesn't diminish the fact that it preserves authentic traditions from Daniel's life. Daniel's diet for a small planet. Daniel's and his friends' educations involve 3 years of physical and mental conditioning. During this period, they're expected to partake in Babylonian cuisine. Yet according to the biblical dietary laws, Babylonian meat and wine are not even close to being ritually pure, kosher in Hebrew, see chapter 7. Thus, Daniel asks that he and his friends be able to eat only vegetables and drink only water. The problem with this request is that Nebuchadnezzar wants his stewards to be robust, because scrawny wimp servants would compromise his reputation as a manly king. Still, Daniel's proposed diet is given a trial run, and, remarkably, after 10 days, Daniel and his friends look better in appearance and fatter in flesh than the others. With this winning diet, and God's help in giving them understanding and knowledge in all kinds of literature and learning, Daniel and his pals graduate atop their class, and the king rewards them with important jobs in the royal administration. Dreaming about the future. All is well in the kingdom until King Nebuchadnezzar has a very disturbing dream. Because dreams were believed to be divine messages, the king seeks to know what this dream means for him and his kingdom. But there's a little catch. To guarantee that the interpretation he receives is from the gods, and because he can't remember the dream, Nebuchadnezzar demands that his wise men first tell him what he dreamed before they interpret it. Nebuchadnezzar's servants fail, saying that only the gods could perform such a difficult feat, precisely Neb's point. Nebuchadnezzar, unimpressed, orders all the wise men executed. As wise men, Daniel and his friends are among the condemned, but just before their execution, Daniel prays, and God reveals the dream to him, saving his and the other wise men's lives. Technical stuff. So, what was the king's dream? A very bright and scary metal image appears before the king. Its head consists of gold, its breasts and arms are silver, its belly and thighs are bronze, its legs are iron, and its feet are part iron and part clay. Suddenly, a stone appears from heaven and strikes at the foot of the statue, causing the whole image to crumble. Then the stone becomes a giant mountain that fills the earth. And what does this mean? The metals represent future successive kingdoms. The head of gold is Nebuchadnezzar and the kingdom of Babylon, which will be replaced by a kingdom inferior to yours, hence the silver. The belly and thighs of bronze represent another kingdom, which will rule over the whole earth. Then a kingdom will arise that will crush all the others, just as iron breaks everything. The clay mixed with iron represents the division of this kingdom. Most scholars equate the silver with Media, the bronze with Persia, the iron with the Greek Empire under Alexander the Great, and the iron mixed with clay with the division of Alexander's kingdom among his generals. However, because in Daniel's other visions the kingdoms of Media and Persia are usually combined, because Media eventually assimilated with Persia, some have argued that the kingdoms need to be shifted up one, making the last kingdom the emerging Roman power. Whatever the case, the stone that destroys these empires is God's kingdom, which fills the whole earth. Nebuchadnezzar, justifiably impressed with Daniel's wisdom, worships Daniel's God, promotes Daniel, and sacrifices on his behalf. Is it getting hot in here? Daniel's friends in the fiery furnace. Daniel chapter 3. Daniel chapter 3 is about Daniel's 3 friends who refuse to worship a huge 90-foot-tall golden statue that King Nebuchadnezzar has erected. Their refusal takes some guts, because the king's order that everyone must bow to the statue came with a sizable threat to those who wouldn't. They will immediately be thrown into a fiery furnace. Daniel chapter 3, verse 6. Despite this threat, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego refuse, because they bow only to God. The king is furious when he finds out about their defiance, and he asks angrily and rhetorically, "What God can save you from my hand?" The 3 amigos have an answer. God will save them, and even if he won't, we won't serve your gods or bow to the golden image you have built. Daniel chapter 3, verse 18. Well, this of course infuriates Nebuchadnezzar all the more, and he orders the furnace to be turned up 7-fold. The fire becomes so hot that the guards responsible for throwing the 3 men into the furnace are killed as they carry out their command. Then, straining to look into the furnace at the suffering of these 3 rebels, the king asks, "Didn't we throw 3 men into the fire?" Kings are never short of rhetorical questions. "Then why do I see 4 men walking about in the flames, untied and uninjured, and the 4th appears like a son of the gods?" At this, the king tells the 3 men to come out, and they emerge without even a singed eyebrow or the smell of smoke. So, who is this one like a son of the gods who rescues the 3 men? As you may expect, several interpretations have been put forth, including God, an angel, which is what Nebuchadnezzar later calls him, Jesus, and even Elvis, which inspired the Burnin' Love lyrics, "Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising." Okay, that last one is not seriously debated among scholars yet. Whoever it is, Nebuchadnezzar is impressed, promotes Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and worships God. Pride before a fall. Daniel chapter 4. Years later, Nebuchadnezzar has another dream, and he can't make heads nor tails of it. In his dream, he sees a large tree that provides food and protection for humans and beasts alike. But then, a heavenly being orders that the tree be chopped down, and only the stump remains. The stump is then turned into a wild animal. Understandably, all the king's wise men are stumped at the stump until Daniel shows up and saves the day. According to Daniel, the tree is the king, who, like the tree, has a vast kingdom that provides for his subjects. But this situation will soon change. God will make the king go mad because of his pride, and he will live in the wild and eat grass like an ox. A year passes. Then Nebuchadnezzar, while walking on his roof, reflects on his many accomplishments and says, "Isn't Babylon great? A royal residence that I have built by my power and for the glory of my majesty?" Uh-oh. There were a few too many I's and my's in that statement. In a scene reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, God strikes the king with madness, driving him into the wild, where he eats grass, grows long hair and nails, and listens over and over again to the Beatles' White Album. Okay, we made up that last part. The spell is finally broken when a young woman named Belle falls in love. Actually, after 7 years of insanity, Nebuchadnezzar repents of his pride and acknowledges God as the ultimate sovereign, and then regains his sanity. The Writings on the Wall. Belshazzar's Feast and the Fall of Babylon. Daniel chapter 5. With Dad away in the Arabian desert, the king in residence, Belshazzar, decides to throw a party. All is fine until he decides to boast about Babylon's might by drinking wine from the gold and silver cups looted from the Jerusalem temple. Bad idea. Those vessels were for one purpose only, God's worship, and for one place only, the temple in Jerusalem. Suddenly a hand appears out of nowhere and writes mysterious words on the wall. The king, realizing this can't be good, offers a reward to anyone who can read it. Although the penmanship was undoubtedly flawless, no one can make out the message until the queen remembers some guy named Daniel who did pretty well at things like this. Daniel is summoned and immediately recognizes the penmanship as God's, and then reads the writing on the wall. Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. These are Aramaic words deriving from metrology, and Daniel gives the following interpretation. Mene means to count. Daniel says, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and is bringing it to an end. Tekel means to measure. Daniel states, you've been weighed on the moral scales and have been found wanting. Upharsin. The U is Aramaic for and farsin means to divide. Daniel informs Belshazzar, your kingdom is divided and will be given to the Medes and Persians. The last line is particularly effective because the words for to divide and Persians sound alike in Aramaic. Unfortunately, the king had little time to appreciate God's wordplay, because that night the Persians took over Babylon and killed Belshazzar, marking the transition from the Babylonian to Persian periods in ancient Near Eastern history. The year was 539 BCE, and soon Cyrus the Great, the king of Persia, would allow the exiled Jews and other groups to return to their ancestral homeland. However, most exiles, including Daniel and Esther, chose to remain in their new homes. Lying with lions. Dan in the den. Daniel chapter 6. With Persia in and Babylon out, Daniel's new employer, King Darius, immediately recognizes his gifts and appoints him to one of the highest posts in the Persian administration. But the other administrators are jealous and set out to ruin Daniel. Unfortunately for them, Daniel has more moral resolve than Jimmy Stewart in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Realizing that the only way to bring a good man down is by exploiting his goodness, they decide to frame Daniel for his religious convictions. They convince the king to order an edict that no one can beseech any other god or human other than the king for a month. If they do, they'll be fed to the lions. Daniel, fully aware of the edict, continues his practice of praying 3 times a day at his window so he could face Jerusalem. Lingering in the shadows below are the officials who report Daniel's behavior to King Darius and have him arrested. The king is distraught to learn that his friend Daniel is guilty, but because Persian kings could not change an edict, this would convey uncertainty to his subjects, he must comply. Thus, Daniel is thrown into the lion's den, which is sealed to ensure no one tries to rescue Daniel. That night, the king is so upset that he can't sleep or eat. Fortunately for Daniel, the lions couldn't eat either, because an angel appeared and shut their mouths. At daybreak, the king rushes back to the pit and finds Daniel miraculously unharmed. Darius then orders that those who led him to make this silly law, along with their families, be thrown to the lions. They are, and they are eaten even before they hit the floor. Daniel's visions. Daniel chapter 7, chapters 10 to 12. Because the first half of the book of Daniel consists of narrative stories, while the other half records Daniel's visions of things to come, debate arose about where to put Daniel in the Bible. Jewish tradition places Daniel with the writings, while most Christian Bibles place him with the prophets. Many scholars, however, place Daniel, along with Revelation in the New Testament, into a special genre of apocalyptic literature. The term apocalyptic means to reveal hidden knowledge, which is exactly what these types of literature purport to do. No matter where you put him, Daniel's visions become extremely influential in later Judaism and Christianity. The following sections cover 2 of Daniel's most famous visions. Of beasts and horns. Daniel has a dream where he witnesses 4 remarkable beasts: a winged lion, a bear, a 4-headed winged leopard, and a terrifying beast with 10 horns. Then, among the 10 horns appears a little horn, which cuts off some of the other horns. After this, Daniel sees God, here called the Ancient of Days, on his throne in heaven. Ushered before God is one like a son of man, who is given authority to establish an everlasting kingdom, which is soon to come. So, what does this vision mean? An angel tells Daniel that the 4 beasts symbolize empires that are to come. Although they remain unnamed, most scholars link the lion to Babylon, the bear to a joint Median-Persian empire, and the winged leopard with 4 heads to Alexander the Great and his 4 generals, among whom Alexander's kingdom is divided after his death, and the terrifying beast to the Greek rulers of Mesopotamia, called the Seleucids, after Alexander's general Seleucus. Some scholars, however, identify this last beast with a power yet to come, such as Rome. Nearly all scholars agree that the little horn that appears on the beast's head is the Seleucid king, Antiochus Epiphanes, who, as Daniel describes, desecrated the temple in Jerusalem and waged war with the Jews. See chapter 16. The identity of one like a son of man is not specified. However, in later Jewish literature, the title Son of Man came to refer to the promised Messiah, who would deliver the Jews from their enemies and establish an eternal kingdom of righteousness and justice. In the Christian New Testament, the title Son of Man is applied to Jesus, see chapter 19, who is also called the Messiah. Moreover, Jesus predicts another desecration of the temple when describing the events of the end times. See Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. On earth as it is in heaven. On the banks of the Tigris River, Daniel has a vision concerning the end of days. The messenger, who seems to be the angel Gabriel of Daniel chapters 8 to 9, tells Daniel that he would have arrived earlier, but there is a heavenly battle currently being waged between angels, with Michael representing the Jews and another heavenly patron representing Persia. Daniel's vision foretells successive kings and empires, and a war between the north, representing the Greek kingdom of the Seleucids in Mesopotamia, and the south, the Greek kingdom of the Ptolemies in Egypt. Finally, the Seleucid king Antiochus Epiphanes will arise, persecute the Jews and profane the Jerusalem temple, and be killed after campaigning south. Not long after these events, God's kingdom will arrive, and in the Hebrew Bible's most explicit reference to heaven and hell, Daniel writes, "Those who sleep in the dust of the ground will awake, some to eternal life, and some to eternal contempt." Daniel chapter 12, verse 2. The book of Daniel ends with a promise to Daniel that the visions he has seen will come to pass, and that he will be among those who awake to eternal life. The book of Esther. Like the book of Daniel, Esther records the difficulties of life in exile. But whereas Daniel is set in the 6th century BCE Babylon, Esther tells of events in the 5th century BCE Persian capital city of Susa. The Book of Esther is a marvelous work of literature, remarkable for its use of irony and plot twists. Miss Persian Empire, Esther chapters 1 to 2. The Book of Esther opens with a stag party thrown by the Persian king Ahasuerus, usually identified with Xerxes I, 486 to 465 BCE. Hebrew Ahasuerus is a transliteration of Persian Shayarshan, while Xerxes is the Greek form. The king demands that his wife, Vashti, come out to the party wearing the royal crown so he can show her off to his guests. Vashti refuses, which terrifies the men. As one official puts it, when the women of Persian and Median nobility hear of the queen's actions, they'll do the same thing. Then there will be no end to disrespect and discord. Esther chapter 1, verse 18. Yes, the author of Esther was laughing too. With a woman's liberation movement on the horizon, the king deposes his wife and begins a search for a replacement. The king decides to hold a beauty pageant, only it is an ancient beauty pageant where the rules are a little more risque. Contestants are given 1 year of beauty treatments, and then for the contest, they spend the night with the king in his chambers. That's right, no talent show, no "I'd end war and world hunger" speeches, just the evening wear competition. One contestant is Esther, a nice Jewish girl who is being raised by her cousin Mordecai. Their names, in fact, show the extent to which they have assimilated. Mordecai is derived from the Babylonian chief deity Marduk, and Esther from the fertility goddess Ishtar. Esther also has a Hebrew name, Hadassah. Esther wins the contest and becomes the queen of the Persian Empire, all the while keeping her Jewish heritage secret. Esther saves the day. Esther chapters 3 to 10. A short time after Esther wins the sleepover beauty pageant, Mordecai learns of a plot to assassinate the king and informs him. The king averts death and records in the daily chronicles that Mordecai the Jew saved the monarch. But Mordecai soon runs into trouble when he refuses to bow to the king's highest official, named Haman, the story's villain. For Mordecai's insolence, Haman vows to destroy all the Jews and brings the matter before the king. However, rather than specifying the Jews, he refers to them as a certain people. Xerxes signs Haman's edict and gives him the funds to carry out his plan. Esther's bravery and Haman's humiliation. When Mordecai learns of the edict, he relays the disturbing news to Esther, asking her to intercede for her people before the king. She refuses, saying that the king hasn't summoned her and that anyone entering his presence uninvited is put to death. In response, Mordecai sends Esther this message. "Do you think that just because you are in the royal palace, that you alone of all the Jews will escape? If you remain silent at this time, then deliverance for the Jews will come from another place, and you and your father's family will perish. But who knows? Perhaps you have achieved your royal status for such a time as this." Esther chapter 4, verses 12 to 14. Esther replies, "I will go to the king, even though it is against the law, and if I die, then I die." Esther chapter 4, verse 16. Esther does go to the king, who welcomes her, even offering her whatever she wants. Instead of laying all her cards on the table, she asks if the king and Haman would join her for dinner. He agrees. At dinner, Ahasuerus offers Esther anything she desires, and she coolly asks for another dinner with the same guests the following day. Haman, assuming this means a promotion is imminent, is thrilled. As he boasts with friends and family that night, he admits that the only thing robbing him of complete joy is that darn Mordecai, who still refuses to bow to him. His friends convince Haman to find an outlet for his dissatisfaction by having gallows built in front of his house, so he can watch Mordecai hang on the day the edict takes effect. Meanwhile, in the palace, the king has insomnia and asks that the daily records be read to him. That would put anyone to sleep. He discovers that Mordecai was never rewarded for saving his life. When Haman shows up the next morning, King Ahasuerus asks what he would recommend as a reward for one the king wants to honor. Haman, believing it is him, advises the king to give that man fancy clothes and jewelry, and have him ride on the king's horse through the city while a high official goes before him declaring, "This is what is done for the person whom the king wants to honor." To his horror, Haman learns that the honoree is not him, but Mordecai. Making matters worse, the king tells Haman to lead Mordecai through the streets, shouting his suggested line. Haman is livid, but must comply. Haman's downfall and the Jews' deliverance. That night, at the second dinner party, Ahasuerus asks again for the chance to fulfill the queen's desire. Esther, to everyone's surprise, begs for the king to preserve her life and the life of her people. The king asks who would dare threaten her. Esther replies, "This vile Haman." The king becomes furious and leaves the room. In desperation, Haman falls on the couch beside Esther, pleading for his life. When the king returns and sees Haman on the couch next to his wife, he interprets this as his coming on to his wife. Now Haman's doubly dead. The king only bemoans the fact that he doesn't have any gallows ready to hang him. One of the king's officials speaks up, saying he saw newly built gallows in front of Haman's house that would work perfectly. However, the edict that the king ordered to kill the Jews can't be revoked. Therefore, the king allows Mordecai to issue a new edict, allowing the Jews to defend themselves and encouraging others to support them. The Jews outside of the city of Susa win victory after the first day of battle, and one day later, even within Susa, the victory is complete. The book ends encouraging all Jews to observe this day as a holiday, which is given the name Purim after the Hebrew word for lots, ancient dice, used by Haman to determine the day he would kill the Jews. For more on Purim, see chapter 27. Barely a biblical book, The Survival of Esther. Technical stuff. The Book of Esther is a great example of narrative literature, but for all its literary merits and popularity, Esther almost didn't make it into the Bible because of controversy surrounding God's diminished role in the story. In fact, there is not one reference to God. Also surprising is that religious customs such as prayer are absent. As an indication of its shaky status, fragments from every book in the Hebrew Bible except Esther have been discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls. See chapter 1. In the end, however, the book was included in both the Jewish and Christian Bibles as an example of how God, even when seemingly absent or silent, orchestrates events so that good wins out in the end. Chapter 12. Home for the Holidays. Returning to the Promised Land with Ezra and Nehemiah. In this chapter, returning to the Promised Land, courtesy of Cyrus the Great, rebuilding the temple with Zerubbabel, repairing Jerusalem's walls with Nehemiah, rediscovering Israel's biblical heritage with Ezra. The Jews of the 5th century BCE had a hard time being optimistic. And who could blame them? Less than a century earlier, their beloved country, Judah, their capital city, Jerusalem, and their pride and joy, God's temple, had all been destroyed by the Babylonians. Now in exile, their culture lay in danger of disappearing through assimilation. Theologically, they struggled with issues of theodicy, a fancy way of saying, why did God let these terrible things happen to us? The Bible's answer to the question of why was that God hadn't abandoned his people, but that they'd abandoned him through their continual disregard for his commandments. But things didn't have to stay this way. If they would turn back to God and mend their ways, God would restore them to their promised land. And this is exactly what happens. Thanks in large part to a Persian king named Cyrus the Great, who issues a decree allowing those in exile to return to their ancestral home, and thanks to those brave souls who took him up on his offer, Jerusalem and its temple are eventually rebuilt, and the Jews find themselves again in their homeland. In this chapter, you examine the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which chronicle the exiled Jews' return to Jerusalem as they discover anew that there's no place like home. Who wrote Ezra and Nehemiah? The books of Ezra and Nehemiah were originally a single book called Ezra, and in many Jewish Bibles they're still reckoned as one book, usually called Ezra-Nehemiah. Christian scholars in the 3rd and 4th centuries CE separated these books based on their different protagonists. One reason Ezra and Nehemiah have always been so closely connected is their similar vocabularies and theological outlooks. In fact, some scholars believe that not only Ezra and Nehemiah, but also 1st and 2nd Chronicles, see chapter 10, were written, or more accurately, compiled by the same person, traditionally Ezra. 2nd Chronicles even ends with the same passage that begins Ezra, Cyrus the Great's edict giving the Jews permission to return to their homeland. Cyrus the Great's great idea. Cyrus the Great is one of the real heroes of antiquity. He not only overthrows the unpopular Babylonian Empire in 539 BCE, but he also encourages his new subjects to go back to their homelands and revive their former way of life. The Jews were no exception to Cyrus's rule. Thus, in 538 BCE, Cyrus permits any Jews who so desire to return to Judah and rebuild God's temple. Here is Cyrus's edict, as recorded in the Bible. Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of earth, and he has charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever is among you of all his people, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and rebuild the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. He is the God who is in Jerusalem. And let each survivor, in whatever place he stays, be assisted by the men of his place with silver and gold, with goods and with animals, besides free will offerings for the house of God, which is in Jerusalem. Ezra chapter 1, verses 2-4. Home is where the heart is, the Jews who stayed in Babylon. Even though Cyrus the Great allows the Jews to return to Jerusalem, not everyone packs up and leaves. In fact, relatively few do, and those who ultimately return don't do it all at once. Most Mesopotamian Jews are firmly established, having spent over half a century there already. Moreover, many followed the prophet Jeremiah's advice to buy property in Babylon and settle down, Jeremiah chapter 29. Therefore, the majority of Jews remain in Babylon, which will become the dominant and most influential Jewish community from the period of the exile throughout the Greco-Roman period. It is this community that produces the Babylonian Talmud, 3rd to 5th centuries CE, a collection of Jewish laws and stories that is the most important book in Judaism outside of the Hebrew Bible. There's no place like home, the Jews who returned to Judea, Ezra chapters 1-2. Those Jews who decide to return to Jerusalem do so initially under the leadership of Sheshbazzar, a member of Judah's royal family. Although the first wave of returnees, around 538 BCE, doesn't seem to have been very large, they had the financial backing of those who remained in Babylon. They also brought back with them the temple vessels confiscated earlier by the Babylonian king, Nebuchadnezzar, when he conquered and eventually destroyed Jerusalem, 586 BCE. Aside from mentioning Sheshbazzar's departure from Babylon, the Bible provides very little information about his activity and accomplishments once back in Judea. Based on the evidence, it seems that Sheshbazzar and his fellow returnees began laying the foundations of the temple, Ezra chapter 5, verse 16, but for unknown reasons they're unable to complete the task. The Second Temple, a sight for sore eyes. 18 years after the initial return of the exiles under Sheshbazzar, work begins anew on the temple. But this time, the returnees are led by a man named Zerubbabel, the grandson of Jehoiakim, the king of Judah exiled and later favored by the Babylonians. See 2 Kings chapter 25, verses 27 to 30. Picking up where others left off, rebuilding the temple. Ezra chapter 3. When Zerubbabel, with the approval of the Persian Empire, and the Jews accompanying him first arrive in Jerusalem, around 520 BCE, they begin where the first wave of returnees left off, rebuilding the temple. They start by rebuilding the central altar, which allows them to offer sacrifices to God. They then begin work on the temple itself. When the foundation is laid, most of the people shout for joy. However, when those familiar with the first temple see the diminished size of the new foundation, they weep, realizing that this temple, creatively called the Second Temple by scholars, will in no way compare to Solomon's glorious structure. Despite these mixed emotions, the people busy themselves with the construction of the new temple. Running interference. The Samaritans' opposition to the temple, Ezra chapters 4 to 6. Although the book of Ezra doesn't follow a strict chronological order, it is clear that at some point during the rebuilding of the temple, the Jews' efforts are hampered by a people known as the Samaritans. See the sidebar, Who are the Samaritans, in this chapter, who are upset by the Jews' refusal to let them help. In response, the Samaritans warn the local Persian administrator that if the temple is rebuilt, the Jews will rebel as they did under the Babylonians. When the Persian administrator checks the royal records, he discovers that the Jews indeed have a history of rebelling against their overlords, and he insists that they stop work on the temple. Years pass, and the temple remains unfinished. Realizing that the people need a little motivation, God calls the prophets Haggai and Zechariah to do their stuff. See chapter 13. Haggai plays the role of the bad cop, as it were, chastising the people for fixing up their own homes while neglecting the house of God. Zechariah plays the role of the good cop, envisioning a day when the Judean monarchy will be restored. Motivated by the prophet's preaching, the people again begin rebuilding the temple. This time, some Persian officials approach the Jews, asking who gave them permission to start work on the temple. To get to the bottom of things, the Persian officials contact the new Persian king, Darius, asking him to settle the matter. To the joy of the Jews, Darius proclaims that Cyrus's original decree allowing the Jews to rebuild their lives in Judea is still in effect, and that work on the Jerusalem temple should not only be continued, but it should be funded by Persian imperial funds. Grateful, the people thank God and continue with their work. Finally, the temple is completed and dedicated in 515 BCE, and the Jews celebrate the Passover holiday with sacrifices for the first time in 70 years. Who are the Samaritans? According to the Bible, the Samaritans of Ezra and Nehemiah's day consisted of people resettled by the Assyrians from southern Mesopotamia, 2 Kings chapter 17. That is, they weren't legitimate Israelites. The Samaritans, however, claimed descent from the Israelite tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. Regardless of the Samaritans' origins, the returning Judeans believed them to be intruders, and, despite offers by the Samaritans to work in unison to rebuild Jerusalem, the returnees resist. In the New Testament, Jesus uses the story of a Good Samaritan, an oxymoron to most Jews of his day, to teach that one should love everyone. Luke chapter 10, verses 29 to 37. Ezra the priest. Can we fix it? We'll get back to you on that. About 50 years after Zerubbabel's return and rebuilding of the temple, Ezra comes on the scene. Ezra, as an expert in Israel's ancient legal code, or the Torah, see chapter 7, is sent by the Persian king, Artaxerxes, to find out how things are going in Judea. Ezra and his fellow returnees travel with a letter from the Persian king, Ezra chapter 7, verses 12 to 26, that grants Ezra the authority to use money from the Persian treasury to tend to any unfinished business in rebuilding the Jews' lives in their homeland. Changing leadership. The Jews swap a monarchy for a theocracy. Ezra chapters 7 to 8. When Ezra arrives in Jerusalem, around 458 BCE, he discovers that the people aren't well informed about their religious heritage. Therefore, Ezra begins to teach the people about the law of Moses, and he implements religious and civil reforms to ensure that they're following God's laws as recorded in the Bible. Although Ezra isn't a descendant of David, he is effectively made the leader of the Jewish community in Jerusalem by Persian royal commission. This arrangement dramatically alters the governing of the Jewish community, changing it from a monarchy, rule by a king, to a theocracy, rule by God. Although individuals calling themselves kings will later rule the Jews during the Hasmonean period, from around 165 BCE to 63 BCE, see chapter 16, they too are descendants of the Jewish priesthood. And even after the Hasmoneans are replaced by Roman-appointed rulers, the priests are looked to as the leaders of the Jewish community until the Roman destruction of the temple in 70 CE. Thus, the shift in Judean leadership initiated by Ezra continues for over 5 centuries. Divorce, biblical style. Ezra chapters 9 to 10. Shortly after Ezra arrives in Judea to enact religious reforms, a large group of people approach Ezra and confess, "We have sinned against our God and have married foreign women from the peoples of the land. Yet now there is hope for Israel concerning this thing. Now therefore let us make a covenant with our God to eject all these women and those born to them, according to the counsel of my Lord and those who tremble at the commandments of our God." Ezra chapter 10, verses 2 to 3. Ezra is very disturbed to learn of the interfaith marriages, and forces the priests who have married local women to take an oath to immediately divorce their wives and families. Then Ezra summons all the returned exiles to assemble within 3 days in Jerusalem. Heavy rains increase the drama as the people gather and are drenched as they hear they must abandon their families. According to Ezra, some priests and laymen oppose the plan, but in the end all are forced to divorce their wives and children. Ezra's insistence that these men divorce their foreign wives and their children may strike you as peculiar. To explain, divorce is largely discouraged, if not condemned, in the Bible. See Malachi chapter 2, verse 16, Matthew chapter 5, verses 31 to 32. Secondly, other biblical authors seem to be more tolerant of intermarriage between neighboring peoples. For example, all the kings of Judah, as descendants of King David, stem from the intermarriage of the Moabite woman Ruth and her Israelite husband. See chapter 8. Nevertheless, in Ezra's defense, it's quite possible that such interfaith marriages would have destroyed the Jews' religious identity due to assimilation. So he insists that these men get divorced. Making matters worse, the names of those who had intermarried are listed in the Bible, to be forever preserved for future generations. What's Aramaic doing in the Hebrew Bible? The Hebrew Bible is written mostly in Hebrew, hence the name. A few portions, however, are written in a language similar to Hebrew, known as Aramaic, named after the region of Aram, modern Syria, where it originates. The biblical passages in Aramaic include Artaxerxes' letter that Ezra carries, as recorded in Ezra chapter 7, verses 12 to 26, as well as Ezra chapter 4, verse 8 to chapter 6, verse 8, Daniel chapter 2, verse 4 to chapter 7, verse 28, one verse from Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 11, and only 2 words in Genesis chapter 31, verse 47. The Aramaic language came to dominate the ancient Near East after the Persian Empire took over the area because they used it in all of their legal documents. The use of Aramaic continued for some time. Jews in 1st century Palestine, including Jesus, would have spoken in Aramaic. Nehemiah the Builder. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. In about 445 BCE, the Persian king sends a man named Nehemiah to look into the welfare of Jerusalem. Actually, Nehemiah, who is the king's cupbearer, not the one who taps the king's keg, but an important royal official in charge of food preparation, asks the king for permission to return to his ancestral homeland. The reason? Nehemiah receives word that the walls of Jerusalem still lay in ruins, even though the Jews have been in their homeland for nearly 100 years. Because walls were a city's primary means of defense, Nehemiah knew that the rebuilding of Jerusalem's walls was essential for the protection of the Jews against their enemies. Not only does the king give Nehemiah permission to go to Jerusalem, he gives Nehemiah an armed escort, as well as permission to use the empire's resources to rebuild Jerusalem's walls. Rebuilding Jerusalem's walls. Nehemiah chapters 3 to 4 and 6. When Nehemiah arrives in Jerusalem, he surveys the damage to the walls and begins to organize the people for work. Nehemiah wisely decides to have the people work on the walls by family groups and near the location of their houses. Nehemiah's strategy ensures that people remain motivated in their work, because rebuilding the walls means protection for their own homes. However, once word gets out that the Jews are rebuilding the walls, the Samaritans raise opposition and even threaten violence. The threat of attack requires that the Jews work on the wall with a tool in one hand and a sword in the other. There are even several attempts on Nehemiah's life. Despite these many obstacles, Nehemiah and his co-workers succeed in rebuilding the walls, and in record time, a mere 52 days, Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 15. Now, with the walls completed, there is just one thing left to do. No, not party. Well, actually, they do that too. Dedicate themselves and their newly fortified city to God. Rediscovering the Torah at Watergate. Nehemiah chapters 8 to 9. The defining moment for the former Jewish exiles and Richard Nixon both occur at a place called Watergate. Coincidence? Well, yes, of course it is. Yet, although both would change the course of a nation, what happened at Jerusalem's Watergate contained far less political intrigue. Ezra reads the Law of Moses. Ezra's Watergate is the name of one of the main portals in Jerusalem's walls, seemingly located by the freshwater spring just southeast of the city. Near the Watergate, at a public square, the former exiles gather in 445 BCE to hear Ezra read the Law of Moses. Many of them are hearing these laws for the first time, and several of them no longer understand biblical Hebrew. As a result, while Ezra reads, others skilled in Israel's ancient legal code mingle among the crowd and answer any questions people have. Many Judeans weep as they hear of their ancestral heritage and laws they had long ago abandoned. Ezra consoles them and instructs them that they shouldn't mourn, but should celebrate the joyous occasion. The people celebrate Sukkot. The following day, the people's leaders come to Ezra to study the words of the Torah more closely. Lo and behold, they discover that, according to the biblical calendar, it is the holiday of booths, also called Sukkot, described in chapter 27 of this book. It's time to party. During this week-long celebration, Jews set up and inhabit makeshift shelters to commemorate their ancestors' exodus and wilderness wanderings under Moses. The holiday is recorded in Leviticus chapter 23. See chapter 7 of this book. Now, for the first time in years, Jews are celebrating the holiday of booths, just as the Torah instructs. This story demonstrates just how close Judaism came to losing its biblical heritage. The Temple during holidays. In the histories recorded in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, the temple takes on special significance during certain days in the calendar. Thus, Zerubbabel rededicates the temple during Passover, and one of Ezra's first reforms is to re-implement the holiday of Sukkot, sometimes spelled Sukkoth, near the temple precinct. Other biblical books record similar features. The temple is first dedicated by Solomon during the New Year festival. In the Apocrypha, the temple is rededicated once again during the festival of Hanukkah. In the New Testament Gospels, Jesus travels to Jerusalem before his crucifixion during Passover, and in Acts, the disciples speak in tongues at the temple during Pentecost. These holidays at the temple, in which people from all over Israel and Judah came to Jerusalem to celebrate en masse, or as a group, were often the settings for dynamic events that people would remember for generations, as well as providing us with some of the Bible's most memorable stories. Chapter 13. More than mere fortune-tellers, the prophets. In this chapter, understanding the vocation and qualifications of biblical prophets, seeing the future and implementing social change with Isaiah, suffering with Jeremiah, flying in God's chariot with Ezekiel, examining the 12 minor prophets. Today, we call those who predict the future brokers. In the Bible, however, they are called prophets. Yet predicting the future was only part of a prophet's job, and unlike brokers, true prophets were strictly not for profit. In this chapter, you explore what it took to be a biblical prophet, and you meet those who fulfilled this important task. Being a biblical prophet. The word prophet comes from the Greek word prophetes, which means to speak on behalf of another. On the most basic level, then, biblical prophets are messengers who speak on behalf of God. In Hebrew, though, the most common word for prophet is navi, which means one who is called. Thus, the emphasis in the Hebrew Bible is not so much on the prophet's role as a messenger, but on his or her status as one called by God. Describing a prophet's job. Being a prophet was not an easy job. Most often, God's messages were about as popular as a pharaoh costume at a Passover party. In fact, only one prophet, Isaiah, actively seeks the job, while several others, including Moses, Jonah, and Jeremiah, complain that their vocation is a fate worse than death. Remember, some of the most common tasks biblical prophets performed include predicting the future. Predicting future events was a prophet's calling card. These predictions could range from picking the sex of an unborn child, ancient sonograms, to predicting the outcome of a battle. Typically, the ability to predict the future gave prophets credibility, and when they had an audience, they could tell their listeners what was really on their, or more accurately, God's mind. Advising leaders. Kings realized the importance of getting God's approval before embarking on a particular course of action, such as building a temple or going to war. Yet most kings didn't want no for an answer, so they would usually hire prophets, who were really nothing more than ancient yes-men. At times, however, and much to the chagrin of the king, a true prophet would show up on the scene and tell the king what God really thought about his plans or administration. As a result, kings and prophets rarely got along well. Enacting change. Prophets worked hard to get people to rectify their behaviors and beliefs. At times, their messages were met with repentance and change, but most often their admonitions were shunned, and prophets found their very lives in danger. Performing symbolic acts. Because a picture is worth 1,000 words, sometimes prophets conveyed messages by dramatic action. For example, the prophet Ezekiel is asked to cook food over manure briquettes to symbolize Israel's moral uncleanness, Ezekiel chapter 4. The prophet Hosea is asked to marry a prostitute to convey Israel's unfaithfulness, Hosea chapter 1. And the prophet Isaiah is asked to go around naked for 3 years to depict Israel's impending judgment and shame, Isaiah chapter 20. As you may imagine, there was not a long line in front of the prophet employment agency. Declaring oracles. Perhaps the most common function of a prophet was to deliver God's messages. These messages, called oracles, usually begin with the words, "Thus says the Lord." Oracles most often warned people of the impending judgment they would face if they didn't reverse direction and amend their ways. Examining a prophet's qualifications. Unlike other vocations in ancient Israel, such as the priesthood, where one needed to fulfill specific requirements before getting hired, such as being a Levite, male, and falling into a particular age bracket, biblical prophets could be young or old, rich or poor, brainiacs or simpletons, male or female. In fact, some of Israel's most influential prophets were women, including Miriam, who led Israel in its worship of God after the Exodus from Egypt, Exodus chapter 15, verse 20, Deborah, who led Israel to victory against the Canaanites, Judges chapter 4, verse 4, and Huldah, who advised one of Israel's greatest kings, Josiah, 2 Kings chapter 22, verse 14. The secret to God's choice is diversity, because God needs a wide range of people to deliver his diverse messages to the ever-changing circumstances of Israel's national existence. Introducing the major prophets. Among the prophets, 3 are called major, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, and the other 12 are called minor, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. These designations do not refer to their relative importance, but rather to the relative length of their writings. The writings of the major prophets are quite long, each filling their own scrolls, while the minor prophets are considerably shorter and are written all on one scroll. The book of Daniel, though certainly containing prophecies, is not found with the prophets in the Hebrew Bible, but with the writings. However, in the Greek ordering, Daniel is placed with the prophets after Ezekiel, making him a kind of 4th major prophet. Because we are following the Hebrew ordering, we discuss Daniel in chapter 11. Isaiah. Isaiah is perhaps the best known and most influential of the biblical prophets. Part of the reason for his impact was that he lived during one of Israel's most trying periods, around 742 to 700 BCE. During his tenure as prophet, the northern kingdom of Israel was destroyed by the Assyrians, 721 BCE, and Jerusalem narrowly escaped a similar fate. How could God allow his people to be destroyed by so wicked a nation as Assyria, which had an international reputation for violence and bloodshed? And what would be the eventual fate of Judah, who, though still standing, was teetering on the brink of destruction? For the answers to these questions, and to figure out what God wanted from and for his people, the nation looked to Isaiah. Warning. The material in the book of Isaiah, as with the other prophetic books, is not in chronological order. The prophetic books are collections, not histories, of messages and events surrounding a particular prophet. Therefore, don't be confused if things seem out of order, such as Isaiah being called as a prophet in Isaiah chapter 6, even though Isaiah chapters 1 through 5 already contain prophecies by Isaiah. Calling Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 6. Isaiah's call to be a prophet is quite unique among the prophets, such as Moses and Jonah, because rather than skirting God's call, Isaiah enthusiastically volunteers his services. God appears to Isaiah in a vision where God is sitting on an elevated throne, wearing a mantle, or robe, that fills the inner sanctum of the temple. See chapter 10 for more about the construction of the temple. Because not just anyone can look upon God, Isaiah is made ritually pure by a six-winged angelic being called a seraph. See the What Are Seraphim sidebar in this chapter, who takes a burning coal from God's altar and places it on Isaiah's lips. God then asks, "Whom shall I send to my people?" Isaiah responds, "Here am I, send me." Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8. God's message for Isaiah in this particular case is that Judah will be destroyed. Moreover, God tells Isaiah to speak to the people in order to make their hearts fat, so they won't understand, their ears heavy, so they won't hear, and their eyes shut, so they won't see. With their senses dulled, God can punish them without reservation. Yet this seems a strange call by God, given that a prophet's main job is to warn people so that they will listen and change their ways. So what's going on here? Actually, getting people to change their ways is exactly the desired effect God wants in the present case. When those who truly want to please God hear that God has reached the point of not wanting his people to repent, they will repent all the more earnestly. But why has God reached this point? The opening chapters of Isaiah show that although the people offer God sacrifices and prayers, they reveal their insincerity by neglecting the rights of the poor and disadvantaged. As God puts it, "Remove your evil ways from before me, cease doing wrong, learn to do good, seek justice, correct the oppressor, defend the orphan, contend for the widow." Isaiah chapter 1, verses 16 to 17. Israel has a lot to do, and it stands on the threshold of imminent judgment. How it responds to Isaiah's warnings will ultimately determine its fate. What are seraphim? The heavenly creatures that purify Isaiah's mouth with a burning coal in Isaiah chapter 6, verses 1 to 7, are called seraphim, a designation derived from the Hebrew word for fiery. This association seems to result from their shining like flames. Isaiah's seraphim have 6 wings. With 2, they cover their faces, lest they look directly at God and die. With 2, they cover their feet, which most believe is a euphemism for male genitalia, so they remain modest, and with 2, they fly. It seems likely that Isaiah's seraphim are winged serpent-like creatures who symbolically guard the sanctity of God's throne. Isaiah's most famous prophecies. Several of Isaiah's prophecies have had an enduring influence. Here are some of the most influential. Technical stuff. Swords to plowshares, the great day of peace, Isaiah chapter 2. In Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4, Isaiah predicts that in the latter days, God will usher in a great age of judgment, followed by unprecedented peace. In beautifully crafted poetry, Isaiah predicts that God will judge among the nations and rebuke many peoples, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, and they shall no longer learn war. It hasn't happened yet, but it's nice to imagine such a day. This passage, in fact, adorns the United Nations building in New York. Technical stuff. A sword that was bent in a fashion similar to Isaiah's prophecy now resides in the Israel Museum. In 1979, following the peace treaty between Egypt and Israel, Prime Minister Menachem Begin gave the Egyptian President Anwar Sadat a replica of this sword, symbolizing their newfound peace. The birth of Emmanuel, Isaiah chapter 7. In Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, Isaiah prophesies that a young woman will conceive and bear a son, and his name will be called Emmanuel. In its immediate context, Isaiah is advising King Ahaz not to get involved in a war because those pressuring him to do so won't be around much longer. In fact, they'll be gone before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 16. In other words, the danger will pass in a few years. The child's name, Emmanuel, which means God is with us, intends to remind Ahaz that God will protect him during these trying times. Many scholars think that the young woman involved here is Isaiah's wife, who is elsewhere called a prophetess, and who later gives birth to sons with important names. Isaiah's prediction took on new meaning in the New Testament, where it is applied to Jesus' mother, Mary, who, though a virgin, conceives Jesus by the power of God. One reason for the flexibility of Isaiah's prophecy is that when the book of Isaiah was translated into Greek, the translation used by most of the early Christians, the Hebrew word for young woman was rendered with the Greek word parthenos, which, though meaning young woman, can also mean virgin. Thus, the Gospels of Matthew and Luke record that while Mary was still a virgin, she conceived Jesus, demonstrating Jesus' divine status. Isaiah and Handel's Messiah, Isaiah chapter 9. Nothing says Christmas like the smell of pine, the taste of eggnog, the sight of bills stacking up on the hearth, and the melodic sound of choirs singing Handel's Messiah. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. In truth, Handel didn't write these words, Isaiah did. With these words, Isaiah predicts the birth of a child who will usher in a golden age of justice and peace. Isaiah's descriptions of this child, though grandiose, were not uncommon in ancient royal eulogies. Thus, some scholars believe they were composed for the coronation of a Judean king, perhaps King Hezekiah, who ruled during Isaiah's tenure as prophet. See chapter 10. Yet most interpreters, both ancient and modern, have understood these words to refer to the Messiah, an understanding that resulted in Handel's applying them to Jesus. My two sons and their naked father, Isaiah chapters 7 to 20. Isaiah fathers two sons who, like Emmanuel, receive symbolic names, Shear-Jashub and Maher-Shalal-Hashbaz. Shear-Jashub is not as bad as it sounds. It means a remnant shall return, and could be understood to mean that no matter how bad things get, there will always be a remnant of God's people. However, it could also mean that although a whole army will go into battle, only a remnant will return. That's bad. Maher-Shalal-Hashbaz means the spoil speeds, the prey hastens. Positively, this indicates that Assyria will soon defeat the Syrian-Israelite coalition threatening Ahaz. Negatively, however, it means that the people of Judah will also be victims of Assyria's aggressions. That's really bad. Later, Isaiah strips and walks around naked for 3 years. Although this must have been extremely difficult for Shear-Jashub and Maher-Shalal-Hashbaz to explain to their friends, the historical background for Isaiah's unusual behavior is the Assyrians' capture of the Philistine city of Ashdod, 711 BCE. The people of Ashdod had hoped that their powerful allies, Egypt and Cush, south of Egypt, now Sudan and Ethiopia, would defend them against this attack. They didn't. Thus, Isaiah removes his clothes to symbolize the dress of war captives, to warn the people of Egypt and Cush that they too will fall to Assyria. In addition, Isaiah cautions Judah not to trust in Egypt as its military deliverer. A prophet for all seasons, 2nd and 3rd Isaiah. Because of differences in vocabulary, theological outlook, and historical perspective, many scholars believe that the book of Isaiah records the words of more than one prophet. As the theory goes, Isaiah chapters 1 to 39 records the words of the actual 8th century prophet from Jerusalem. This material is characterized by stern warnings against Israel and Judah for their wrongdoings, with the threat of exile if they do not mend their ways. In Isaiah chapters 40 to 66, by contrast, the prophet, whom scholars call Second or Deutero Isaiah, declares the end of God's wrath and the promise of return from exile. This prophet, according to this theory, lived in exile shortly before Babylon's fall in 539 BCE, after which the Jews are allowed to return to their homeland. Some scholars further divide chapters 40 to 66 into Third or Trito Isaiah, chapters 56 to 66, which, because of still other changes in vocabulary and outlook, is believed to have been written by a 5th century Judean after the exiles returned to Jerusalem. Although all of this is theory, the important point is that the mood and message of Isaiah changes to address changing historical circumstances, making Isaiah a prophet for all seasons. A close call for Jerusalem, Isaiah chapters 36 to 39. Nobody liked the Assyrians, though this didn't seem to bother the Assyrians much. They were constantly raping, pillaging, and plundering kingdoms, both to enrich themselves and to ensure that people were too terrified to revolt. Because Israel did revolt, the Assyrians destroyed the northern kingdom in 721 BCE, and Judah almost fell 20 years later when the Assyrian king Sennacherib destroyed several cities and even besieged Jerusalem. Fortunately for Judah, their king Hezekiah listens to Isaiah and repents on behalf of the nation. Thus, while Jerusalem is under siege by the Assyrians, the Bible records that an angel kills 185,000 Assyrian soldiers in their sleep, and Sennacherib is forced to return home. The Suffering Servant, Isaiah chapter 53. Several passages in the book of Isaiah describe the activity of an unnamed servant of God. The best known of these is the Suffering Servant Song of Isaiah chapter 53, which tells the story of an unattractive man filled with grief and who is hated and rejected by others. He carries others' pain, but still they inflict pain upon him. God even inflicts pain upon this servant, placing the sins of everyone else upon his shoulders. Because the suffering servant is unnamed, he has been linked to a number of figures from Israel's past, including the prophet Isaiah himself, Jeremiah, and even the nation of Israel. The New Testament writers understood him to be Jesus, who also suffers great physical and emotional pain, remains silent before his accusers, and is pierced through, crucified, for our sins. Although Isaiah's death is not recorded in the Bible, tradition maintains that King Hezekiah's son Manasseh, the most evil of Judah's kings according to the Bible, executes him by sawing Isaiah in half, a tradition that seems reflected in the New Testament's notice of one of God's prophets being sawn in two, Hebrews chapter 11, verse 37. Jeremiah. Jeremiah, also known as the Weeping Prophet, is arguably the most depressed person in the Bible. You can hardly blame him. He's active from 626 to 580 BCE, seeing firsthand the destruction of Jerusalem at the hands of the Babylonians. Moreover, much of these horrors could have been avoided if the people would have listened to his admonitions to repent. The Fetal and Frightful Prophet's Calling, Jeremiah chapter 1. Jeremiah was born in Anathoth, a small village 4 miles north of Jerusalem. He, like his father Hilkiah, was a priest, and he seems to have traced his heritage back to Moses, Israel's great deliverer and lawgiver, See chapter 7 for more information about Moses. Thus, it is interesting that, although God says he appointed Jeremiah from the womb, Jeremiah, like Moses, comes up with several excuses as to why he isn't fit for the job. For example, he reminds God that he is only a youth and, like Moses, he doesn't know how to speak. In response, God tells Jeremiah what he told Moses, "I will be with you and tell you what to say." Then, to symbolize how he will put words in Jeremiah's mouth, God touches his lips. Reluctantly, Jeremiah accepts his commission as God's prophet. The yoke's on you, Hananiah. Jeremiah chapters 27 to 28. Some of the most memorable passages in Jeremiah relate to his ongoing battle with a false prophet named Hananiah. One of these bouts occurs when several of Judah's neighboring nations send emissaries to Jerusalem to celebrate the coronation of Zedekiah. In order to get their attention, Jeremiah puts on a yoke or oxen harness to symbolize that soon all of the nations in the area will be servants to Babylon. Jeremiah goes so far as to call the Babylonian king, Nebuchadnezzar, God's servant. Moreover, Jeremiah warns the nations that if they don't submit to Babylon, God will punish them with the sword, famine, and pestilence. The people, as you may imagine, don't want to hear this bad news, and Hananiah comes to their rescue. He says that Nebuchadnezzar's days are numbered. Moreover, he removes the yoke from Jeremiah and breaks it, symbolizing that God has broken the yoke of the king of Babylon. However, Jeremiah has the final word in this confrontation. He turns to Hananiah and tells him that, although he broke the wooden bars of the yoke, God will make new ones of iron. Furthermore, Jeremiah predicts that God will kill Hananiah within the year. Shortly thereafter, the false prophet dies.